Yo, big up people. The big Saturday stream, your boy Sniper. You get me, bright and early, bright and early. Wake up, big up. Hit the like button on your way in. Like number 1, REJD, my brother. Respect. You get me? Like number 2, Keel. Like number 3, Get Deep. Like number 4, big up yourself. Don't know. Anyway, yo, you know how it goes. You know how it goes. Intro. Where we at? Yeah, man. So what people been up to, man? Been a long week. Interesting week. We caught some jokes. All that good stuff. You know what I mean? You know what Saturday's about. We chilling. We're waiting for everyone to rise up out of there or finish their shopping or whatever they're doing today. You get me? Just another day. You get me? All right. Let me see. Sure.
Would you believe that I was odd? If I told you I looked in the mirror and hypnotized myself into perceiving I was God, your understanding of your own divinity got abused in church. Genesis 9:25. They tried to use the verse to tell you recurs personification of the universe. What I'm attempting to encapsulate in this unique verse is you and I verse. Oh, we don't need new sneakers or the new FIFA. We need new leaders. And I don't mean Obama or the pastor, your mama, Sean Carter. I'm talking to you fathers more than marijuana farmers, getting bananas with your llamas. We was getting into dramas, disrespecting our partners. The kids are left in the darkness, and no one's left to lead the way. And they ain't sure who mum loves more, weave or rapes. As I blow a smoke ring, I sip my E&J. I wonder if we never lost pack where we be today. I know it hurts, but it's real. First they work in the kills, and there's rappers spitting verses in the skirt and some ills. But all the real niggas get murdered and killed. I'm sending out an SOS, this is an urgent appeal. We need more focused soldiers, too many culture vultures. Witnesses with no credit, trying to call Jehovah the revolution. Will not be televised, get off your damn sofa. Be more than a dank folder and study that Sankofa. It's gully when man knows the truth about his ancestors' legacy. Carried on his damn shoulder, identified get more with UBP than he can Sosa. But he's got his swam and couple man in a Land Rover with a plan for couple grands. That's a mad road, son. You'll be sitting in the can if the plan goes wrong. And it will, gonna set us up to fail. Getting in and out of cells like we can't get enough of jail. No peace in the streets, it's just another hell. But mum's heart still broke when they ain't give my brother bell. This ain't a stupid cartoon. They're shooting harpoons at us young tooting car moons. Look at our wounds, they will Malachi your cue to silence the truth. Mumia Abu Jamal, you for life for your views. Fluoride to calcify the third eye of the youth and leave them blind and confused. Smart lies in the news, dirty like the junkie in the park, lighting a spoon. Do you know the truth about the dark side of the moon? Let's go to NASA and ask them who's Jack Parsons, stranger than John Carter versus Marvin the Black Martian. You know, when a man's got a crater on the moon named after him, Alistair Crowley's brethren, you don't even know who that is. Go ask NASA. They'll be giving you stuff like Avatar and E.T. and all this rubbish. They ain't telling you what's really popping. You think you're in the know? Got your eyes wide shut. We should run up in the Vatican, gats blasting, but you mango munching coons are too busy tap dancing and laughing, answer for chances and meager advances. An elitist and heartless system defeat is the harvest. It's like you sow with your soul, but what you're reaping is garbage. Most of you are brainwashed by tell-eye vision, so you switch your brains off while Jedi's spitting. Yeah, it's real, but your dying is still realer. I am 7, the red pill dealer, slanging reality raps about these alleys and flats, no fantasy fronting, trying to bring reality back. Fuck boys keep screaming about carrying straps and handling crack, but none of them can actually rap. Turn on the mixtape, all I hear is yappity yap. I'm getting cash in the trap. Blah blah, something about grabbing my gat. I'm more genocidal, anti-Nubian propaganda. From my mouth of a being perceived as a proper gangster, but I just see a proper wankster. And even though he sells, he's just an anchor. Smoke and mirrors, illusion for the camera. Look how many false prophets infiltrated since the Panthers. I hit the steam room and meditate on blocking chakras. Astral projected by repeating forgotten mantras. Quantum leaping to the past life, Gasper Ganga. No crabs in my bucket, but both my dogs are cancer. When I die, don't cry, let's smoke a box of ganja. Throw my CD on the stereo and drop some bangers. One last time, turn it high, let me speak to the masses. Listen to every song I wrote, but you sheesh in my ashes. Give my son my lyric book and let him read from a passage. I'm a believer in magic, and in every bar I cast a spell to free your mind from this darkened cell. Grant you bell, liberate your soul and break your art from jail. I know you feel your dogs are real, they're F.T.K. So good sometimes it's hard to tell, but I can see the star trapped in the heart of a trap star. It's different from a star rapping about trapping but lacks heart. The world gets deceived by the media easy. Give us free is what I scream at the TV. Hieroglyphic subtitles when I dream is with Ely. Feeling like the seed of a fiend. All I know is there's lessons that I'm yet to learn, tables that I'm yet to turn, bridges that I'm yet to burn, stripes that I'm yet to earn. Still on the battlefield, feeling like a veteran. They're trying to trick you out your souls, and you're letting them. They're trying to trick you out your souls, and you're letting them. Illuminati.
Yeah. Told the doc my heart was burning. He just gave me Gaviscon. I am like a vagabond, traveling through Babylon, searching for the God inside. Internal tetragrammaton. A humble brother full of pride, trying to get my balance on. Foggy with a crooked smile, witches want the magic wand. Most my life's been doing crime, robberies with valleys on. J Gamble Street dreaming like my GOC in Paris 1. Left my son too many times, wondering where his daddy's gone. All the years I spent inside, my story's not a lavish one. Wish I could go back in time, reverse the damage that was done. All the pain I felt in life, just fuel me to carry on. It's probably where my passion's from, it's probably where my talent's from. It's probably what kept me alive when my mum and gran was gone. That's why I got so many sides, a happy and a savage one, a tranquil and a manic one, content and a famished one. I'm for peace that squash the beef, but never been a salad done. I could get your carrots gone, smoking on the highest strains like where'd you get your cabbage from? Greener than the Amazon, a jungle with my chalice bomb. I get my Congo natty on, feeling like a pot of gold, sliders and a trackie on. Everybody's Iron Man till I get my proton cannon on. Then they're drawing out their diagrams in the station, getting their ballad on. Told the doc my heart was burning, he just gave me Gaviscon. I am like a vagabond, traveling through Babylon, searching for the God inside. Internal tetragrammaton, a humble brother full of pride, trying to get my balance on. Foggy with a crooked smile, witches want that magic wand. Most my life's been doing crime, robberies and valleys on. J Gamble Street dreaming like my GOC in Paris 1. Left my son too many times, wondering where his daddy's gone. All the years I spent inside, my story's not a lavish one. Wish I could go back in time, reverse the damage that was done. All the pain I felt in life, just fueled me to carry on. That's probably where my passion's from. It's probably where my talent's from.
Crying in the sun, singing in the rain. Lately I've been feeling different in my brain. Someone showed me how to get rid of all this rage. Head full of fire, I'm sitting in the flames. Lone survivor, I'm living with this pain. Your physical is gone, but your spirit isn't phased. Your soul is eternal, it isn't in the grave. I can feel it in my heart, it's not written in the page in the book, but I know that it's gospel. Tears flow as I blow smoke from my nostrils. There's truth in a zoo or hope in a bottle, trying to figure out where this piece goes in a puzzle. Rich in a mansion, or broke in a hostel. I would still emotionally struggle to comprehend, but it's part of the journey comes to end. Gotta say goodbye once again. It's like we're born to die, everyone ascends. Even though I cry, I see you once again. Even though I try, I cannot pretend I'm not broken. At night I might cry you an ocean. Cry and cry till my eyelids are swollen. Rewind the last words that were spoken. Looking for a clue, trying to see if you knew that moment. Was I laughter now so golden? Every memory now so potent. Friends asking me how I'm coping. Waking in cold sweats, whole bed soaking. I'm numb and I'm frozen. Every breath feels like I'm choking. Wanna put a hole in my head like a dolphin. Close to imploding. Feel like a piece of my soul has been stolen. That's not what I told him. That's not what I told them. I just held it, cause I ain't wanna be selfish. I bring down my people's vibe, but most of my real ones felt it. Numerous funerals, bodies in cubicles. Happen so regular, it isn't unusual. Words are redundant, nothing is suitable. The cycle of life and death is so beautiful. The flesh ain't forever, we are delusional. And the grief goes so deep. How could the lifespan be so brief? And the thoughts in my head, I don't get no peace. Smoke a OZ or OG, feeling like God owes me. Reason for taking my codees and snatching loved ones from my homies. Tell me, why? Man, it's fucked up. Pouring liquor just don't cut it. Yeah.
It's one of the great wonders of life. What will it be like to go to sleep and never wake up? And if you think long enough about that, something will happen. You will find out, among other things, that it'll pose the next question to you. What was it like to wake up after having never gone to sleep? That was when you were born. You see, you can't have an experience of nothing. Nature reports a vacuum. So after you're dead, the only thing that can happen is the same experience, or the same sort of experience as when you were born. In other words, we all know very well that after people die, other people are born. And they're all you. Only you can only experience it one at a time. Everybody is I. You all know you are you. And wheresoever beings exist throughout all galaxies, it doesn't make any difference. You are all of them. And when they come into being, that's you coming into being. You know that very well. Only you don't have to remember the past in the same way you don't have to think about how you work your thyroid gland or whatever else it is in your organism. You don't have to know how to shine the sun. You just do it. Like you breathe. Doesn't it really astonish you that you are this fantastically complex thing? And that you're doing
Come
all
on,
this
people.
and you never
Big
had any
Saturday
education
stream.
in how to do it?
Chief.
Never learned, but you're this miracle? Well,
Come
the
on.
point is that from a strictly
Big up
physical,
to Sneaky.
scientific standpoint,
Come on.
this organism
Back.
is a
Big up
continuous
Mezzo.
energy
Big up
with
man
everything
like
else that's
Dublin.
going on.
Jeez. Big up. Big up
And if
Radar.
I am my foot, I am the sun.
I am my foot. I'm the sun. Come on, family. We're just warming up, man. We're just warming up, man. Get yourself together. You gotta get yourself together. I'll give you an up, man. I'll give you an opportunity, man. Come on, man. We know it, man. Ah.
Chill face, killer. One thing. I think I'm sharing the space in my head with a phantom. Makes me wanna throw lead in my magnum.
What?
Aim at a cop, empty my cannon, blow me some pot, empty a dragon. Hoping it prevents me from spazzing. Rage is like a deadly assassin that lives in my heart right next to the passion. I sit in the dark when I blow out the lantern and box with the shadows in my mind till I'm champion. Till I restore the peace in my sanctum. Or I find some equilibrium. But out here like cowboys and Indians, fighting for a piece of oblivion, dreaming of millions. I believe the queen is amphibian, or lizard, and people with billions are all wizards collecting souls from the many fates of God. Ruling the maze where many stay lost.
Elaborate. I don't need no sage or amethyst.
The one fire on pagan savages and the deities that they pattern with. I'm known to pulverize polar guys. I'm a soldier that's colder than polar ice. And I'm overlapped with three open eyes. King with bulletproof wings and avoid them guys with a coke fight. Say I'm paranoid, but I know I'm right. My silhouette turns to ghost at night. Or ghosts turn into my silhouettes. So the flower of life and the smoke from a cigarette. We're all trapped in the World Wide Web, that's why it's the internet.
We are awake on your own, shadows turn into clouds. We are awake on your own, shadows turn into clouds.
What? That's a bad man thing, man. Where am I? Yeah. Mal-emotion in the building.
I listen to the wind when it speaks.
So what?
I whistle when I sing to the streets.
Yeah.
Not because they're listening to me. Nah. Just because I'm thinking of a beat in my head while I'm walking from the beach. Feeling good, much better than I've been. More grounded, more time for the betterment of dreams. Tailoring my life, sewing up the seams. Raising like a tide, flowing like a stream. I can feel the vibe resonating in the air like steam. It's alive, gotta focus on the green. Cause nothing ain't free but a kiss from a queen. Or the little wisdom that she whispers to me.
Come on.
I give thanks cause not everyone's gifted to see what is hidden inside. I'm reciting this rhythm of life on the mic, so you live it with me. Some spreading their lies so ridiculously. I can't stomach it, so I eat Leviticusly. I'm sitting with the apple bunning underneath the sycamore tree. Not a building in sight, disconnected from the city and spite. It's alright, come and sit and you'll see. Some caught up in the cycle that live miserably. And it's peak, cause most stresses aren't visible to see. And what's hurting someone else is just minimal to me. That's just the way it is, not a care for another man's kids. It's a trick. I listen to the wind when it speaks. I whistle and I sing to the streets.
So what?
Not because they're listening to me. Nah, just because I'm walking on my own. I'm doing that instead of talking on the phone or staring at it like a drone. I'm just free and being in my zone.
So what?
Just a being called a human, not a clone. Just real, clean clothes, no comb. Got a tablet and a couple smartphones in the backpack. For the Instagram and the Snapchat. Gotta use that to promote rap. Pointing at the facts like a weather map. A lot of talking trash, I'm ahead of that. Nourishing the ones like a water tap, but without the chemicals and all of that. No fluoride, just pure vibes. No war hype, just foresight. No more lies, just raw rhymes. Talk more sense in 4 lines than what a lot of them said for the whole night. A lot can't see the real like there's no light. We're giving them sight, tell them hold tight. Walking upright, wearing all white. Giving insight, trying to ignite. A fire inside, trying to invite. Lost lions to the pride, to the winning side. Tell them to connect to the inner guy. Cause most outside just gonna live a lie. They're not gonna try, they'll just turn a blind eye. To all the fool's rules, they can bye-bye. Move back mind, tell them bye-bye. Utilize the time, it'll fly by. Don't get caught in a sly lie. Make bigger plans, aim sky high. Envision what you need in your mind's eye. I motivate myself, listening to dry crime. Positive music is a rare find. If you're moving negative, you get air pipe. Knowledge is receding like a headline. It's deep, cause the DJs give you airtime. Even though it's weak, I spit peace on a strong beat. Harder than your favorite. Said he's hard, but he's in the vid wearing makeup. Don't follow these fools, live, get your cake up. They ain't helping you to bake bread like a baker. Just giving you a lesson in how to be a faker. Trust nothing that you hear, and only half you see, beloved. Then you'll get somewhere near the truth. Truth's a deeper subject than what they've been showing on the news to mislead the public.
Mad. Jah Rastafari.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
Let me tell you one thing, I ain't never been nothing more than a lost king. Had to run from a couple wars that I was in. Same time, spun a couple jaws, never went gym. Take time, drop a couple jaws, peddling herbs and medicine. Something for the surface, searching for relevance. Bring a little life to the dead and the decadence. The cold, the oaths to the popes and the presidents. The smoke screens are feeding the fiends, hopes and dreams unevenly seen. It's a setup. They don't want me to hold my head up, so I'm fed up. Don't want to see my people get their bread up and develop. Gotta get up, gotta get it, gotta get up. Got a message to the devil, get the hell out before we get him. Gonna dead him with a venom that I'm penning. It's a weapon. Spits like a beretta, but it's better. Hit him in the heart with every letter, but whatever. I ain't better than my brothers. They're more clever with the metas. I'm just dealing
dealing with the matters how I get it. If I did it wrong, yeah, I might be apologetic, but it's still a song, and I know you're not gonna get it, but we get along. Divided we fall together, we get very strong, provided it's all love. Is it all love? I'm appalled by the state of the world, so I'm binding it all up. Is it all up? Are we all stuck? Sometimes I lose myself and I act up. It's not an act, but I'm just a man blood that's trying to man up in this modern day trap with the trappers and crackers that want to see man with the maggots at the end of the line, tired chasing the carrots blind, wasting my time is a madness. Balance is what I'm trying to establish. Hasn't anything that I said entered your ear? If not, hear this, stop living in fear. Do what you said you were gonna do last year. Time doesn't wait, it's like a race. What you're looking for, standing there looking in your face. That's a metaphor. You will get put in your place if you're not in yours. It's just a matter of moments, not anymore. We're not fooled by the bogusness anymore. Had my firstborn when I was 24. I need many more. I was stumbling, now I'm very sure, but still fumbling at times, humbling my mind. Take a deeper breath, energize my vibes, cause I like to rise. Drink some water, then get some exercise. It's all blessed. I like. I've been gifted, so I bless the mic. It's uplifting for the rest of life. Sometimes switching for respect, cause I'm not indifferent from my rep.
I wish I could rap
important, I reflect. What still stays dormant in your meds. Focus and then talk it from the chest. So the youths absorb it in the heads. They won't fight each other, they'll fight the feds. It's not about violence, just self-defense. It's the system that we need help against. We need help and strength, we all need to eat. Nobody ain't living on easy street. Said it's dog eat dog, but I don't eat the meat. But I still eat them seeds like they're a vegan cheat. I still lyrically box and beat the beat up. So if you want beef, my beast, I'll be that. My giant me that. Some slicing in subliminals, I see that. Some tribeting up to the task, I'm idiot. Needing rehab, fiends that relapse, need to relax, need to rethink. What's the reason why you thought that I and I were even? Everything in its time, and it's not the season of lies. It's a time and the truth appealing to the mind.
What? Bad boy tune. Lyrics. One more. Give him one more. What?
It's magical. Are you one? Can't stop building bridges, you know. It's time to connect the dots, see? Yo. I woke up this morning to the sound of angels calling. Levels of conscience are rising, the system of Satan's falling. Every minute days are dawning, cities grow but nature's calling. Rivers flow to seas, trees grow from seeds and bumblebees are swarming. The most I speak to men, but most of them won't heed the warning. A man can't see what's in his face if he's asleep and snoring. I'm not a sheep to slaughter, I'm more like a lion roaring. Got no time to sit and watch the news because I find it boring. I prefer to look for clues, it's my own mind that I'm exploring. Sitting down, breathing slow and reading on some tile flooring. Raindrops on my window pane, sound of Jada's mercy pouring. I'm mastering this game, something like the airy scoring. Creation is the most magnificent, so I can't stop adoring. Babylon's main focus is destruction, I can't stop restoring. I'm motivating the like-minded, there's no time for stalling. My shining light of sun at age of 7 months was crawling. Love, mercy and wisdom is what I'll try installing. Tell stories about the ancestors that came before him. Teach to fight without fighting, not like mindless brawling. Nations fight against nations, it's a time of warring. One night I was walking, me and the most I was talking. I always question Jah and calling when I need direction. Help to bring what's dark to light and let me see deception. Don't let Babylon the Great alter my perception. I don't want to live in a dream, like I'm in Inception. He said, son, I'll grant your prayer if it will ease your tension. Immediately I had to come to terms with my reflection. I saw the main politicians were corrupt with no exception. And the people walk the path that's paved with self-deception. Ignorance and misconception, stolen jewels in their collection. Secret schools with their election, rats will run with no direction. Bombs will fall with no objection, devils walk with no detection. 9/11 is a lesson, stories full of imperfection. Vaccination, death injections, more means of communication but more disconnection. More highways and intersections but much less introspection. More lies and discontentment, more wrongs brings more resentment. TV channels build attention, tell too many lies to mention. Flashing lights for my attention, they don't enter my dimension. Waiting for the right ascension, pressure builds the hypertension. More death causes more suspension. Lyrical acrobatic, spit bullets of peace just like an automatic. Gripping the mind like magic, to granny it's like a racket. I spit on the rhythm and I attack it. We light up the wicked just like a matchstick. The wicked can't match it, just lit up a fat split. It never took acid, strictly natural herb and that's it. To be positive my tactic, never believe anything I read that's written in black ink. It never been that dim, check it, yo. I'm a student, sales promotion, controlling my own emotion. I'm moving like locomotion, my words are just like an ocean. Deep and I try involving the sheep and help them evolving. Many problems we're facing, let's come together to solve them. Many souls have been stolen, but they won't stop my devotion. I'm watching the House of Commons. I can't stand the commotion. I'm not involved in their argument. Cussing, laughing in Parliament. Many secrets are harbouring. Talking truth is a harder thing. Burning, looting and bartering. Can't be harmed because I'm smartening. I speak psalms for the fatherless. I'm not asking for pardoning. Secret handshakes and bargainings. My spars that they're targeting. Got no time to be arguing. I'll be smart till the saga ends. Judge our talks to the hearts of men. Some are clowns that just laugh at them. Minds are blunt but I'm sharpening. Seeing snakes in the grass again. If he's fake then I'm passing him. Paper chasing and hardship will make a slave of a starlet. Turn little Jane to a harlot. It's sad. I'm waiting for retribution, making my contribution, changing the institution, speaking my mind, debating, I'm practicing elocution. No, I'm not fussing and fighting, I'm trying to find a solution. Finding it hard to breathe because of all this smoke and pollution. Talking truth to the nation, won't pay the church's donation. I'm staying true with creation, build a righteous formation where love and life's the foundation. A humble organization, running herb like cremation. Amongst I'm finding salvation, I'm in a time of inflation. Money causes frustration, children suffer starvation while we give in to temptation. And take no time for frustration or Marcus Garvey's quotation. More lies, more loss and taxation. Most I bless you with patience, so I'll endure the duration. Changing planet migration. I'm not a slave to a mason or afraid of Freddy or Jason. Open eyes when I'm aging. I'm like a vinyl rotating. I'm love. Are you one? We say, are you one? You say, I am one. We say, are you one?
Mott.
Well, bro.
Bad.
Let's play unwind your.
What am I do? Know what time it is?
Yo,
On the blizzy. Man like Todd's. Jeez.
Yo, no justice, no peace.
So what?
They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please. When I eat, all my brothers get a piece. Stay high, car brothers.
Come on, big up man like Soil. Act them up in the building. Matt Savage. Jeez. Ari.
Snitch niggas be working with the beast. They working with the beast.
Your link's not in the chat, Snipes.
We
What?
never lost hope. We never had
No.
No, I didn't see it.
It's in the description.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm from, the bro.
Oh, that's where I came from.
They just wanna grab big bombs with both hands.
Hey.
And when their sister walls out, they turn
Savior.
savior. Like it weren't you promoting this behavior. Wife and child I prioritize. I see myself in my son's eyes. So I don't wish I can go back in time. I'ma set the situation, make sure that my sun shine. And I'ma only tell him one time. Never chat to the one time. Cause we and them ain't friend. They want us locked in the pen. We're trying to make sure we don't come off the ends. Dog, I don't wanna see no jeweler. I'd rather put down for my son and for my daughter. I wanna give the world to my son. And I wanna give the son to my daughter. Dog, I whip work up in the water. I can do 1 into 1 or get a Z back from a daughter.
Come on. That tune always get a wheel like man. Mutt.
Yo,
You said play it again, Snipes.
Hey, come on.
Yo,
No justice, no peace.
They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please. When I eat, all my brothers get a piece. Stay high, car brothers smoke trees. No justice, no peace. They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please. And while we steady putting work up in the street, snitch niggas be working with the beast.
Nah, not yet.
Pebble bits of both, trying to dodge broke.
Hey.
We never lost hope, we never
had hope.
I come from where the
The
struggle is real. Where if you ain't grinding, you ain't guaranteed your next meal.
Hey.
Where I'm from, the bros don't do romance. They just wanna grab big bombs with both hands. And when their sister walls out, they turn savior. Like it weren't you promoting this behavior. Wife and child I prioritize. I see myself in my son's eyes.
Hey.
So I don't wish I can go back in time. I'ma set the situation, make sure that my sun shine.
Hey.
And I'ma only tell him one time. Never chat to the one time. Cause we and them ain't friend. They want us locked in the pen. We're trying to make sure we don't come off the ends. Dog, I don't wanna see no jeweler. I'd rather put down for my son and for my daughter. I wanna give the world to my son. And I wanna give the son to my daughter. Dog, I whip work up in the water. I can do 1 into 1 or get a Z back from a daughter. I'm honest, like, I would never shoot, yeah, if I'm taking anything, it's everything, so just cool now. Work to the corner that I work. All them man are bitches, all them man for wear a skirt. I've done mine, I could tell you about the dirt, but I'm humble over here with just my balls and my word, dog. I'm comfy on this corner. Them boys sweaty like they sitting in a sauna, dog. I'm comfy on my ones. Cause most these wannabe killers are really just them informers. Me and my troops hopping out of coops, cause they question man's badness, man's about to get them proof. Henny and a boost, that's the juice for man to get loose then. Do up the booth, card they know. Anytime I touch the mic, dog, that's fire. Plus I spit the truth, cause I've never been a liar. White youths out SD ask about me round Briar. Cause I get about, I know road like tire, dog. I work these roads, cause I know my roots. Grew my hair into locks, cause I know my roots. Yeah, we kicked off doors, I still got my boots. Why these fake rappers lying, telling free the truth? Blood, I work these roads, cause I know my roots. Grew my hair into locks, cause I know my roots. Yeah, we kicked off doors, I still got my boots. Why these fake rappers lying, telling free the truth? Yo!
That was Pods, right?
Yeah, yeah.
In the mood for a night out?
Big man top.
Do more of what
Yeah,
you love
yeah.
with 50% off food
He's
at
a
over
real
100
talent, man.
restaurants. Only.
I get him and DJ Raw kind of mixed up.
Yeah, no, that's his brother, isn't it?
Oh, no wonder they look alike.
Yeah, it's his brother. It's his brother. He's his big little brother.
They hella cool.
Mm.
I follow him on IG.
We was together last week. Chevs is their cousin, right?
I don't know.
No, that's what I'm telling you. Chevs is their cousin.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. Oh, right on.
They got a talented family, no?
I see.
Yeah.
I know it's a tight circle. I follow all of y'all. Except you on private. So when people on private, that means you got family in there. You know what I mean?
That? On what?
Your IG.
Oh, my IG's hacked at the moment. That's
right.
That's the only reason. When I get back in, you're right. Of course, man. You can do whatever, man. Sign in. Once you sign in, that's how I have to have it. If I had it open, it'd be a mess.
I got you.
I got you. Yeah. So from years back when you first get on there, you lock the thing, and then people have to request, and
Okay, well, I'm throwbacks. I would be throwbacks. Reality TV. That's me.
Okay. All right. When I sort that out. This one's for Axum still. Mad thing. Say nothing.
Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's leaner. Blood, I'd rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what that mean? What that mean? Best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's leaner. Keep ties to the mob. Stay on job for the peace. MOB, why would I run? If I got my machine, when I got that, best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Dogs jumping out the van like Scrappy and put 6 9s to your face. Back to Cashy. I was in N with dubs like Dappy, get the trappy in the tracky, make a hot cat, take the day off and turn cappy. Scurrying with a baddie, with a fatty puffin' Cali. You're actually a patty, the chatty on the lappy. I was aggy in a nappy. I went from snatching bags with Danny to waiting in the alley with a bally and a strally. I ain't here to dilly dally. Show Sally, give me the loot and keep the fanny. I smoke wacky backy to keep from going scatty. I'm from where they pull up on Ducatis and get clappy. I ain't got no fire in the booth for no Grammys. No hardest bars or songs for champagne pappy. So I get love from the yardies and the ackies, Marlies and the paddies. If you're true, holler at me. Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's leaner. Blood, I'd rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what that mean? What that mean? Best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's leaner. Keep ties to the mob. Stay on job for the peace. MOB, why would I run? If I got my machine, when I got that.
Best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Oi, they're closing in. Look. They poison the water and sky. Now they're hunting my brethren with needles. Best be ready to die just to protect your people. They're coming with all type of evil. So right now knowledge is vital. Cause if you can't see the rival, you must be living with your thumbs in your eyeballs. I push weed in a big spliff and I burn mine eye too. I need all that ganja, cause they tryna test my gangster. They been tryna take my life and now they wanna vax my youth. I soon load up with the gang and go crazy like big spliff for that, whoa. So you know what man's lean. Lean up. Blood I'd rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what I mean? What I mean? Best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Big spliff for that, whoa. So you know what man's lean. Lean up. Keep ties with the mob. Stay on job for the peace. M.O.B. Why would I run? If I got my machine? When I got that, best be ready to die if you wanna be free.
Mad.
Red pill trill. Why would I care? Fevy black actor got $1 billion from Black Panther. My friend's mum died from mad cancer. The YGs let off the door in a chicken
MD
shop.
up in the building.
And they actually think that that's gangster. Genocidal like Rwanda. So fuck Disney and Wakanda. Why would I care? If Paige was eating Alicia. In the streets we got beef with the Reaper. Trying to put my peeps in a sleeper. Why would I care? If Chip squash beef with Bugsy Malone. Pigs still trying to find drugs in my own. Tap me chatting to the plug on the phone. Why would I care about a monkey top from H&M? From a fuck you block in a crazy ends. No love for cops, the Jakes hate my friends. Like my cousin up, gave him 8 to 10. It'll probably never be the same again. So why would I care? If Sneako really turned into a cat. Another OG that turned into a rap. Postcode beef turned my flats into a rap. So why would I care about Ugo or Oscar? Ugo or Grammy? It's not helping me get food for my family. I don't give a fuck. I'm rude and I'm anti. Kids think they're sick because they listen to Lowski. This ain't a game, it isn't Shinobi. No comebacks, you get dipped with a pokey. So why would I care whose team lifted a trophy? Why would I care if Wiley accepted an MBE? I'd rather hit the Queen with an M16. Run up Parliament, I met them scream. Why would I care? Very black actor got $1 billion for Black Panther. My friend's mum died from mad cancer. The YGs let off the door in a chicken shop.
Boom.
Today we honor the 3rd year of our quest against the legions of Siroc.
Woohoo! Oh yeah, party!
Easy that business. Come on. This one's for MJ, wherever she is. I hope she's listening to this, man. Come on, man. Big up MJ, man. Hope to see you soon. Come on. Big up the Yeah crew.
Yeah, this is England, green line of etiquettes, manners and disciplines. 3 lagons on shirts of the citizens, but there's no lagons here, there's a significance. Yeah, this is England, hard-working men working hard for their dividends. Run out of work, now they can't find enough of this money stuff, so they just blame it on immigrants. Yeah, this is England, the kingdom, the land that I'm living in. Monarchy, empire, and new millennium. Man, it's so mad, man, I'm telling them. Yeah, this is England, poverty, politics, turn man to simpleton. Single mum out looking food for her little one. Daddy's gone cause of how Babylon systems run. Yeah, this is England, Buckingham Palace and strawberries in Wimbledon. Bankers, crack addicts, fanatics and vagabonds. Tell me what problems are mad upon. With all of this, why is it me that they're tripping on? All just for this herbal tea that I'm sipping on. Someone silence to talk about the medicine. They can't cut off this mic that I'm blessing on. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, this is England, America's daddy, the evident number one, the international immigrant. The culture, the great, the benevolent. Where people debate over everything, sing songs of praise about the slaves that they never been. It's funny how people here never think about the words of the song that they forever sing. Yeah, this is England, council estates with no divisions in. Just people pissed off with the richer men. The people that's ripping off each of them. Can't keep fooling them up like the preacher them. Bum politicians, not one of them speak for them. You feel it, then turn up the speaker then. And then free up, break out of the sheeple pen. And go look for relief. Bun up a fire, I light up the sheets. How they gon' fight you for finding some peace? What Haile Selassie I said in his speech. He said that it's not a is, it's becoming. Words for the wise to stop nuclear bombing. The man that taught man to be all that he can. Overstand before it ends in the bank.
Come on. Big up everybody up in the building.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Come on. Jeez, Carnival this year, no playing. Come on. What? Jeez. We got Backland Village. Jeez. Don't know. If you don't know, get to know. Yeah, this is England.
The new 888 poker.
Yeah. Oh, no. All right, you get ya. Some people be waiting for the tune still.
Yo, her eyes are black pearls, staring at the map of the world. All in black, cameras snapping my world. Glad she's a girl, the one anointed. May that's the name that she shall appoint with. Supreme justice cut from 48 laws of royal scripts. Kings who Kemet, caught for coiling bits in the courtroom, defended by a lawyer's lips. From the patriot laws that hold the poor orphanage. Pale horses tread over hell's fortress. Left countries in debt in exchange for resources. Boardroom meetings discussing events that must take place in every fourth season. Atrocities of war, treason, misled soldiers and vets. Stab opium in their flesh, whores and sex. Sonos and text. This world's cornered in debt. Terraform us through what we consume. Poisonous foods, cancer cells spread. The population agenda's ahead. I fled a jackal, busting shots through the capital, hoping I can catch the devil with this Adam's apple. For the psychological madness we adapt to. Yeah. For the psychological madness we adapt. Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet. Causing havoc, torturous sadness, torment and madness. Caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swim the atlas, putting my thoughts on the canvas. Lord have it.
What? Pull up. Come on, early. You know this thing's fire. Mud.
Yo, her eyes are black pearls, staring at the map of the world. All in black, cameras snapping my world. Glad she's a girl, the one anointed. May that's the name that she shall appoint with. Supreme justice cut from 48 laws of royal scripts. Kings who Kemet, caught for coiling bits in the courtroom, defended by a lawyer's lips. From the patriot laws that hold the poor orphanage. Pale horses tread over hell's fortress. Left countries in debt in exchange for resources. Boardroom meetings discussing events that must take place in every fourth season. Atrocities of war, treason, misled soldiers and vets. Stab opium in their flesh, whores and sex. Sonos and text. This world's cornered in debt. Terraform us through what we consume. Poisonous foods, cancer cells spread. The population agenda's ahead. I fled a jackal, busting shots through the capital, hoping I can catch the devil with this Adam's apple. For the psychological madness we adapt to.
Cheese. Come on.
Yeah.
For all the psychological madness we adapt.
Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torture and sadness, torment and madness, caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swung the atlas, putting my thoughts on the canvas. Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torture and sadness, torment and madness, caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swung the atlas, thoughts on the canvas. Taped on the wire, raining fire, Saturn alien robes, blast my way through a pagan's abode. Spirits catch me with a touch harder than brimstone. 6 looking like clones, gripping my coat. Wonderful light skin tone seduce me. Named Lucy, said she admired the truth I speak. A fine harlot with a plate between her knees. She lured baby fathers with bloody dances to set up some rape charges. Some even got their brains blasted. Mysterious cases, bottle-shaped waist. She walks to the lowest center of gravity, trying to grab it with the essence of a woman's worth. Pulling my shirt, whispers in ears to full of with sperm. She lusted me to give her what she couldn't return. Pure blasphemy. Before I knew it, she turned and asked me. Her marble floors turn to fire, just reflections of desire. Images jump out the frame and attempt to pierce my attire with spears. She said the words I speak is relevant every 24,000 years. The next come around is near, spoken by prophets, pharaohs and witch doctors. A glitch in the equinox is upon us. Your death is a promise which has to be made to the higher forces we pray. Outside display the portal in space, black clouds and cyclone winds. Sing Orion's hymn before I snap the gin in his forehead and study the science of this dream before I woke from this torment. Studied the science of this dream before I woke from this torment. Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torture and sadness, torment and madness, caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swung the atlas, putting my thoughts on the canvas. Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torture and sadness, torment and madness, caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swung the atlas, thoughts on the canvas. Yo, the beast is trying to annihilate the young seeds. Aspartame fluorides within the fruits we eat. Save the babies, save the babies. The beast is trying to annihilate our young seeds. Aspartame fluorides within the fruits we eat. Save the babies,
Save the babies. Come on. Fire. I could listen to that all day, man. It's a mad thing. It's crazy. One of my favorites.
All night you should have pressed record, you know. The camera. Yeah. You don't come right in the chair. You don't come out from underneath this after. Trust me.
Big up all my wake and bakers. You know what I mean? Do your thing, man. Out of mercy.
When we come, weed up a bun, weed up a bun, weed up a bun. When we come, weed up a bun, weed up a bun, weed up a bun. When we come, weed up a bun, weed up a bun, weed up a bun. When we come, weed up a bun, weed up a bun, weed up a bun.
Pick up a spliff and drift. I'm not a stoner, it's a lift. Real herb man know what it is. Sativa smoke, no coke in my chest. No gas, no diesel, no crack, no B, just cess. You can ask anyone that knows weed, I'm blessed. No cigarette for the eye, just merge your tie. Wrap that with the lettuce if it goes dry. Put that in the fridge, it will stay fresh. Right next to the parsley and cress. They should sell herb next to the fruit and veg. It's good for the body and good for the meds. Gives you a good feeling, toes to the head. I'm sitting on the ceiling, smoking the head, thinking about life and it don't make sense. Like, why we gotta pay for food? And why the homeless ain't got food? The more I think, the more it's changing my mood. The more I wanna know more of the truth. The more I gotta show that to the youth. I wanna eat something so I peel some fruit. Give thanks for the present that grew from the root. Then I wanna drink something so I draw for a juice. Take 2 sips, then I draw on a zoo. Wanna learn something so I watch YouTube. Something deep with about 1,000 views. Study and breathe like the Shaolin dudes. Stay disciplined and master the moves. Master the self cause it's harder to do. Wanna write something so I draw for a tune. I look out the window, gaze at the moon. Man ain't gonna get there anytime soon, but it still makes me feel like I am in tune. One with the night and day, I'm alright. I'm not afraid of the dark or the light. I'm just a weight spraying bars on the mic. Gotta stay level so I take 2 draw. And the something tastes good so I take 2 more. Herb's not a jug, herb is a cure. Ask anyone why do they smoke it for. My spliff cycle, my Rizzler's raw. Gotta stay natural, stick to the pure. Wanna go sit down next to the shore and look to the sea. Don't wanna feel trapped, I've gotta feel free. There's so much more that's inside of me. So much potential that I can see. Let me master my chi. Take off my trainers, tie up my gi. Bar to the sensei, step on the mat. I'm doing all this while I'm sitting down on the flat. I'm astral traveling, imagine that. All because of this green herb that's in my sack. I don't know why herbs are under attack. When herb is the best of the herbs, they got it like what is the best is the worst. It's a crying shame and a curse on itself. Staying ignorant is a burden to health. Don't be ignorant or under a spell. Study the earth, that's knowledge of self. And know that knowledge is power. Cause they wanna tell man sweet is sour, not knowing what's real and that. and I'm not really feeling that. That's why I gotta read and that. Food for the brain, I gotta feed on that. It's real nourishing like a vegan snack. Let me take 2 more pulls with the kush ting. Herb for the outlaw, herb for the hoodlum. In the Arabic tongue, herb is a Muslim. Can't tell me nothing about herb, it's a good thing. It grew on Solomon's grave. Moses lit up the ting in the cave. Bruce Lee used it to ease the pain. Tosh told them, let me tell them again. Legalize it, not to do it insane. Dave Chappelle linked up Mary Jane. Charlotte Green cut live TV, cause she couldn't take no more, watch it and see. Rick Simpson hills people for free, what you know about me? I'm ready to die, defending a tree. Chain man to the trunk, love the forest, a little something like gum. For no reason, man, I'll get up and run. Lift man for the feeling, man, I'll tell a man come. If we stand together, then we're gonna stand stronger. Free the herb and we're gonna live longer. Plant a seed, add water and sun. Pick up the herb, put down the gun. Pick up a Rizla, fill it and bun. Pick up the roots, put down the rum. Good for the back, sweet to the tongue. Good for the blood and circulation. More love, more life, more cultivation. Ain't nothing new under the sun, so I gotta connect to the old and the young.
Jeez, bad man. Come on. I like this track. I like this track, man.
I've been trying to relax a bit, yeah. But they call you pussy if you are a pacifist. But the lyrics still pack a punch, not lacking grit.
Jeez.
Think I didn't see shit cause I didn't grow up in the maddest bits.
What?
I'm just not down with the fake persona. Never smell the bullshit in the air, fuck a fake aroma.
Jeez.
I only walk with the real as of late alone. Accentuated by the fact that I'm always sober. Some think I'm serious, moody, some think I'm weird.
What?
Some days I think it'd be better to disappear. The mountain told me to see shit a little clear. Get control of my psyche, the biggest weapon is fear. The biggest healer of tears, or so I'm told. Feel like I'm wiser but growing old. Everyone around me is settling down.
Bad boy tune. Bad boy tune. Pull up. I had to pull it up. Come on, big up Miss Sarah.
I've been
Big
trying to
up
relax
Zion.
a bit, yeah. But they call you pussy if you are a pacifist. But the lyrics still pack a punch, not lacking grit. Think I didn't see shit cause I didn't grow up in the maddest bits. I'm just not down with the fake persona. Never smell the bullshit in the air, fuck a fake aroma. I only walk with the real as of late alone. Accentuated by the fact that I'm always sober. Some think I'm serious, moody, some think I'm weird. Some days I think it'd be better to disappear. The mountain told me to see shit a little clear. Get control of my psyche, the biggest weapon is fear. The biggest healer of tears, or so I'm told. Feel like I'm wiser but growing old. Everyone around me is settling down. Giving up on dreams in exchange for the pounds. It's confusing just finding your way. In 2 minds, Gemini, born the last week of May. The world's in need of leaders. We got Boris and May. Tried not to get political, but what can I say? Fuck them. Feeling like we're stuck in a maze. I just wanna get up and away. I don't talk if I got nothing to say.
Lord have mercy.
If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace. If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace.
Still surrounded by dreamers, sleepers, walking speakers distorting the mental views of the fallen. Evil is talking, projected through their recordings. Secretive sorcery, selling souls like they're Jordans is fuckeries cause of covered seas. How many hungry humans hunting for money trees, consuming everything they see until there's none for we. I had to sit and learn the lesson from the honeybee. Float under the sun, I'm free, tending to my mother's needs. Pollinating planets, don't panic, just overstand it. A man is only a man and it's mad, he's making it manic. Order out of chaos is the order of the day, it's that way. Cause they formulate the hates, they're emphatic. They'll sell you death in a packet and then we buy it and say it tastes good. Just how we like it, but we're wrongly guided to keep on siding with the system that's violent and doesn't listen to the teachings of the king, but it's lying like it's the Christian. Lions are in my vision, I'm smiling because I'm different, not blinded by my religion. Been guided back to a kingdom, experience teaching me wisdom. Victims been tricked into eating everything that they're given, that's not my decision. Rastas stay practicing idle living cause the food is killing. Salt and sugar like heroin heroin, all of this belly filling, cock sniffing and henny sipping. Got our medi slipping, gotta stay woke or stay in prison when it meant to fit in.
If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace. If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace.
Man, that was fire, man. That was fire. That was fire. That was fire. Big up everybody who's tuned in. We ready. Let's get ready. Let's get ready. Let me put this thing up in the chat so people can jump on. We ain't doing that today. We're on that sniper monologue and that. Allow it. Come on. Come on, baby, baby, come on. If you were every night. Big up, big up, big up. Well, where's Triller, man? I wonder where Triller is. Or any of my Asian brothers, because we're going to pick up where we left off last time. Still, the video's there. I found it quick. Boom. One time. So, yeah. And anyone else jump on, man? Pick up yourselves. Don't know what it is. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. Always lemonade. Always for people to jump on. Always lemonade. Come on. Bop. Mm-hmm. Come on. We got the team. We got the two. Let me change my picture. Boom. You saw the cover. You saw the title. Let's get that 120 lessons going. Big up, chefs. Come on. Sherelle, like number 28. Boom. So, yeah, jump on, man. People jump on. Take a seat. Even if you're there, I'm mute. Yeah. There's nice spaces, man. Nice spaces. Boom. Come on, lads. What in the paganism? Boom. Boom. What your ass? Yes, sir. We're ready, man. We're ready. Big up, calling me Carter. There's bare ladies in the chat today. Hi. You should do your ladies hour, man. Jump on early and get it done, man. If you want. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, we haven't got MJ, but yeah. Easy one of my sisters can jump in the shoes and take control of this shit. Alright. Easy. So let me know, man. In the next half hour, a little bit of this video. You get me? For some people to jump on. You get me? So like, yeah, let's do that. Let's go. Let me press play. Boom.
Give up this heavy freedom that we have to carry with all the decisions and the effort it implies.
Freedom in the East is freedom from individuality. So it's a detached freedom that has no high place of man. And a lot of the Eastern way of thinking is like a sort of mist that falls in, or it's been described as an embrace that smothers any differences.
I found that I lost my identity somehow. He had no identity. He was a sort of conduit to the infinite. And I was somehow at the receiving end of something very strange and extraordinary.
It is part of the world of illusion, and the goal is to
Big up, Axel.
yourself from it. So
Big up, Michael.
view of, say, social action or passion
What is this?
or an
Oh, man's
outraged
putting it
concern to see justice in this world. On the contrary, if you do things like that, very often you're just tinkering with a person's karma.
They believe that when a person
What's going on?
suffers, that
What
is
is
what
this?
he's due as a result of the law of karma, because you've done something very sinful in this lifetime or in a past lifetime. So there's very little compassion.
See, I asked man if karma is bad. Get me? And if it's the same as Karma Sutra. So I'm like, yo, I don't know. What's going on? Get me? I need some Asians to come and help me. Some Hindus. Something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, jump on, the Asian family. Come on. You need some
hiding in
explanation now. Come on.
hiding in the bleachers and that.
Come on, come on, wherever you are. Come on.
Wherever you are. Chilla's still probably just like sleeping in his own vomit right now.
Ah, shit. Yeah,
Getting
yeah.
up from the bed all sticky and that. Like, allow it, man.
Ew, Michael.
Mad. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe not.
hey.
Big up, Chilla.
Yeah,
Had
we
his
don't,
coffee
we
already.
don't, we don't
Hey,
hide
Chilla.
it. I think you were just projecting there about vomit and cum and all that shit and your bed sheets. Like I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do in your time, bro. That's you, man.
No one said come though.
You don't need to tell whatever, man. Your sticky bed sheets. I don't know what the fuck you do, bro. Carry on. You know what I mean? You carry on, mate. You carry on.
You're
But
right,
like,
Chilla, it's jokes,
no,
man. It's jokes.
it's okay. It's okay. But you know what I mean? End of the day, bro. Give me when I fucking jump on and people want to talk shit. You know what I mean? You lot should know better, innit? Yeah. And you know what? The reason I jumped on last time as well, obviously, is an interesting video. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I wanted you to jump on.
It is an interesting video, but at the same time, like, you know, I'm bunning
I
up
was
some
only playing with you, man. Don't worry about that, man.
But hear me out, innit? I'm bunning up, bro. Like, I'm gonna give you like a little bit of a like just 1 minute of what I'm doing, innit? Yeah. I'm bunning out these racists, you get me? Yeah, that are out there, proper racists, you get me? Yeah, that are just openly fucking think it's okay, innit? Yeah, to be racist. I'm like, all right, cool. It's okay for me to expose it too. Then you get me? Yeah. Now, obviously, I'm after you get me like these a lot of these white guys that are chilling with Jupiter a lot, right? Going on her panel, right? Who else goes there? People like Raj, you get me? So when people like Raj are obviously getting chummy with certain people, right? I'm obviously very suspicious of that. Do you understand? Because I know he's a piece of shit. So you gotta appreciate, bro. I'm trying to look at it in a broad way. You know what I mean? So like, you know what I mean? You have to understand, innit, that there is gonna be some sort of prejudice, like, you know what I mean? Because I'm starting to get a bit more a bit more annoyed with.
But don't let him wind you up, man. Don't let him wind you up. What you need to do really is like, all right, you do that, right? But when you're around us, you don't really need to emphasize things that we already know. We know Raj very well. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's a different type of thing. And in most case, I don't care what your opinion is. Yeah. It means nothing to me. It's not in a bad way. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It just means like I can listen to your opinion. I like a different opinion. Do you get what I'm saying? It makes for a good conversation.
I understand that. Now, one of the reasons I'm bringing Raj's name up, right, is because see, like how you're going to see a lot of people with turbans here, right? You're going to get a lot of people like Raj in that same light. They're just doing their own thing. You get me, right? Whereas, you know what I mean? Like you got an ideology like Sikhi, for example. If you're following it, great. If you're not, then you're doing your own thing. And like people like Raj and other people you're going to see here, fake gurus, and you know what I mean? And you were talking about karma a second ago.
Yeah.
And I mean, all this stuff, like a lot of this stuff is going to be like, you know what I mean? Like you're going to have one people saying one thing, and then you're going to have the real explanation, the actual definition of what things are. You get me, right? So I would emphasize that you guys, like, you know what I mean, use the resources like Google and stuff like that. just to double check when it comes to karma and then Kama Sutra, because otherwise you're going to lead people to believe something that is not true, right?
Well, I'm
So
not leading anyone to believe anything.
no, but that's what
point is,
happens. You know what I mean?
No, to
Yeah.
examine, you must be you must be conscious
Big up,
of your
family.
actions. Yeah,
Big up, Shells.
my duty out here is to teach. You get what I'm saying, or to go through information together. We don't, and then as we said, we don't get emotional about information, and we're not
right, but
dummies. Hold on, that we watch something and then we become attracted and follow that way of thinking. That's not that's not fair.
Bro, all I'm saying is,
put that on people.
if I'm look, all right, if I'm hanging around and basically like last time, right, I'm gonna double check what I'm saying when it comes to you're saying like Kama Sutra. We had that conversation last time. You said it's different. You know what I mean, right? But if you don't look it up, if you're unsure, then it's other people are also gonna remain unsure. That's all I'm saying. Now, bro, it's cup final today. You get me? Yeah. So I'm out and about, innit? Yeah. But I just wanted to jump on and
you're
say,
out and about, Trilla, today. You're leaving your house.
It's a beautiful fucking day. What are
you
talking
going?
about?
Are you so? What are you going? Are you going to what? Are you going to the pub to watch it?
I mean, I could be. I could be going to the match. You know what I mean? So. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Motion, why you gotta be like that? Motion, why you gotta spoil his dreams and stuff?
Yeah, you think
his dream was for us to believe him. Why did you have to spoil it?
He's gonna go.
It don't matter, man. If he's going to watch the match somewhere, that's fine. But you ain't going to Wembley to watch it. That's all.
All I'm saying is,
how do you know he ain't going there,
You don't know. I go to Wembley to watch events. Don't get it twisted. Anyway, look, big up people. Yeah. I'll leave a lot to it. Innit? Yeah. Have a good show and take
care. Have a good day.
Well,
chill
come
out,
on later.
bye.
Jump on later when you finish.
Pause and that.
It'll be a busy day.
Come on.
All right, cool.
Big up.
It's true. We don't want him when he's By the time he comes back, he's gonna be folded, inebriated. Oh, yeah, fuck you, fuck the world.
Big up, F.T.K. F.T.K. Axum.
Sorry, I didn't see Eunice in the chat. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Oh my god. Oh, it's too early. It's and it's not even that early, but it's just early. Please. Oh man.
Never too early.
Big up, sis. You're right.
Yeah, good. I'm just making some buna. How are you guys?
Oh, some buna.
Are you making buna while listening to Buna Boy? Man.
Is that meant to be a Burner Boy?
Buna Boy is the bait version they got.
Okay. It's like the rip-off version,
it's
right?
My life.
Okay, right. The rip-off version of Burner Boy.
Yeah, man. Imagine Eunice singing it.
Oh, why? What's wrong with you? I swear Unks woke up on smoke this morning. I don't know what's going on with you. It's just
a baby.
Anyways, guys, I'll be on the panel. I was trying to stay on the panel for today, but I'm gonna be on silent majority of it. I'm packing. No, what? I'm packing today.
Are you packing?
Move your blood clot. We're moving to my sister's.
Oh yeah? Okay.
Yeah, this blood clot house. Got these drinking, stinking people. Them fifth.
You know? No, that's good still. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll be about. So what's this? What are we talking about today? I saw 120 reasons. Was it 120 reasons? So what does that
mean? 120 lessons.
Lessons. Oh, lessons. Thank you.
Yeah, 120 lessons, mate.
About what though? Or is it just in general?
Man. You know we do. You know we do. Yeah. We're gonna analyze stuff. But I wanted to go back to the video, but I wanted Triller here still. But any Asian will do still.
New Age Hinduism and paganism exposed. Full movie documentary. Okay. Now I understand why.
And we was halfway through it. You know what I mean?
Sneaky, where are you?
Mud.
Listen, stop playing games, yeah? Hey, don't mud me.
There's enough
when you've done worse.
To do 2 women's hour, Like,
not now, Unks. Not now. We got to, you got to let us build some type of, momentum, and then we can jump up. Just give us some time, car.
Yeah, some people go rocking at the yard. No, sorry. My bad.
Ox, you know you ain't no fucking sorry. You know you ain't damn sorry about.
There's
Oh,
bare
sorry.
allegations going on. There's bare allegations,
Ox
No,
is
man.
not
bare
sorry.
allegations.
Why would he
Rats
sing
and
it?
cats.
Why would he sing it and
Oh, the rats
then
and
say
cats.
sorry? We
Where's
both
Vic?
know he
Wait, what's
man.
missing, you know? Where's
Motion,
Vic?
why are you caping?
Who,
Can
me?
someone send the link? Can someone send the
Yeah.
link to
How am
Vic?
I caping?
You got this big old red cape on at the
Yeah?
moment.
No, I
What,
don't
wait.
know.
Explain how I'm
Because you
caping
said,
by saying.
because you said, why are people assuming? I was the only person that had said something at the time, so of course you're talking to me. Yeah, why
Who
are you
said anything
caping for
about
us?
assuming? Who said anything about assuming?
What did you say? Assumptions, no?
I didn't say anything. Love.
Motion so lie. Motion, what did you
I
just
didn't
say?
say nothing,
What
chefs. I
did
did not say.
Motion just say?
I
Axel, what
said
did Motion just say?
before that. I said there's bare allegations in the chat.
That's it, allegations.
Yes. So what's the cape about saying there's allegations?
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. I thought you was
Yeah,
caping
see,
for Unks.
you see what happened. You're too hot-headed and you're too ready to jump and rare tear.
And so are
Settle
you. You're not
yourself.
hot-headed, no. You're not hot-headed, no. Bomba clock
I went
lie.
on
Never
no
stop
smoke.
telling lie, Motion.
No,
Never
I'm not
stop telling
hot-headed.
lie.
I can be hot-headed, but
Motion,
straight
use
up,
a hot head.
I'm not gonna make you lie and say that I was on some passer when I wasn't. Of course, I'm gonna correct that intermediately. Of course, I would. Come on. There's no cape on here, man. We're not playing Black Spike Superman out here. Come on, stop this, man. There's no
What's
cape.
that?
Black Superman, he was cape. Fucking hell, come on, chefs.
I don't know about Black Superman.
Yeah, I don't
I
either.
don't want this.
Yeah,
Yeah, so.
Yeah, anyway, be allegations, me, I hear.
Yeah.
I heard Axum sipped a different type of buna. That's all the allegations that was
No,
going
it's
on.
not a different type of buna. It's a normal buna.
What? What are you trying to say, Motion?
No, I'm saying the allegations are that she sips a different type of buna. That's what I'm saying.
Do you know what did the person that made the allegation tell you what kind of buna it was?
No comment. No comment. No comment.
You don't smoke today, Motion, yeah?
Who, me?
Mm-hmm.
No,
I'm just saying.
He's just saying. He just saw it in the chat. Like there's war going on. There's a war going on outside.
Big up, Unique.
Yo,
there's a war on the
hey, Sniper. It coming like.
There's a
Hey,
war
Sniper, it
on
coming
the
like a raggy old man. They're trying to murk me out here.
There's a war on the rail. There's a war on the motherfucking rail.
Mad.
Just see, they're trying to murk raggy old man, fam. Allow me. I'm just reporting about the war,
You
man.
know what? Do you know what? Do you know what? Yeah. Do you know what, Jedi? Do you know what, Jedi? Dirty stinking Jedi. Dirty boy Jedi. We ain't not going about your ways. You sleep from last night.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, they are come trouble people.
Which girl are drinking other girls' buna? I just wanted to know. I just wanted to be clear.
Mad.
None of us have tasted
Buna pan buna. Mad.
I'm not involved in this kind of talk. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know what is buna. This is sorry.
Man said, don't sing my song.
It used to be coffee, but I don't know what.
I don't even know what is coffee, Unks. You see what I'm saying? Like that's how far removed I am from this. Yeah.
Well, you don't drink coffee.
I don't know what that is, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. What is that?
Coffee.
Yeah, let him know, Chef. You ain't on the buna. Tell him. A magnum your drink. You're not drink. Yeah, you're not drink buna. Magnum your drink. Is it?
Yeah.
Why you do this, man?
Cappuccino, something.
No, I don't know what these things are. I just know about
Milos.
See, that's why you're always lying on your phone.
Thank you, Motion. The Milos and the Ovaltines and that. You get what I'm trying to say?
And then
The hot chocolates and
you
that.
never get up.
Shut up, Unks.
You're up in bed all day doing that.
Shut your blood clot.
And drink Milo. And drink. You get me?
How can I lie on my front and drink the Milo at the same time?
I don't know. It's coffee. I don't even know why you ever mentioned it.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah, this is ridiculous. This is what I jumped up here for.
What's my man's name?
Where's Milo?
Yeah, stop it, Uncle.
He's in the bed. Yeah. You're saying he didn't do nothing. You was lying on your front. Man.
Wow.
You didn't try and move to me. How you move to someone on their front? What, roll them over? Is that what you're going to do? You're going to roll you up. What?
Get him, Shaz. Get him.
Right,
Bye.
I can't get Unks. There's not. I can't win against Unks. I don't even listen. I don't even try. Yeah, because there's no point. Man said, "How are you lying on your front?" And it's like man.
Man said holics, you know. That's
holics, mad thing, motion. Man, don't rate me. Man said holics.
But when she says she
With your
don't drink
blood
coffee
clot,
and that, it's like
no, but look how we spelled it.
Coffee. I don't know what is coffee. And see, you're not understanding me, Unks. You're clearly not getting it, bro. That's okay. That's okay, you know. You're getting a bit elderly, you know. I've heard you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know, Bunny. Let me. I know.
Yo, dirty Jedi. Something's wrong with Jedi today, you know.
I know sort of vinegar gang. I know it.
Huh?
Get me? It's like you're like trying to reform the team we disbanded already. You get me? Women's Defense League. We broke that up long time, and it's like Sly. You're like trying to form back like Voltron. Mad thing. You know what I'm saying?
I think something's wrong with Jedi, you know.
Something wrong with all of them, Kevin.
I think something's wrong with Jeds, you know. I actually don't know what's wrong with him.
All you ladies in the chat, jump on.
What you mean? All you ladies, what are you doing? What are you doing?
So, Motion, what are you doing? Don't you want to be around ladies instead of man?
You chatting about all my single ladies? Oh, my single ladies. Oh, my single ladies.
Ladies.
Motion acting like he don't want to be around gal. So
not around.
Man, that you want to be around them.
This is virtual. This is virtual. I be around real women.
Did you just call me Sash?
Not Sash, sorry. Shem.
Oh, shit.
Same thing, man. You were lesbos anyway.
Oh, shut up! the one that rides horses and gets broken out. Listen, leave me alone, yeah. Leave me alone, okay? Just leave me alone, okay? I ain't got
you part the lips like it's the Red Sea. You lot think you're Moses. You know how you're playing Moses with your tongue.
Disgusting! How can you say such things?
Yeah, you bean flicker. Get out of here, man.
What's a bean flicker? What's a bean? Nah, you gotta explain that, Motion. Sorry.
Big up, brothers and sisters.
Big up.
Oh, big up, Sneaks.
Oh, you got this mad woman. Come on now.
You're just a hater, Emotion, you know. I realise you're just a hater.
Hey, Sneaks, how's your sister Killer K anyway?
Cause my mind is free.
Sneaks, how's your sister Killer K? Have you seen her recently?
I've seen her.
Listen, shut up.
Have you seen her?
Killer K.
Dot motion.
Oh, go on. Dot motion, yeah.
Dot motion.
Wow,
Hey, listen, now you're the person that lives in an area called Sodom. Allow it.
Sodom and Gomorrah, mad thing. I can't lie, that's all crazy.
Sodom, Birmingham.
Not even
in Birmingham.
Not even
in Birmingham.
I'm done.
Your accent.
I'm sorry, I'm finished.
You sound no different to Gabby Agbonglaho. That's what's wrong with Birmingham.
Because it's too far for you to get to via horse.
I swear.
Okay, you can't gallop your way to Birmingham. That's what you're mad about.
Well, you know what? I'm in Birmingham today, you know. I'm in Birmingham today, you know.
You better go feed your horse before it dashes you off it next time you jump on.
Yeah, keep walking. Just walk past the stream.
Innit? Don't put on them tight riding pants that you usually wear.
Hey, Sneak, she could have rotted ass, class.
When you're riding horse and them things there.
You're
riding, you're doing a motion.
We're riding,
you're the riding.
Oh, no,
grown man rides horse.
Wait.
Have you been taking lessons from odds on that?
No.
Can you hear these haters? They're pissed on riding a horse because they ain't got nothing to ride. Mad. You can't make the sitting quint. You can't make the quint.
Don't be hater.
You can't make the sitting quint.
Oh, I can make my thing quint.
What?
Yeah, you asked a question, so I answered it. Sorry.
The other two don't know what that means. They just use incense. Man.
Yeah, sorry. What is this? What is this?
They use quincense. They can't make it quint. They use quincense instead.
What is this quint?
One's using curry powder and stuff. to dash
Oh
it.
my God, uncle.
Mad,
that one?
little bit of
Are you trying to
turmeric,
say?
mad thing.
Yeah.
Little bit
Turmeric.
turmeric. Some
It was.
Baileys.
And
No,
how
man.
exactly does that work? Can you explain to us how that works, please?
I
What's
don't know
that?
if that was wedding
What, the
or
curry and
whatever
the
was
stuff?
finished.
How it
Yeah. At
Yeah,
works
what
for
I
the
see a
point
pom
does
pom.
woman.
curry
See a
get
woman.
introduced? Where did this
Lift
come
up the
from?
Listen,
woman.
Are you
Say,
see,
trying to
I don't
say?
know.
Are you
I
trying to
don't know.
say
I
that my
don't know.
fanny
I'm
is
not
curry
involved.
flavored? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
no.
I
Mate,
don't know.
Ellie.
I don't know.
I'm
mate,
just
This
trying
was
to establish what's
mate,
happening over
I
here.
don't
All
know. I
right.
don't know. I'll have to ask. I'll have to ask Triller. I'll
mate.
have to ask Triller if it's flavored like
Now
curry.
fuck
No.
off. Are
Martin,
you
Martin,
mad? Are you
Martin,
mad? Don't get me
Martin.
triggered. Don't get me triggered and have me shouting down the place. All right.
Oh
Triller said
shit!
you got. Triller said you got an aroma of lentil dal. Mad.
Listen,
How does
Triller could
Triller
never. Triller in his life
know?
could
Motion.
never.
Triller's an international,
Triller could never
outer
get near
national
my golden
gallus.
vagina. Are you mad?
International,
Yeah.
Martin.
Every
So he's
Asian
gone
child.
overseas. He's gone
Get me?
overseas for the pom
He's
pom
been
to
all
buy
over
it.
England. He's
Martin,
been all over England still. You get
Martin,
me? Every
Martin.
Asian
Yeah,
community, he's known.
yeah.
Triller
He's
can never
known
get
out
near
there.
something
Get me?
like this. This
You
is
get
why
me?
he buys prostitutes.
Why are you chatting shit for? Why are you chatting worse? Why don't you just tell the
Listen,
truth and say you used to be married to Triller, you divorced him,
What?
and he's
are you
stalking you
dumb?
online? Why don't you tell the
Are you
truth?
dumb, Motion? Is
It
this?
sounded good as well.
Do we
I'm not
need
gonna
to
lie,
make
that sounded
arrangements
good.
for the
It was
old
a good
people's
line.
home?
That was a good one.
No,
Are you getting
seriously,
to old
listen, no,
age?
listen, no,
Right.
seriously,
Bro.
seriously, I really believe you lot should just go back to the good Rara, yeah,
Oh, fuck
sip on
off,
some
please.
chai, you get me? Make
I'm
you
sipping on chai
you chai
right
bana,
now.
you get
What's
me? And then you see it there?
Chai
Yeah,
bana, you know.
I don't
Zuta
even know.
bana,
I don't
yeah,
know.
Zuta
I'm
bana,
learning.
and then just, you
Chai
get me?
How
bana.
does
Talk
this
about,
guy
120
know all
lessons.
these
120
words? I
lessons.
swear down.
Shebs,
120
he's
lessons.
making them up in his head, you know.
Okay,
I'm
because
not making it up, I'm not making
I
them up.
thought they were
No, okay,
genuine
chai,
words, you
yeah.
know.
No, they're not. No, hey, chefs,
What is
they're
a chai
genuine words.
bana?
Ask her, what Zuta bana mean? What does Zuta bana mean?
I don't know what the hell that is. Hafti, do you know?
What's chai? What's chai bana? What's chai bana?
Chai?
Can't be called a bad man.
What the fuck is chai bana?
Can't be
You
calling
don't
him
even speak
bad man
language.
Hafti.
Or chai? What?
You don't
Wait,
know your
Hafti
language,
We don't
talking to
even
man.
you,
say
man.
chai. I'm Punjabi. We say cha.
Hafti.
All right.
You're sipping chai, yeah.
Cha.
Listen, chai
Cha,
is like
chai,
the formal way of saying it. We say cha.
yeah.
You get me?
Yeah, chai bana, yeah.
Ah.
So what's chai bana?
Chabana.
So what's chai bana?
Chabana.
I don't know what the fuck chai bana is. You just invented it.
Banana.
Yeah, all right
Sorry,
then.
I
All right
should
then.
behave
It's
myself.
weird because other Asians understand what it is. Man,
Big
go
up
and make the
Cool
tea
Cat, big
anyway.
up
That's what it means. Go and make the
Zion,
No
tea.
big
one
up
understands you.
Robbie,
Okay.
big up
That's what it means.
Nobody
Go
Genuine,
and make the tea.
understand you, bruv.
You wouldn't because I speak
Nobody.
big up
English. I
Unique,
don't speak with a little accent, mad thing.
Listen, you're just jealous,
big
all
up
right.
Sarah, big up Mood Best, Cool
Cool
Cat
cat said
Dublin,
tea
you
with
don't know.
banana. Nah, love it.
Mad thing. See, Mood Best told you, make me tea. He knows what it means, man. Stop it, man. You
Listen, I
fronting.
would make Mood
You
Best
too
tea
bramified, blood.
anytime.
You too
That's my
bramified.
brother.
Man
Now
said
you
tea
become
with
Make
banana.
Mood
bramified.
Best
What?
some tea
What's going on?
anytime. That's my good
Literally,
brother.
your artist sounded like Jack Grealish, love. Stop it. Stop
Mad.
it.
Listen,
Why
shut
are
up your
you
face,
no
all right?
motion? No motion. Why you?
All these
I
football
swear
references
down,
is
yeah.
smart.
I don't
In it,
understand.
Shebs.
We don't get it. We
Aston
don't
Villa as
get.
well.
We
I
don't
don't
get
watch
it, no.
football, so I don't know what you're talking about half the time. Yeah, the good blood clot.
Yeah, we don't understand.
Oh,
Sheds
You
is
know
just
that
trying to
meme with
deflect.
that woman doing all
sorry,
them
sorry.
calculations? That's
Sorry, what
us.
am I trying to do?
You lot hear me?
Who?
Yo,
Can you hear
Jed.
me?
Yeah, a little bit.
Big
Yeah,
up.
louder.
Hi,
Uh-oh.
Jedediah. Hi,
Motion.
Dotty
Who's that?
boy.
Motion. Who's that telling you to check your WhatsApp?
Who's telling who to check WhatsApp?
Smelly pussy.
Oh, you know who that is, man. You seen the investigation? Did you not see Auntie Murder done the investigation already? Go check her video, man.
Man, try to lie and say that smelly pussy wasn't him, yeah?
Okay.
Man can't be a man and man's running around with fake profiles and that, yeah?
Man.
Trolling
Alright,
time.
fuck it, man. These people are mashing up this gym up here, you know. Mad. I'm at work, you know. I'm all in the office just chilling, just dissing these fucking sneaky cow. Mad.
Fight me, Motion. Fight me. Fucking fight me.
I don't fight hermaphrodites, like.
Oh my gosh.
What did he motion.
Oh
No
my God.
motion.
No,
I
you just
swear.
fight
Nah,
horse
I
pussy,
swear.
yeah?
I swear,
You just fight
man.
horse.
Man woke
just like
up
horse, yeah.
on
Horse
smoke this
genitals.
morning. I don't know what's wrong with him. He's worse than Maku at this point.
Mad.
Like,
I'm not gonna
worse than
apologize, but I
us
reined it
today.
in a little bit. Chill up. I'll chill out. I don't apologize, but fuck you. Nah, I'm joking.
Motion, you're not right. You know, you're not right.
I know.
Hey,
I know.
Sarah. Hey,
I'm just fucking
Ashay.
glad, man.
Commander in general.
Apologise, but fuck you.
Big up, baby. Big up, sis.
Big up.
What's wrong with
Yo,
Motion
big up,
today?
Sarah. Big up, Sarah.
You okay?
He's just
No, I have to
on
behave
smoke.
myself.
Sarah, you woke up on smoke. Man, you see when man woke up, yeah? And man opened his eyes. There was just bare smoke coming out of his nose, ears,
Has he been
mouth.
horse riding?
Bare smoke.
This is a lot of allegations.
Is that what it
man.
is?
Only for announcing the allegations. You know what I mean? This
Oh,
is how
no.
you're treating a man. It's fuckery, man. I'm not involved.
Oh, Sarah, you see my
That's where it
picture?
all started, didn't it?
Yeah, that looks
Sarah,
sick,
you see
bro.
my
Not
picture?
gonna lie,
The
still.
hawk thing. That's what I was talking about the other
Yeah.
day, man.
Where did you do that? Like, you don't have to, like...
Country, man, near Bristol.
Cool. That's sick, you know. I didn't know they did that out here.
Yeah, man.
In it, Sash.
Crazy.
I've seen it in Dubai.
Motion
and that,
went
but I've
quiet
never
as
seen
soon
it.
as Sarah jumped on. That's right, Motion. Motion knows
Right. You know
Wait,
what time
wait.
it
You
is.
know
No,
what time it is.
You
That's
know
it. Stay
what time
quiet.
it
Shut your
is.
mouth.
You know you can't mess
You know
with
that was an
Auntie
ad.
you know what?
Sarah.
He was just being respectful.
You know you can't mess
Yeah,
with
I was
Auntie
being,
Sarah.
literally. I was being respectful. Sarah's a
Yeah.
respectable lady. You understand?
Let me
Yeah,
tell you
he's
something.
very
You don't.
respectful. Yeah,
None of you
Soon
man
as
Yeah.
Sarah
want it with
jumped on,
Auntie
quiet.
Sarah's not a
Sarah.
rug muncher like you lot. That's so I treat her
What?
differently.
Did you say you
Did I say that out
lot? You
loud? My
little
bad.
blood
don't say
clot.
you lot,
You
man. I
little
don't want
blood.
problems.
Shut him,
You know what? You're
Motion.
not even a
Piggy in the
little
middle
blood
thing.
clot. You're a big blood clot at this moment in time. You're just a big,
I ain't
round,
telling you no
tough
piggy in the
blood
middle.
clot
Now,
over there.
It's dirty
No, I was
Motion, Chef.
keeping peace. No, I was keeping peace. I was taking my time, chilling out. You
You
lot
I don't
decided
really
wasn't
to
want it.
keeping
draw a man back
peace.
out,
You
yeah?
was not
There you go.
It's your
keeping
turn.
Get me?
peace. You came
Whatever,
up here
man.
on smoke, bro.
What? I don't know what you're
Mood
talking
best.
about.
I love you, but someone
Yes.
dashed Mood best in the bush. Shh.
What did he do?
Move.
What did Mood Best say? What did
Who's
he
pushed you? Who's
He
pushed you
said
at Mood
5 on
Besting?
1.
No,
Unfair.
it is unfair.
No, it's not.
It
Shut
is
up.
4 lesbians on one
First
guy.
of
It's
You're
all,
a
it's
unfair.
man.
4 of us.
No.
First of all,
Whoa.
can you
Let's do that calculation
actually
again.
thank you? Can you actually calculate, bro?
They're gonna attack you with their
Like, can
grind.
You meant
His
minus
voice
1?
is
You meant
breaking.
0?
Sorry, wait. What's going on?
0 lesbian? I
What?
think he meant 0 lesbian.
What are you lot saying?
I don't know what Mood Best is talking about. It's like you can't add up because there's 4 gal on the panel.
Man.
So what's going on here?
No, mood best. Listen, press X and then rejoin in a minute, yeah? Don't let them smoke you out, bro. Don't let them smoke you.
Nah, Mood best is safe.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
We're focused on you.
Yeah, we're good. We're good with Mood Best.
Mood best is cool, though. He don't really...
I say
he
you're
don't
good with
trouble
mood
no
best,
one.
yeah? As opposed to the lesbians
He's
you
our
normally
brother.
What?
Yeah, cheeky
I
Okay.
don't. You not keep bringing up this
I don't know
lesbian
these
thing,
things. Where did
yeah, and I'm
that
confused
lesbian
as
shit
to what
come
you're
from?
talking about. I don't know who these people are, bro.
Same.
No,
Yeah, I
these
don't know.
lesbian
You're talking
terms.
to 2 of them, Sash. Chefs. You're talking to 2 of them.
You keep calling me Sash. Why is that? Let's dive into this.
Axum's a lesbian, and
No,
Sneaks is a
hell no,
lesbian.
I'm not a lesbian. What?
Look at
Nah,
how
then
easy.
you're a horse rider. Pause.
Oh, goodness
Yeah?
me.
Yeah, but that's
Innit?
old now. It's boring. It's
I
so
just
old
want to
and boring
know.
now, horse
I
rider.
just want
The
to know
fact
how do you know
Is it
that they're lesbians?
is
If
it
you don't
old
mind me
for the
asking.
horses when we look
I
when
would
you can
just
see
say,
fear in their
Is
eyes,
it
yeah,
old?
when they see you coming? Pause.
what are you talking about, Sneaks?
Oh, I
You're
don't
gonna call the
know.
Say that
RSPCA,
again.
aren't you?
That was too
Why?
quick.
Why would you
That
do
was
that?
way too quick. I couldn't see that.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you call RSPCA on me? Why?
Because in it,
Oh
like
my god!
horse
What is
riding.
my name? Wait, how did you add my name?
No, I don't know.
Like, what happened?
No, how did you do that?
What did he... I missed that. What did he do?
No, I'm
I
gonna
don't even
call
want to know.
Unc
I don't want to
separately,
know.
you know, and actually ask him how he done this. Nah, bro.
Look at Cool Cat's comment.
Why are we playing this for everyone? Anyway.
Oh,
Do you know what that means?
Cool Cat.
Do you know what that means?
Matting.
I don't think so. Nothing.
I'm just sipping my bunna chai. All right.
Yeah, we know you sipping that bunna. You and Axum sipping each other's bunna. Go on, man. Go on.
Make me sick.
Trying to contaminate poor Chef's young mind as well. Louder sister, man.
Oh
She's
my
Jamaican.
God.
She ain't even fuck with her.
She's a
Leave
big
her alone.
woman out here. She's got her
Trying to
own
recruit
mind.
her.
Right.
Trying to recruit her to your shit. Tell her that, man.
No, they can't recruit me, bro. Stick
Chef,
to the
you're
Jamaica.
not
Jamaica. Tell them.
What are you doing this
Tell them, Chefs.
morning?
Under the sycamore tree.
Loud
Tell them.
Chef, she's a big woman out here.
Listen,
Chefs.
exactly.
Nah,
No,
don't
for
try
real.
and
You
drag
don't need
her
to start
into it.
treating me like I'm a grown up because I'm tired of this shit.
You get me? Tell them. They can't groom you. Tell them they can't groom you to be a lesbo.
Wow.
Get me? Fucking joke.
This man's a groove. Really?
I know, mad to get it, sis. My big 28-year-old
Listen, I
self
need to
next
jump
week.
off.
I'm gonna be big 28, and you know,
Guys, I need to jump off.
with your blood clot.
I'll be in the
Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going?
Excuse me.
She's going for more
Where are you
bunna.
going?
I need
No,
to
because
get
at the end of the
back
day,
on
you
there,
just
ready and do
jumped
some
up, so I'm
things.
confused.
I have to go.
All right. See you later, Sneaky.
Yeah, because it's a nice
Big up,
sunny
Sneak.
day, innit? I got the things to do.
Nah,
I have
big
to
up,
get
Sneaks.
ready.
Big up, Sneaks.
All right, Yeah, man, in a guys. bit. Big up.
Say hello to
Big
the
up
rat as
yourselves.
well. Big up.
Mad.
I said, Uggs, you make it like she's in communication with the rat on a daily basis.
Of course she is.
Like she and the rat have bare
That
conversations.
motherfucker
Who's
be
that?
getting shot for,
Radar, the
all
MC.
sorts.
Hello,
Big up,
Radar.
Radar. Big up, Radar.
That's not family.
Big up. You like
Yeah, I mean.
Radar. I think you're a Nephilim. You're really tall.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But he
How
is
am I tall?
though.
I'm only 6'2".
No. You
Or
cannot be
6'3",
only
should I say.
6'2". It feels like you're like 7, almost.
What?
Yeah, it's really
What was
tall.
he seeing, Axum?
Anyone
Nah,
over 6'2"
Axum,
is
what's
a
wrong with
Nephilim.
you?
Mad thing.
7? From 6'3" to 7.
Mad thing.
Axum, you've seen taller, you know, Bubs.
Is that how you remember
Not
me?
too
Yeah?
Axum.
Tall.
7.
Yeah. But he's tall, Chevy. Remember?
I can't lie,
Bruv, she
yeah, I
wants to
was
see your
kind
height,
of
Radar. She wants to
shocked.
see your
I was
height, bro.
kind of shocked when I saw Radar. I was like, raw, man is kind of long still. Like, I got
Wow.
like look up and stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that you, Radar? Yeah? Is that
So
you're
let
talking
me just
about you,
put
yeah?
in the pause.
Oh, was that a pause moment? Why was that a pause moment though? He's a man, no?
That's cool, man. See you soon.
You used the
No,
phrase long pause.
you didn't have to put
Yeah,
a pause there. I didn't put a pause.
nothing ain't wrong with that. He's
Yeah,
a
but
long
you know
man,
these
isn't it?
man. These man are on something today, so I'm just gonna pause. Okay.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Sarah. You get
Yeah,
me.
you go through
I
with
won't
the
even say what I was
description of
about to say,
Radar, man.
but
That's
big
all
up.
good. You do your thing.
Mosh was itching to say something in it, but
Yeah, I know.
I had to get the pause in.
No, I said you carry on with your descriptive. You carry on, it's fine. I didn't say anything about pause.
I'm just saying.
It was your sisters that said pause, not me. That's what I'm saying.
That was a nice little reversal there. Pick up.
It's true though.
Hey, I got a quick question for the girl on the panel.
That was good.
Yeah, Radar. What are you saying?
Do any of you know or make your own like lotions and stuff like that?
Huh?
Do any of you make your own like lotion?
What you want it for, Radar? What you want it for?
Blood clot, man saying what? Lotion. Blood clot.
One
God.
lotion.
I'm at work, yeah? I'm
All right,
yeah.
motion.
Don't
Motion
run
with the
now. Don't run
lotion.
now, motion.
Mad thing.
So no, make them.
I don't actually make a lotion, but I might mix.
You might
like
mix
shea
lotions
butter,
together, huh?
oils, whatever. But
Man.
I want to go from mute now. Pause. Before anybody
Man.
else says anything. Bye.
They say Buna and lotion.
there's no way
Man.
to answer that question without a pause, anyway. So
Without a pause, you got to just add it
regardless,
into the sentence.
still. But if you want, maybe ask Sash pause.
Man, yeah, Sash is good with
He
lotion.
makes search
Apparently.
pause and probably
What do you know
pause.
about that, motion? Pause.
What?
I'm pause, not involved. Pause.
What do you say, accent?
Pause.
Nah, nothing. Bye. Pause.
I was gonna say because I heard you've been trying to lotion all the man them. Mad thing.
That was
Radar,
unnecessary.
Very
was so unnecessary.
No, that was not good. Nah, you hurt my feelings.
That was very necessary. That was very, very necessary.
Why? Why? Because you like to play with the motion, the lotion, and them, and you're getting jealous.
Mud.
No, I use moisturizer. I don't know about lotion. I use moisturizer.
My God said play with, you know.
Play with as well. Mud thing. So what you're on, Mosh?
What's that?
Play with lotion.
I don't know. I don't use lotion. I use moisturizer.
You use the motion. Mud thing. Mud thing. You like them bars? You like them, bro? Leave me alone, you know, Ux.
He just wants to play with these today.
Why is he hiding out anyway?
Man, actually, what's mad? Man actually added my name to the
actual thing.
meme. He added my name to the meme. I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm so finished with this, man.
No, it was a good one, Chef. It was a good one.
It was good. It was good.
Yeah.
It was a good one, Chef. This was a good one.
Why are you hating on my accent now? I am Ian guy.
He did it so well, though. You can't hate on that one. He did it so. He did. I'm sorry, accent. Oh, accent.
Right.
You're one of them. You're one of them people to say I don't have an accent, did it? You're one of them people.
I am feel accent.
I am very feel. Yeah. Mud. Sash is trying to draw motion out. She said, "Motion. You want some lotion for any horse riding sores?" My thing.
No, I don't. You know what the worst thing is?
No, Sash wins. Wow.
You know what it is? I don't really talk to Filipino women because they could just end up turn one day and say they're boys, isn't it? Like mad. So I just stay with them.
Wow. It still wasn't as
It wasn't as violent as hers.
It wasn't as violent as
exactly.
That was mild
comment right there. That was a lot.
You need to upgrade that Nando sauce pause.
Hang on, wait. 1 second, sisters. 1 second, because this is all banter. But Schiffer, I beg you stop. Because you're in the chat, bro. Like, this can get real greasy for you, bro. Like, real quick.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Real quick, bro. Just chill out, man.
Yeah,
chill out.
even with the fuckeries, I give him that, man.
Just chill out, bro. Carl. This could be real sticky. Real sticky for you, my brother.
Motion turns on you. That's it, bro.
Like, that's it, bro. Stop it, bro. Stop it.
Literally,
I'll make you cry like Triller, bruv. Like same level.
That's your only friend, man. Don't lose your only friend.
Right? Why are you abusing your only brethren? Yeah, bro.
All of us to troll. Like, leave your friend alone. Pause.
Bro, this is trolling. What do you think? Do you think there's friends in trolling? Man, I'll smoke a motherfucker out here. You crazy. This is. You think you're gonna troll me and I don't troll the shit out of you? Motherfucker.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Motherfucker, I'm gonna troll you till you motherfucker don't even want to come on the internet again. Are you done? Shit.
Troll Olympics.
Get me? Oh, Motion, you was life lover. Who are you? Just some guy hiding. You can't even divulge who you are, bruv. You're sad. You just live a sad existence, bruv. You get me? You're mad. You're like Eric, Banana Man. You get me? You don't even know. You're just holding a secret. Get me? I bet you sit at home watching Bananas in pajamas.
Oh, no.
Mud ting.
It's getting a little bit violent still.
I'm here for it, though. I'm here for the violence.
Imagine calling yourself smelly pussy after the first thing that you smelled when you was born. Mad thing. Crazy.
Just tap out, man. Tap out.
Crazy. Stop it.
That.
Stop it.
Nah, Smelly, there's no point in you being here, bro. If you just
Stop it.
Because you're just gonna get done out here.
Stop it. I can give it to you in Nikam digital stereo, bro. Stop. Like, literally. Re-record, not fade away, bro. I will end you quickly. Stop typing, bro. Stop typing. Stop hyping.
Big up, Khan. No, it's not ladies' hour. We're just there. You get me?
Come tell us about ladies then.
Oh, for fuck's sake. If Khan's jumping up, I'm going home. Fuck this.
You can't go anywhere, Motion, please.
No, you're not leaving, Motion.
Man, I'm fed up of the European lies, man, and all the shit, man.
Yesterday, what did he say?
The European lies.
What was happening yesterday?
Get me?
I'm
Europeanized history
I'm
and that.
European.
Man trying to tell man there's Turkey.
Nah, he's Turkic, yeah.
He said yesterday Muslims shouldn't be talking patois.
Yeah. That was hilarious.
You shouldn't be imitating the disbelievers and talking patois. So I'm like, I thought there's Jamaican Muslims, yeah. There's whole mosques in Jamaica. What are you doing?
Mad team.
Yo,
But
when
he's
I
talking
heard
about
that, I was like, are you
emulating,
trolling? Please
emulating.
just say you're trolling at this point, because you can't be serious. Can't be serious.
Yeah, the patwa part. Poor Junus, he was like, okay.
I was so discombobulated.
Oh, okay.
When I heard that.
Is that what he's telling, man? Not to
I
speak
swear to
patois?
God, bro.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
If you're Muslim, you
I
can't
know.
speak
basically saying you
patois,
can't
apparently.
you can't use Jamaican slang to Eunice because
Yeah.
you're imitating the disbelievers, and you
What?
shouldn't
The
be imitating them.
disbelievers.
But you're
So
Turkish,
Jamaicans
though.
are disbelievers, but there's
But you're begging to join the European
there's
Union, though.
Jamaicans that are Muslim
Like,
though.
am I lost?
I just want to understand.
Exactly.
I just want to understand what part of 17 sausages in a pan is not imitating disbelievers.
Martin, Martin.
No,
I say you lot just got me singing for no reason at this point.
Nah, that deserves
It's like
a
that's the
virtual
only thing I
slap.
can
That
do.
comment deserved a virtual slap, man.
Jump on, Khan. Come and defend yourself, Khan.
Yeah, man. Come, bro. Because yesterday was a hot mess, bruv.
Oh, that was hilarious. Yeah.
Disbelievers, you know. Man ain't believed for long, but he ain't believed for the longest
You
time.
can't imitate them. And we're like, that's belief in languages and cultures have nothing to do with each other, bruv.
Mad.
Like, what's a Jamaican supposed to speak then? Standard English when you reverse? Like, how does it work?
Nope.
How does it work?
Arabic. They want to learn Arabic, fam.
But then he'll still have an accent, no? With the I swear he'll still have the accent.
Yo, Khan, what happened yesterday, bro? Explain yourself.
Khan, please
It was
explain
actually Kalami Carter
Yeah.
who said about Triller that
Yeah.
he speaks like he's like, you know,
what
he speaks like he's black, but if
Yeah.
she goes, if you was dating him, he wouldn't even introduce you to his mum. And I thought that's a fair point, you know,
Okay.
because you're all out on road giving it innie and wagwan and whatever, but if you was dating a chick, you wouldn't even introduce her to your mum. Like, what is that
So,
about?
but how
That's
did
like,
the Jamaican and the Muslim come into?
My comment to Eunice was like, I'm saying to him, you're speaking very posh, like not 90% of the time, and then you throw a little ting and ting in there. You just can't drop it properly. Like, it's just don't bother.
But is ting and ting Jamaican or is
but you
that
said
British
something about
culture? Because
not
ting and ting
imitating the disbelievers,
sounds like
something like
British
that.
culture to me. Sorry, Sarah. Apologies. Ask that again.
Sorry, sis. I was going to say, you said something about imitating. You shouldn't be imitating cultures or whatever. You shouldn't be imitating the disbelievers. I can pull it up. It's not. Well, actually, I can't. I don't think
Do you not agree?
And
But Sarah,
and that was all coming from a Turkish
not
guy that's
agreeing
got
with
a
that?
copy.
Absolutely not, bro. I've got Jamaican. I've got brothers and sisters who are Muslim and Jamaican, so no, I don't.
No. You're splitting
Khan said he's
hairs.
from the roads.
Jamaica
I mean,
ain't
I
a
know.
Muslim country. Jamaicans aren't Muslim in general.
Bro, do you know how many Muslim Jamaicans?
But there's Muslim Jamaicans out there. I'm confused, bro.
Their culture's not being led by Islamic ethics. They got their own thing, innit?
Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
but just like everywhere else,
Let's
everywhere
explore
else
this.
has
Let's
many
explore this.
religions.
1 second. Let's explore the ignorance.
Go on, Martin.
What factors in Islam that doesn't factor in true Jamaican culture? Not the shit that you fucking don't understand or that you see on the TV. True Jamaican culture. What is factored in those heritages that's not in Islam? Talk to me.
You just added in an extra variable of being true Jamaican culture. I never said that.
Well, bro, you just said they don't mesh, they don't do the same thing. So I'm saying, no, I'm asking, bro, it's a simple question. What parts? That's it. If you can, like, literally tell us which parts are not similar, like respecting your parents, your mother. Like, talk to me, bro.
Listen to what I'm saying to you, Motion.
Go on.
It ain't about Jamaican or not Jamaican. It's about, as a Muslim, even if I'm a Turkish Muslim, should I be following Islam or should I be following Turkish?
No, bro. You're talking about the language.
As a language.
Which makes no sense.
We're not even talking about cultures. We're talking about using patois. You said you shouldn't be.
Exactly.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
How is it the same thing? That's a lie, Khan. Stop that. Stop that.
That's it.
It's not even a language. This is the thing, though, Sarah. Like,
the way the person speaks.
No, I get what you mean, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Jamaican or French or Spanish or Turkish. It's not about that. As a Muslim, your criteria should be to follow the Prophet and the first 3 generations.
But I'm sure Jamaican Muslims do that. I'm sure they do that. I'm confused.
But they're Jamaican Muslims. Yunus ain't a Jamaican Muslim.
So what does that mean?
Is your first priority? Wait. Is your first Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you, under tenets of Islam, yeah? Under the tenets of Islam, is worshipping, following your prophet one of the tenets of Islam?
No.
No. So why is that your priority then?
I never said I'm
It's
worshipping him.
Roger said something that was mad.
I never
Yeah,
said
not
I'm
even mad like
worshipping
that,
him.
but it was like he said, "Why the hell is Khan speaking English then?" And it's true.
Not just that,
And you're not meant to be
How is
religion
that
speaking
tells
true?
you
Arabic
that you all
then,
How
have
is that
different
true?
nations and
because
cultures.
you've
I'm not
taken
Know
emulating.
each other.
you've taken
I'm
on
not
other people's
emulating English
culture.
From
people. I'm not
expressing the way that they
idolizing
are, that
English
means you're
culture.
going
I'm
against
just
But
that
who said that
having to
Eunice was
speak
desire.
English.
idolizing?
Bruv, I don't
Trilla.
know why you lot so
I've heard
upset
you
about it
say
before.
Because
Wagwan
you made a very
before.
crazy
I've
point,
heard
bro. You're
you
not gonna
say
jump
All
on
the
me.
time.
try
All the
to do
time.
up bumper
Are you
clocks
mad?
and
You
whatever
think
Am
Sarah's
I
gonna
the
before.
pull you up
So
am
on
I
what
the
that?
does that
example?
make you
So this is a different point now.
the
You're going to
same
a
thing
different
as
point now. So
Eunice?
if you're
Yeah,
saying
but
that
Chevy,
if
he
you're
said to
saying that a
me, Chevy, that he
person
was a
hold on,
roadman
let me make
yesterday.
my point for myself. If you're saying that a person who grew up on road and spoke
Yeah.
a certain way and then got to a certain age and thought, no, I'm going to stop doing this now, I can't give advice to people and say, don't go down that road. Yet when it comes to gang, people who've been to prison
Why are
and
you
come out,
mentioning
Whoa, whoa,
gang?
whoa,
Why are
whoa,
you
whoa, guys,
Let
mentioning
him
guys,
finish.
guys,
No,
gang?
no,
you're
no, no, no.
not
Let him finish.
allowing.
Let him
You're
finish.
being
guys,
too
Let him
Makes
finish.
vague.
Let him
no
finish.
sense.
Let him finish.
Allow it.
someone get this.
So when people
Listen,
gone to prison and come out and they're telling young people, don't go down the road that we went down.
but
Oh,
there's
so
people that
you
have
can't
never
jump
done
on
any
them
road
then and
shit
say,
that talk
What
patois.
are
oh, do
you
you
What's
know
your beef,
what?
bro?
saying
Are
though?
you
Look,
Because
let me,
this
I
is
British?
don't even want
about
to
Road
speak to
stuff.
you,
yeah,
man.
fuck
Whatever,
You're
you
man.
British.
too
Being
then,
two-faced,
Khan.
There's
man.
Fuck you
You're
elderly
too,
being dumb,
bro.
gentlemen
man. You're being
You're
crying their
being
dumb.
the
lives
dumb
at
You're
one.
being
prison.
You're the
dumb.
one that
You're
made the
being
dumbest
dumb. You're
statement
being
here.
dumb.
Because
You're
we're
being dumb.
drilling
You're
you,
being
You sound
dumb.
pause.
retarded,
You
You're
ain't
bro. Right
getting
drilling
now, you sound
shit.
upset.
mad
You
retarded,
ain't
bro.
drilling shit.
Because you're getting a
All right,
drilling,
chill. All right,
pause.
chill.
Yeah,
Chill.
getting upset.
Go on, Mo.
I'm
Chill for a
not. I'm saying
second.
it's just
Khan.
that you're just being
Khan.
hypocrites.
Khan, my brother,
How?
chill. Khan, for a second, yeah, you can't call someone a hypocrite when you do the exact same behavior you've admonished someone for. Number one, number
Right, you
two,
eat sausages on a
you
daily.
keep making these statements, yeah. You keep making these statements about what's in Jamaican culture, yeah. Jamaica's a landmass, bro. Yeah, the people. There's many different types of culture or different demographics within Jamaica that have a different type of culture to others. So if you're talking about your quintessential road culture or yardie culture, that's one thing, innit? But when you're talking about family culture and what's there in Jamaica and community culture, you can't turn around and say to me they go against Islam or and so on and so forth
No one
because you
said
don't
that
know
they
what
go
that
against
entails.
Islam.
Let me finish talking, bro. Let me finish talking. You don't know what that entails, yeah? And third of all, yeah, Triller, alcohol, weed, that's not Jamaican culture. They're products. They're products that was put into the fucking land. Alcohol was put into the land by who? Europeans, bro. Stop this bullshit. Like, stop this.
Thank
So
you.
Jamaican
you're
culture. You lot don't
saying what
understand
you're
fucking Jamaican
saying
culture,
that
but
I'm
you lot talk
saying
on
is
Jamaican
bullshit.
You
culture.
sound
But
Is
like
even
wait,
what
my
I'm
brother,
actually saying
my
ain't
brother,
bullshit.
is a kebab shop Turkish culture or is that a British Turkish thing?
Mad thing.
What
You
are you
feel
on
me?
about? You
You
lot are
feel
on
me? Stop
drugs, bruv.
talking shit about
I'm
things you
telling
don't know. You
you
lot's
what
ignorant.
it
You lot's
means to
ignorance is
be a
so fucking
Muslim, and
dumb,
you're
bro.
trying to
And this is
argue
why I say
with
I can't
me.
chat to you because you're
Are you
dishonest and a
dumb?
liar.
Are you
Bruv, you're
dumb?
dishonest and a liar, bruv, and you lie for the sake of
Hold
it,
on,
bruv.
Mosh. Hold on, Mosh. Let him explain himself,
We
broski.
got a guess.
Go on.
Why
Okay.
Jamaicans are so racist?
What? Sorry.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't
Who's
hear
that?
what you said, bro.
You didn't hear what you say.
Why Jamaicans are so racist?
Jamaicans. Who's
Actually,
this
that don't
fucking
make
guy?
sense because there's a
Who's
lot of yard
Jamaican?
man with white baby mums, so that's a lie. That's a big time lie. We
Yeah,
ain't no
No, but
because
racist,
Chevelle, who are
bro.
the
fucking lie.
Jamaicans? Who are they?
Jamaicans, yeah, it's how he says it, innit? It's
Jamaicans with
fine.
a Y.
Yeah,
Who are
man,
they
it's
then?
fine, man.
That's a different. I think
It's
that's
okay.
something. I think you're on the wrong channel, bro. There's no Jamaicans.
He's newish.
They're
Nah, he's newish. He's
lying
newish.
about fucking
Yeah,
racist, but they
Michael.
are
No,
fucking
no, my
racist.
brother. There's
Yeah.
no Jamaicans.
And you
There's no
sound drunk.
Jamaicans.
Go
Sorry.
join Triller.
He's newish,
Yeah.
innit? Where do you live, bro? Where do you live? The Gaza Strip.
I'm playing.
Well,
Where you
I
from?
Huh?
can tell you, I live
Where do you live? The
away.
Gaza Strip. You fucking Ostrogoth piece of shit. Fuck off out of
Hold
here,
on, Mosh.
man.
Let's find out where he's from. Where you from? Where you from?
Shut you the fuck down, man.
I don't trust this
Man
guy.
Bullshit.
enjoyed that one.
Jamaican.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
Khan, do you see what you've caused, Khan? This is all your fault. It's all you.
Stop
What
caping,
country?
man.
Sorry,
Why
I
you
can't.
caping?
This
Tell the
all
truth.
you, bro.
Tell the truth. Why you caping?
Caping for what?
Jamaican, get some money, go to work.
What country are you from? What country?
To get somebody go to work, but you're sat at home sitting
Oh,
down
you got the euro, yeah.
on the panel.
No one cares, bro. The rest of the world uses dollar.
You just get out from prison. Did you just get out from prison?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Did you like it?
Martin.
Do you like being around all them men? Did you?
No, I was there with my
Who sent this guy, bro? Who sent him?
Why
What
did you go
kind
to
of
prison? What did you go
energy?
to prison for?
for drugs and guns.
For drugs and
I like
guns.
the jacket though,
Okay.
bro, with the K on it.
What
Wicked.
country? What
I like
what
that.
country you from?
Nowhere.
You're not from nowhere. Why are you scared to say what country you're from, man? We're in England. What country you from?
You could
I
be
am
Polish.
in Europe, but I'm from nowhere.
You're from nowhere.
Show the jacket.
Portugal. But I thought you was a gangster, bro. Why are you so scared, bro? I thought you was a gangster. Where are you from?
I'm not gangster at all.
Okay, but you do drugs and guns, man. You gangster. Where are you from, B?
Oh, fuck, I have a lot. I was 7 years in prison for that.
Okay.
Oh, congratulations.
Was you in prison in Poland?
Thank you.
Was you in prison in Poland?
What said fuck you? I'm so done. The man said thank you.
I like
nah.
this madam. Who is this? Let me see her. I like this.
It's your mama, bitch. It's your mama.
It's my mama, bitch. She's
He's drunk. He's another drunk man.
Yeah.
Have you been drinking, my friend?
Chilla, go get your guy, bro. Tell him to that.
Come get your man.
Your man.
His laugh actually scares me.
No, someone said.
All right, tell us about yourself. What do you do?
No, far from it. I'm not European. I moved in here like 25 years ago.
Man's drunk. It's
Do
clear.
you have a
innit?
topic? Is there a topic you want to talk about?
Kiss me.
Oh, you're one of them weirdos.
Oh, he's an alcoholic.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Okay.
Don't
It's
suffocate.
alright.
Don't suffocate under all of that, bruv.
He's Eastern European.
Yeah, it's definitely Eastern European.
Yeah, Eastern European.
100%.
No, I'm Asian.
Polski skelet.
Asian.
Asian.
Said I'm
from where?
Asian. I'm Asian.
Mad. Neeks, can't get your brother. Mad.
Asian from
Kyrgyzstan.
where? Huh?
Kyrgyzstan.
Kyrgyzstan.
I see where the alcohol
Okay,
comes in,
okay. So you're like
Yeah.
a Russian then, right?
No, I don't
Almost.
speak Russian. We hate
Oh,
them.
he's Russian. Yeah.
Nah,
Are you Russian? You get your asses kicked by Ukraine.
Ukraine's beating you guys up.
Hey, Ukraine's fucking you up, and they got a comedian as president. How the fuck? Yo, what the fuck is going on? Oh shit.
Yeah, you're a true Turkic person, like Khan. Khan, he's your brother, man.
I'm
Can you
Muslim,
tell him?
alhamdulillah. I'm Muslim.
No,
Why do you deny your heritage?
He denies every time.
Man denied his whole heritage, you know.
Oh my gosh, bro.
He's a Turkic. Yeah, come on. Can you
Said I'm Muslim every time, as if people are talking about religion. What's going on?
No, Khan cracks me up.
Talking about where you from, bro.
You're okay. That was like Muslim, alhamdulillah. You get me?
Muslim. Nah, bro.
I am.
Big up Calabi Carter.
Yeah,
I
big
am.
up, sis.
But I don't believe anything anymore.
Oh, it's one of them. You gonna cry? I'm gonna do a thriller.
No,
Oh, okay.
I don't have feelings.
You don't have feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sound like
I
Dr.
just like
Doofenshmirtz. What's his name? Yeah, Doofenshmirtz.
Do
From
things
this web.
without any Allah or anything. I just do things. I am a fucking god. Yeah.
So we just gonna let this man
Pushing through, man. Man's a whole Polish nature boy.
Master Polish.
Pushing twat. Pushing three, man.
Right.
Polish
Fair.
nature boy, you know.
Polish
Mad,
nature boy, man. What we
mad,
doing?
mad.
What
we
do? What do?
Do you have any? Do you have a family? Do you have children?
I have a kid.
You have a kid, okay. Poor kid, man. Poor kid.
Just one mistake.
One mistake.
Oh, that's so sad.
You're not very nice. That's not very nice.
Just one mistake.
He's
You're not
joking, man. This is
cheating,
banter.
sir,
This is
sir.
joke.
That's
It's a
not
joke. Don't be so offended. It's a joke. He's just playing.
He's 14.
He's 14.
Yeah. Wasting my
Was she
fucking
a
money.
prostitute? Sorry.
Huh?
No,
Sarah?
don't worry. It's okay.
Sarah. Yo, Sarah, you remember when I told you about your mouth, yeah?
Between him and Trilla,
Remember
like,
when
I'm trying to like.
Please, nobody mess with Sarah, okay? Just
I'm trying to like make this connection because
this girl's always on violent 24/7. I don't know. Always. She
Why I
hides about
can't
that.
see myself? Oh.
What is happening today? What is?
So what should we call you? What should we call you, my friend? What should we call you? Keith from Kyrgyzstan? What? Anthony from Azerbaijan? What? What should we call you?
No,
Polish people? What?
We left.
Say that again?
We left.
What's your name?
I burned in a fucking war, so we left.
So what's your name, sir? We don't care about where you left from. What's your name?
Nikolav.
Bro, bro, I don't know what you heard, but I heard something else.
Yeah, exactly. He said nigga lover.
Right.
What did he say?
I don't...
Chevy.
That's what he said. He said
Yeah,
nigga
he
lover.
said nigga lover, yeah?
That sounds like what?
So you love
Alright, cool.
I actually
Alright,
heard
cool, so-
Nikolaev. I don't know about you lot.
That's what I heard initially. But I'm using my phone, so.
Baby.
Alright, so what you
Maybe
say?
we
What you
were
saying,
wrong,
bro?
Mosh, maybe
So
we
you-
was wrong.
Bro,
He seems
hey,
to be
listen.
chatting some shit.
Hey, why are you hiding your face? Are you scared?
No.
So uncover your face.
I'm just ugly as fuck.
Yeah, we know that. So is your mum. Now uncover your face, you bitch.
Oh my god.
Has man got Confederate flag in the background?
Yeah, I just saw it, Maku. Yeah. Do you see that?
Are you a Nazi? Are you a Nazi?
Yes,
Are you are a Nazi? Yeah. Do you know you got beat up in the war already? Do you want to get beat up again?
See? Yeah.
Yeah. You're a Nazi, man. You're a Nazi.
Oh no. Oh no.
Did Ralph send you? Did Ralph send you?
Are you an What's
What's
his name? Sith sent him probably.
Fucking idiot.
That's fun.
Yeah. Hey, listen.
Fuck.
Hey, listen. I hope Putin sticks a bomb up your mum's ass.
How can you be a racist Mongol?
It's a hockey flag.
How can you be a racist Mongol?
Well, it's not anything about racism. It's a hockey flag.
It's okay, man. It's okay. You guys are not having children. We're gonna take over the world soon. The whole world.
You went
You have more.
You have no children. You have no children. You're gonna die out.
You went to jail for sleeping with animals, you pervert.
Yeah.
What's under that jacket? What's under the jacket? You got a wife beater.
You want to know what's under his jacket? No, can't. You see what I'm talking about? Nah, bro.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm asking about wife beater and that. It's like you want to see man's chest. What's going on?
Man's
bro?
asking, man. Yeah, man's gonna phone him up and be like, "Yo, what you wearing? What you wearing? What you wearing?"
Right, mad thing.
No, I borrowed the jacket off his mate just to come on camera.
You're right.
What's that say? Super cat. What?
You're right. Man.
Anyway, I'm off ski, man.
Where you going, Motion?
Nah, I got a long day, man. I'm driving up to Birmingham now, so get me.
Sneaks
Then
is on his way to you.
Tomorrow. No. Bun that. Brother, even if I was single, even if I was
He's on
single,
his
I'd still
way to
reject
you,
you.
Sneaks. He's on his way to you. Get ready.
No, I don't deal with rug munchers, man. What's the matter with you?
Someone's sounding jealous.
But
Oh, for fuck's sake. You hear that, Chef? See, that's why you shouldn't have said nothing, because Khan's now going to take shots at you, see? See, I was trying to help you, tried to save you from the heartache, but look now.
I ain't afraid of card. What the
No,
fuck?
we need to get back to the actual question we were discussing because I still
Ignore it. Listen, ignore it. See these people, like, straight up. Like,
no, forget
he
this
just
guy.
wants a reaction. He's one of Ralph them's people or whatever it is. They just want reactions, man. Just ignore him. Like, just diss him, just diss him and joke and laugh about it, but get on with your day, because he's a little prick. Like, you get me?
Yeah, I
Just
get you.
little prick, man. This guy's hating. He's hating because what? Why would he hate? He just hates
I
brothers
call it
because
the
what?
inferiority complex, but it's okay, man.
That's it. He's
Get them eyes
inferior, brother.
closed still.
He's unintelligent. He probably like one day he's gonna end up in jail, and the black man's gonna stop him from getting himself killed, right? And he's gonna realize, like, oh shit, you know what? I was a dickhead, like Ronnie O'Sullivan's dad and various other people in the past, right? Just worry about this guy, man. Just ignore him, like literally ignore him. Not even pay him no mind.
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Really
Yourself
pussy.
still.
I like your name.
yeah, Khan.
I'm here, bro. I'm here.
Yeah. Maybe he's asking you questions.
Anyway, I'm off. Yo, Snipe, my brother.
Yes, bro.
Done now. Big up yourself,
Big
Chefs.
up,
Big up
boss.
yourself.
Yeah.
Sarah, that you. Big up yourself, Axum. Big up yourself as well. Done now.
Come on.
All right, peace.
Yeah, man.
Wow. That's hurting it.
So where'd Sarah go?
Sarah, jump back up. Where did you disappear to?
Shift. What the fuck? Is that your name? Shift. Sounds
Yes,
like
it's
Russian.
Chevs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Shift.
Why did these mad people always try to take set on me? I swear down. I swear, like.
Are you Jamaican?
Yes, I'm Jamaican. Yes.
Move away. Fast. I'll pay your flights.
Okay. This is so sad.
Shevchenko. Fuck that guy. Yeah.
Oh, he thinks your name's Shevchenko, the Ukrainian.
Who's Ukrainian?
Shevchenko.
By the way, Russian fucking FSB hunting me now because it's keep it fucking.
They're hunting you, but you're on the internet.
I have no time to fucking go in the army.
But they ain't got no alcohol in the army, have they?
Huh?
If you go to the army, you're going to be drinking water. You don't want that.
No, there's things. There's even meth, no cocaine.
No cocaine, no pills.
Meth pills they gave us.
Oh, the
big
med
up
pills.
everyone, big up.
Yeah.
I don't know the name, but it's.
Big up, Mizzo.
I know.
What in the universal credit is going on?
What?
Don't worry. Where are you from? Romania?
No, Kyrgyzstan.
Huh? Repeat?
Kyrgyzstan.
Oh my god. Yeah, I know where that is.
Yeah.
Where is it, Mizzo?
And it's
somewhere below
haram.
Russia.
It's
Okay.
haram. It's haram to do that.
Are you a Muslim though? You can't be a Muslim and have a Confederate flag. Come
No,
on.
I don't fucking go back to my
he's drunk.
country.
I don't know what's going on with this.
I think they got identity crisis. Bro.
Yo,
They don't know
Sniper,
what's
you
going
sure you're
on.
not running a Weatherspoons on this channel, bro? It's all drunks in here.
I know it's mad, isn't it? It's not Trilla, it's someone else. Like,
It's just one drunk
It's
at the
mad drunks,
moment.
always drunks jumping on. I don't
Yeah,
understand.
now and again,
It's
yeah,
just
mad.
okay.
Literally, it's like a Weatherspoons in here.
Mad. International
JD
women.
knows Central Asia. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you speak Russian?
Oh my god,
No,
that
I
was
don't
so
speak
horrible.
Russian. Only Kyrgyz, Arabic, and
Why you speak Arabic?
European country. I can't tell names.
But you speak Arabic, yeah?
Yes, but no. I don't speak anything.
Identity crisis.
I speak English. Okay.
How did you learn English? From TV?
It's a long story.
Okay.
So what made you wear a niqab?
When I born in a
Matting,
war.
Matting.
They fucking shoot at us. We moved in Europe, so I went to school.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now you jumped online to practice your English, mashallah.
Yeah.
Good man.
Man said, mashallah, you know.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Yo, big up, Meadow.
Big up,
I
Axel.
think,
Big up, Axel.
what do you think about Turkey keeping Sweden out of the EU? I mean, out of NATO.
Well,
Nah, it's not keeping out. Erdogan said it's not a good idea.
Erdogan said that they're hot. Yeah, he can veto.
No, but America holds the ultimate power to NATO. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
if
but
America
the way
wants
that
them, they will
NATO's
get
set
them.
up, any member state can veto, right?
No, but I agree. I even agree with that though. Like Sweden joining, it'll be stupid anyway.
But he's saying that Sweden has been harboring terrorists. In other words, like
It's
all these,
just a good
anti-Muslim Eritreans that are living out there.
I'm not gonna lie. That is funny. You know what's funny? Because
you know I'm joking, Axel.
That's rich coming from Erdogan.
I know.
No, I'm not in Sweden. Sweden
No?
is full of
Fuck Sweden.
Yeah, fuck.
They're all
Don't say
gay.
anything against Sweden. Big up Sweden.
Sweden need to export their women to where the men are. They got
They
no
rape-
women. They got no men. Sorry.
Big up Volvo.
Yeah, big up Volvo. Big up Saab.
Yeah, big up. No,
Big
Saab
up
is dead.
IKEA.
No longer exists.
Saab is American.
It doesn't. No, Saab is Swedish, bro. It doesn't exist anymore.
It's
Anyway,
just
the company went.
Vauxhall Motors thing. Then you know the history of Saab Scania is owned by Vauxhall.
Saab is Swedish, bro.
But listen to me. I watched Top Gear. Yeah.
You remember that episode when they said they went out of business?
Immigrants.
Top Gear is the truth, yeah?
Yeah, it's the best show.
They rape people. They don't respect that country.
Huh?
Fuck them.
Huh?
Sweden, they rape people.
No, but they're trying to vote about it, the NATO thing.
Yeah.
But the Swedish people don't want
You can't
to
get past. You can't get past
There's-
Erdogan.
Listen.
Can't get past him.
No, but the thing is, Finland said yes, that will take a time, and now it's the Swedish turn. But I don't know.
It's not under threat, believe me.
But listen,
Russia will be too dumb to
in
invade Sweden.
Sweden, it's really bad.
Yeah, go on. Tell
They
us why.
They
Tell
let
us.
everyone in.
Yeah, true.
All
No,
the
but-
fucking Arabs.
What?
All the fucking idiots.
Yeah,
They-
see,
they don't
Eritreans,
respect
idiots,
that country.
Arabs,
They fucking rape
Kurds.
the women.
They got them all there.
They rape the kids.
Exactly.
Understand?
Tell them.
What?
Yes, they do.
They rape the kids, the Swedish
Yes,
people.
kids too. Not just their mamas. The kids too.
All right, Borat, chill out. But
There's some Tommy Robinson narrative going on here.
Trust me.
So if I see that, I fucking smash the fucking school in the fucking heads off.
this guy reminds me of that. What's that guy? The one that jumps on Jedi.
For real.
The Canadian one.
Yeah, Cage.
Yeah, it literally reminds me of him.
Slurring
Cage,
like him.
Cage actually
Proper
makes
like
more
him.
sense.
They are
Cage is better.
This is the Niqabi version, though.
and
Look
they
at him.
are Muslims. What the fuck
Swedish people.
Muslims doing in fucking Europe? They should go to back in the fucking Arabic countries.
It's true, but you can't live in that. You can't live in the Arabic countries now because you know America's just
I
dominating.
can't. I need to hide.
Can't live there no more. It's not livable. Look how many people died in Iraq, Syria.
Mm-hmm.
You know, look what they're doing to Iran. They're forcing the Muslims to run to Europe.
They are civils, not soldiers.
Civilians, yeah.
They are serious.
How many soldiers? 0. Maybe
they got
10.
Yeah, but this ain't the hordes of Genghis Khan. They're just civilians. They're doctors, nurses. Do you know what I mean? They're normal people, isn't it? What do you expect?
Man is chilling in Chechnya and talking shit.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
What's he doing? Hold on. What's he doing with euros? If you're in what country are you from again?
What's he doing with notes?
No, something doesn't add up. He's in Europe somewhere.
He's not. He's there. Yeah, exactly. He's in Europe as well.
Yeah, he's in Europe.
He's in Europe telling people, "Oh, go back home."
Yeah.
You go back home.
I think Kazakh.
Use that deposit.
He's not Kazakh, Khan.
Listen, deposit.
1 minute. Let me test.
Hold on, Khan. Hold on. No,
Kazakh,
bro.
Talk to me in Turkish. If you're Kazakh, speak Turkish to me.
Just one more.
Türkçe konuş. Türkçe.
Okay.
Deposit the notes and book a flight.
I told you he's fake. Every Kazakh knows Turkish.
He's not from Kazakh. He's Kyrgyzstan.
Oh, it's Kyrgyz. Yeah, that's even closer.
Question there.
Kyrgyzstan. Who's
Türkçe
there?
konuş. Türkçe.
You're from there.
Huh?
Türkçe konuş oğlum. Nothing.
Nah, where are you from?
How much you want to bet he lives in Germany? I have all my money on it. He lives in Germany. He lives either in Germany or
Germany is fucking poor.
Germany's poor.
I can tell. I am in North.
He's in Finland.
Germany.
Yeah, he's in one of the Scandinavian countries.
Almost in Finland. You was very close. Yeah.
Looks Portuguese.
See, Erdogan's right. You lot are harboring terrorists.
Almost. Well, okay.
Are you in Sweden?
No.
Where are you?
I'm telling you, he's from Malmo.
That was more close. I'm in Norway.
Oh, hell no.
Bullshit.
Oh, hell no. Where in Norway? Where in Norway?
Huh?
Where in Norway are you?
Where?
Vakara.
Yakara?
Yeah.
Yaraka?
Hold on.
What?
No, that's bullshit.
Okay, but what are you doing with euros?
Exactly.
That makes no sense. Again.
These men move across borders, bro.
Nah,
they don't
bro.
stay in one country.
They
move.
They don't use the euros in Norway.
But you know, like
thingy.
Do you know, like what's it called when they send the kids out there with the Kinder eggs up their bums?
I can't. He's chatting shit, bro.
You know,
I'm telling you, he lives in Germany or something.
No, these men live on the borders, fam. They go in and out of Europe where it's easy, so they can do their drug deals and that. Because don't forget, Europe's all autobahns and motorways and shit like that.
So where are you in Norway?
Near to Oslo, but
Where near to Oslo?
Just near to Oslo, yeah?
I just told you.
No, pronounce it right, because I am in Oslo.
I think he's Ukrainian.
No, you are not.
Yes, I am in Oslo.
Okay, let's meet.
But where are you? Outside of Oslo?
We can meet in that burnt church, you know?
Which one?
Which one?
In a burnt church. What the hell?
That what Burjum made. Let's meet her.
Can we get subtitles?
I'm trying to understand what place he's talking about, yeah? No,
You must know.
Sounds like you're getting him to meet you.
I really want to see
that.
She's got one foot in the black community.
He's trying to take you on a date.
In the Ku Klux Klan.
No,
keep it mixing.
That's a hockey flag. You know hockey.
Hockey, yeah.
Yeah, hockey.
Huggy.
It looks like a Nazi flag, but
It's not.
No, it's not.
You
It's
upset,
flag.
you upset motion for nothing then.
Let me show you. Hold on.
I'm telling you, go to the south of America. Yeah, they will smack.
It looks like a Nazi flag. You know that they using.
I can't stand this, man. You look like M. Honcho.
It does look like a.
He looks like M. Honcho.
Yeah, what team is that?
Huh?
What team is it?
Why the hell would you have that as a what the? That whole.
I like
team
the K though. The K looks good.
It's not mine.
It's Nike, isn't it? Is that a Nike top? Kansas City.
It's not mine flag.
So what prison in Oslo?
By the way, you
wait. I have to ask you. So you're from Halden?
Halden?
No. Halden. Did you sit in Halden?
Have you seen Norwegian prisons though? They look like hotels.
You think I'm same place with fucking
crazy.
Breivik?
We're in the same place with Breivik.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Okay.
It makes sense though. That explains the flag.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any women where you are?
Do you know what? Let me tell you. I like to keep this fucking
What a weirdo, man. You're actual
on a window because all black people walking there. Oh my God, there's racist people. Yeah, one guy called the cops on me. I told him, check out where the fuck is this?
I bet you crossed the road. Don't lie.
And the cops was like,
you know what? You sound like an attention seeker. Why are you trying to get?
He definitely crosses the road.
From
I know he
police.
crosses the road.
Attention seeker.
No, Zayn is saying HFK.
Helsinki hockey team.
That's Finland. Why do you have a Finnish hockey team?
I told you he's Finland. I told you.
Yeah, I told you.
Never misunderstand that I got the sniffer dog nose.
I told you he's not in Norway
because he's a sniffer dog, mate.
Why has he got euros? It doesn't make sense.
Who was it who worked out that
what's that flag is?
Axum was Eritrean. I told you that before she told me. I told her.
Yeah, right.
I got the sniffer dog nose. I got the Ottoman nose.
The Ottoman nose.
Now Fax has got the sniffer dog nose.
I have lots of flags. What's that one is?
Show us from the window. Take the camera to the window. Can
So
you, do that?
you just buy
See
flags
outside?
and you just
I
hang
want to
them
see it
up.
outside. Yeah, that's some Muslim curtains there. Show us the thing. Show us outside in the street.
There's a
I
lot
want to see if there's any black people out there.
You know his place is tiny. Look, there's a fridge right behind him, and he's living.
There's a lot of
That's a
niggas.
struggle,
For
flag.
real.
Struggle pad.
Proper.
Got the Muslim curtains. Really, that's your mum's thingy. Piece of material she makes dresses out of. We've all been there, bro. We've all been there. We've all been
So
there.
you're from Helsinki, yeah? Helsingfors, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you
I
speak
live
Swedish?
here.
Send me
You speak Swedish?
location.
No, wait. Can you speak Swedish?
I bet he does. All the races speak Swedish.
Oh, kan.
He's either from Finland or Sweden. I am betting he's from Sweden because he knows quite a lot about Sweden. So.
Yeah.
Look.
I don't think he's from Finland.
Who is this Nazi? It's you, fucking Igbo.
Igbo?
You racist fucker.
No, don't diss Igbo. He's a big up you.
Get on a fucking stream. I kill you, fucking Igbo.
Proper Witherspoon.
Apparently he said the N-word. I didn't hear him though.
Witherspoon.
I was away.
Yeah, but he's been saying the N-word a couple times now.
Yeah,
a couple
I
times.
thought so anyway.
Yeah.
Technically, N-lover is not the same as the N.
Who's host? Axum.
Yeah.
No, but even saying the N-lover, yeah?
See how
You're still
this
saying the
flag
word count.
works. This fucking Igbo thinks I'm racist now or Nazi or something.
Yeah, well, you keep saying the N-word though, so.
Of course.
Yeah, so what do you say it then?
I like to piss off people.
Oh,
I do
okay.
it everywhere. But call me a racist, I fucking kill you. Fucking Igbo. Beats as nigga.
What a weirdo.
Yeah, this is.
He thinks he's Tekashi 6ix9ine.
Don't worry. Look, he's gonna have to put his neck warmer down when he throws up. So he's gonna have to throw up in a minute. He's proper drunk.
Okay, Ibo, we're waiting. Let's go. Ibo.
I'm just sipping in my buna now, man.
Hold on, Ibo.
Let's see out in the street, man. Take the camera to the window. I want to see the streets.
Black Panther, Ibo.
Oh, you got black hair.
Yeah.
See, I told you, Mongols are the closest thing to Africans.
You mean the farthest away from Africans, yeah?
Yeah.
Black power.
Physically,
Black
yeah.
life matter.
Genetically, they're
Black
close.
life matter. Black life
Yeah, I'm not
matter.
entertaining this clown.
Fuck
I'm not gonna
white
lie.
people.
Yeah, can we do something else? Yeah,
I'm not entertaining this idiot.
But you know, in South Africa, when you go to school, they do the comb test, innit? If the comb stays in, you're black.
Sniper, bro, sort this guy out. I don't know.
Yeah.
If you want
Let's
him on or
do
whatever.
something constructive or
Just
something.
all this not productive. Just shit us out an N-word and shit.
Oh, that was fun, man. I enjoyed that, man.
What's with these weirdos, man?
So, Axum, he's from out your way, innit? Really? He's closest to you. Geographically speaking, he's closest to you.
Yeah, I know.
You get a lot of people like this in your life?
Like this, drunk heads, nah.
Oh, okay.
There's quite a big, like, far right, like Denmark, Sweden.
Yeah, it's
and
a
stuff
big.
like that.
Yeah.
They're really small, but they're really dangerous as well.
We got a lot of them, especially nowadays. Before, not so much.
Yeah. I mean, majority of Europe now has a bigger right wing, but I'm saying like these countries as well.
Yeah, it's building up.
Yeah, poverty, innit? It's poverty. Historically, whenever there's been poverty in Europe, they always take it out on the immigrants.
A majority of these organizations, trust me, the majority of them come from middle class and stuff. You'd be surprised. Not the majority of them are not poor.
Yeah, but what you're saying ain't different from what I'm saying. Think about it. Poor people, they're already mingling with immigrants, so they're acclimatized to it.
That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
It's the middle class ones that are racist.
Yeah, but the ones who's out in the street are the low class from the villages outside of the big cities in Sweden.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have
really. I call them the rednecks. Yeah, and yeah.
You don't really in London. You don't really see these country bumpkins floating around. They stay where they are. They don't come to London really, so we don't see them. But you're right. There's a lot of them. They're out there.
People,
yeah, they're out there still. They are out
Usually the working class will hold racist views, but they don't do the thing where they have proper hatred, you know what I mean? Or like they'll take action, like they'll commit a terror attack or something. It's usually them like middle class weirdos.
Yeah, they're the ones that are funding the whole thing. They're paying for it. The middle class ones. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm scared, man, to even let my mum go out now. You know, like with the hijab and all that.
Yeah.
You've seen like random attacks and mad things going on, and
depends though. If it's London,
there's hardly any police out there.
If it's London, it's actually calm.
Yeah, to a certain extent.
Depends where your area is, isn't it? Like North London, you're calm.
Yeah.
Any part of like East London, you're even more blessed.
It's true. They've got community at least.
No, if you tried that in East London, if you tried to attack a Muslim woman, you're. But I'm saying if you attack a Muslim woman in East London, you're done. I'm telling you.
On a day-to-day basis. But if you use a far-right organization and you wanted to do an attack, you're not going to attack.
Majority of them, they're not even allowed in.
Britain
First, all of them, they're not even allowed in London anymore. They got kicked out. They're not. If they step in, they'll get arrested.
You know what? I think in England we're really lucky because England's got a lot of connections with the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, all these countries. They've got good relations with England. But whereas, like when you're in Denmark and places like that, they got they don't care about getting on with other countries because they've got no deal. They got no money coming in from there.
They need Saudi Arabia and stuff like that.
Yeah, like England's got good relations with Turkey, with Saudi Arabia, with Egypt, with all the main Muslim countries. England's got a relationship with them, innit? Good or bad relationship, they still keep in touch with each other, you know? But Denmark's not really obliged to give a fuck about anyone apart from themselves.
That's true. Or yeah, it is true.
Look,
But
you're
Denmark
talking
is
about
really
these countries,
racist
right?
country, yeah.
Yeah, of
It's
course.
like,
Yeah.
really,
But these are countries that are small. They're small in population, right? They're even like their population is mainly like, do you know what I'm saying? They're very like in their own way. You can't talk about the history of the UK where you had a lot of colonial settlements and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
England, UK was a colonial power, so
globalist.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The
Yeah.
UK, France. That's why they have a lot of immigrants. These guys are not used to immigrants like that. The
yeah,
Scandinavian
but they're not
countries.
even allowing people to come into the country like
That's
that.
what I'm saying. They're not used to
Yeah.
it though. Do you know what I mean? They
but it's not
at
like
all.
even like Norway, they don't really take in so much immigrants, but Sweden do. You see, they're really strict with the whole asylum thing in Norway, and it takes ages
You have to remember what's the population of like Denmark or Norway or them? They're not even like less than 10 million or something.
Nah, Norway is like 5 million.
That's what I mean. Yeah, majority of them are
something
less
like
than
that.
10.
Yeah. Sweden is 10 something. Yeah, and Denmark, I don't know. But it's not a
It's
lot.
5.8 Denmark. So imagine they take another like 1 million or 2 million immigrants. They can't do that. It's going to be
No.
like 30% of the country.
Yeah.
Exactly. To them, it's just mad. They can probably take like 10,000. That's it.
Especially, yeah. I don't know. I don't
Remember
really
that
like
whole the whole demographic replacement thing around Europe. Yeah, it's massive now.
Yeah, but this is the far right are afraid of, right, Mazo? This is what
It's
they
not
claim.
just the far right though. No,
Replacement.
the thing is, it's not even the far right. Yeah, a lot, like for example, even Brexit. It was a lot of it was built on the idea that like immigration was the number one priority for the people that voted Brexit.
Yeah.
Because I looked at the statistics on which other stuff. It was more like sovereignty, like laws and stuff, but the number one issue was immigration.
People are afraid. I don't understand why.
Yeah, they won't say it to your face, but they have a huge concern about immigration.
Yeah. But then again, yeah, if it wasn't for us, they would not be there where they are right now. So I don't understand. It's just
Yeah, like I said though, like the UK is very different to like Sweden and stuff.
No, I think lately in Sweden, just because the gang violence are getting up a lot of people are pissed off and blaming the immigrants. Yeah, so.
But the thing is, the immigrants in Sweden, for example, yeah, they're not even the best in their own countries. They cause problems in their own countries. Do you know what I mean? They're usually from like the poor areas and stuff. Not that like
No,
you're not getting the educated lot from those countries. Let's be honest.
But it's refugees, though. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
People.
Some of them have been there for a long time, though. Some of them have been there since the 90s, early 2000s.
I know, but the most people who come like from the 90s, beginning of 90s was the Balkan, yeah, Bosnian and Kosovo refugees, and then the Somalis came, and then the Iraqis came.
Yeah.
All in the beginning of the 90s, yeah, and then what was it? The Syrian came late. The Afghani came around 2005-06. So yeah, and the Eritreans been there since 80s, 90s. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and it's all refugees.
But there's been recent from Eritrea into the UK as well.
It's from the 2015. Yeah.
Quite recent, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people came. But the early immigrants, like in Sweden, was Italian from the 50s, and then let's see. Yeah, and the 70s, 80s, it was people from Chile. A lot of Chilenos came. Yeah, so I don't know.
It's true.
Most of the Chilenos, but I don't know. You guys, do you have a lot of Chilenos?
No, we don't. We don't have many Latin Americans.
Yeah, not that many. But
Latin Americans, not in. I mean, if you go to the US, there's so many. But like, yeah, not in the UK at all.
Well, in South, yeah,
you'll find them in Spain because my mate is Spanish. He's from Barcelona, and he tells me that there's quite a lot of Latin people. It makes sense for them to go there though, like language and stuff. It's easier.
We have a lot of Bolivian and Peruvian and Chilean.
I had a few Colombian people at my uni.
Oh, okay.
A few Colombians. Which was weird. But we hardly see it like Latin Americans, you know, like Mexicans and stuff.
Mm.
It's quite odd. Where's Khan? Oh, he's gone.
Hang on.
What's this video? The age Hinduism, paganism exposed.
Yeah, we was playing it last Saturday, but yeah, like 30 minutes in. But let's play. Let's go.
One just was taught to ignore all of the dreadful, the intolerable poverty and suffering of India. There were beggars clustering around the gates of the ashram, day and night, children starving, living in little huts, surrounding what was supposed to be a religious community. The contradiction was disgusting to me, but most of the sannyasins failed to notice it. It appeared not to bother them in the least.
Life is suffering. Therefore, you cannot escape suffering without escaping life. Interfering with suffering, entering into suffering, is totally ununderstandable for a real Hindu.
I was a member of the Social Service League at the college, and we were trying to do what we could to help people in the villages. A gentleman who was head of the Department of Hindi came around to us and said, "Why are you doing this? These people who are suffering in the villages, sick or diseased or whatever, have come to Earth in this state because they have done something wrong in their past lives. Now, no matter what you do to them, if you cut short their suffering in this life, what will happen is they will simply come back in their next life in the same state or a worse state. So you're really wasting your time."
Suffering is there, and you can't do anything about it. But you can meditate yourself away from suffering.
We feel that the cause of suffering is within, and so to allow people to experience peace themselves, we teach courses in meditation.
They seek to escape suffering by numbing their emotions and compassion through meditation. Maharishi, TM's guru, once said that a hungry person can become a happy hungry person through practicing meditation.
Humanitarian activities are, again, by principle, foreign to Hinduism. When they are found within Hinduism, it is a direct influence from the Christian missionary movement, a sort of imitation of Christian missionary activity.
Contrast, say, part of the Eastern view with the Christian view. One of the stories I've heard that meant a lot to many people is the story of the Zen poet Isa in the 17th century. He lost all 5 of his children and then his wife, whom he greatly loved, and each time one of them died, he went to the Zen master and said, "Now, how can I take this?" And the master said, "Always remember the world is dew, D-W. In other words, the sun rises, the dew disappears. Don't get hassled, don't involve yourself in mourning and grief." And he went home and wrote what became his most famous poem. And transliterated into English, it goes like this: "The world is dew, and yet, and yet." In other words, the world is dew, there's the logic of Buddhism. And yet, the humanness which is not satisfied or fulfilled because it wants more of an answer than that. Now, you compare that, say, with Jesus, who face to face with death was not detached or uninvolved. He was angry and he wept. Why? Because death is outrageous. God didn't make the world like this. Something's out of joint, something's wrong. And the Christian view sees evil and death as the wrong they are and therefore fights them. And that's what the East lacks.
In the Christian tradition, the suffering is taken so seriously that God himself had to enter it and take it upon himself. Without this taking upon himself the suffering of mankind, there is no Christianity. That's the heart of Christianity.
Although the Hindu tries to convince himself that suffering is only in his mind, an illusion as he calls it, Maya, at the same time, he believes that he has to suffer again and again by forever being forced to return to this world through reincarnation. There is no escape from this endless wheel of samsara, life and death, because in Hinduism, unlike Christianity, there is no forgiveness, because there is no sin. Therefore, sadly, also, there is no hope.
All the gurus that I know of in the Western world teach reincarnation, a doctrine very central to Hinduism. Reincarnation is all about dying and coming back to this world in one form or the other.
Hare Krishna people believe in transmigration of the soul, as they prefer to call it, traveling from body to body to body.
These physical bodies don't last forever, even though the soul does. So in the same way that a driver needs to change cars, in the same way we need to change from one body to another.
Gandhi called reincarnation a burden too great to bear. Yet it is being eagerly embraced in the West in diluted form, as part of a patent blend of Hinduism and Zen Buddhism, camouflaged with psychological terminology. This New Age religion is promoted through thousands of worldwide networks and hundreds of major gatherings, such as this Mind, Body, Spirit Festival held in Los Angeles. It is a westernized version of India's Kumbh Mela and promotes many of the same gurus and practices, from astrology and palmistry to psychic readings, healings, and meditations. The festival, now international, was started in London in 1977 by Graham Wilson. He explains the New Age interpretation of reincarnation as an upward evolution to a higher species of mankind.
We don't just reincarnate as an individual soul into a new body each time, but more of there's a collective consciousness of souls, which is why I think we have access to a lot more information than we realize.
Either one has to believe in reincarnation or resurrection. They both could not be true at the same time. There are those who believe that Jesus was a reincarnation of Krishna or Buddha or some other great master of the past, but the Bible would absolutely refute that.
Until the early 60s, only an elite few in the West believed in reincarnation. Today, this belief is accepted by nearly 25% of Americans and about 50% of Europeans. Likewise, yoga was once practiced mainly by an occultist clique in America and Europe. Now, over 19 million Americans and millions more in Europe are actively involved in some kind of Eastern meditation. Altogether, 60 million Americans have incorporated Eastern philosophies into their worldview.
The Bible teaches that Jesus came once and for all. When he died, he did not reincarnate, he resurrected. It is appointed unto all men to die once, and after death comes the judgment of God. I noticed that in the Western world, reincarnation has become something of a fad. However, in India and in Asia as a whole, reincarnation is certainly not a fad. It is a form of punishment.
This circle of life and death, dying and living, is a horrible understanding. It is understood as a horrible concept within Hinduism, because the only aim of the Hindu religiosity at its core is to get out of this circle, to escape this endless living and dying. And the means to get out of this circle of suffering is yoga.
Yoga goes all the way back to the Hindu god Shiva, who is called Yogeshwara, meaning Lord of Yoga. You find yoga being taught in several of the major Hindu scriptures. Krishna, one of the many Hindu gods, was an advocate of yoga. Yoga is also mentioned in the Gita as the main means to attaining salvation. The word means basically to yoke, union. The goal of the Hindu is to be yoked with Brahman. Brahman is the Hindu concept of God, the all or the absolute.
Yoga, in its many westernized forms, is also at the heart of the New Age movement that has adopted Hinduism's basic beliefs and goals. In spite of the seeming variety and hundreds of competitive schools of yoga, all forms come out of India and lead into the occult, though most Westerners are not aware of this. Yoga techniques include breathing exercises, or prana, positions called asanas, dissolving the mind, known as laya, psychic powers called siddhis, repetitious chanting, named mantra, and deliberately cultivating black magic, known as tantra.
In my extensive travels in India, I have encountered a number of Westerners who have got into Hinduism and begun following Hindu gurus as a result of a very simple initiation into a yoga class. Yoga is in many ways the heart of Hinduism. There is no Hinduism without yoga, and there is no yoga without Hinduism.
Although there are many types of yoga, the one most familiar in the West often passes for physical exercise and is called Hatha yoga. It promises mental and physical health, but its Hindu roots and real goal to yoke with Brahman are seldom taught. Ellen believes that Raja Yoga, or yoga of the mind, is the highest form of Hinduism.
The Brahma Kumari's Raj Yoga is a form of meditation where the soul begins to understand itself clearly and has a connection with the Supreme Being. Raj means royal and yoga means union, so the link with the Supreme Being. And through this yoga, I become the ruler over my own self, over my mind and my life.
Johanna Michelson, former yoga teacher and assistant to a psychic surgeon, tells of her experiences in the occult in her autobiography, The Beautiful Side of Evil.
Another word for mantra is charm, or to cast a spell, if you will. And in mantra yoga, a word or a phrase or the name of a demon god is repeated over and over and over again to bring the individual to a vibration level that will attract that which is being chanted for, to bring about the desired effect. It's exactly what the white witches and magicians, so-called, use in the casting of their spells.
We were always told, no, it's just a meaningless sound. It had nothing to do with Hindu gods. But every time a person would sit down, they'd be invoking a Hindu god by thinking that mantra over and over again, be stronger in their life.
Om Namo Narayana, Om Namo Narayana, Om Namo Narayana. It's just one of them.
Told you it was Judge, man. Straight up juju. Get me? And yeah, James Jones, I don't know what you're doing, man.
Yoga, people.
Huh? What's that?
Don't do yoga.
Yeah, boy, it's up to you. But it's like, boy, yeah. A lot of them positions look like snakes and all sorts. Man.
Yeah, praying to the sun god, and they do. I've been to yoga
Mad,
classes before.
mad. Oh, you've been to yoga class, yeah?
Yeah, I did a long time ago though. So, and they say do
previous
the position
yoga.
of this, position of that, and it's like, yeah, it's but everybody goes to these classes with an innocent mind. Yeah, they don't believe all these gods and invoking, I don't know, Shiva or whatever. So,
You're kind of leaving yourself open though. It's mad.
Should look at the definition of yoga.
Well, they said what the definition was, no?
Nah, but this don't seem like no like proper thing, innit? This just seems like no disrespect to white people, but it just seems like a commercialized thing of like the original thing, innit?
Yeah, but it would be, innit? But not in India. I mean, they're in India. They're trying to get the full experience. This is way back, but yeah, we know about this, man.
Even like mantras and like certain mantras, you can't really get them online and that. Like you have to be like, you have to know certain people and they pass on like mantras and them things.
Yeah, it's crazy, but it's all interconnected, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like this new age or whatever movements that were about, or the last whatever years have been based on these type of thinking and that.
But the Aquarian thing, the age of Aquarius thing.
All of it. You get me? Even now with their, white aliens with blonde hair and all of that, it's all based on this type of Aryan Hindu kind of information. They call it esoterical or whatever. But yeah, it's really just the same thing. But yeah, let's move forward.
The chant goes Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. 108 mantras is one round, and they chant that 16 times a day. That takes 2 hours to do every day. That's the minimum requirement the guru exacts from them.
Thereby the mind or the brain is emptied, and you get a clear mind, as they call it, a thoughtless mind.
It's sometimes referred to as a hypnotizing or brainwash technique because whenever you're having a problem or running into some confrontation, you retreat to the security of the chanting instead of thinking a problem through.
George Harrison of the Beatles made mantra yoga acceptable to the world through his song My Sweet Lord, where he incorporated the chant to a Hindu god, Hare Krishna, simultaneously with the biblical shout of praise, Hallelujah. He said he did this deliberately to show that both religions are the same and to make Hinduism more acceptable. To pretend that all religions are the same is dishonest, as is the merger of various religious techniques. For instance, more and more Christians use the name Jesus much like a mantra. They claim that it's a tool to get them into the presence of God. Jesus said that repetitious prayer is not acceptable to God.
Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, originator of TM, claims to have put Eastern meditation on the mystical map. With over 3 million followers, TM is the largest guru movement ever to invade the West. The Beatles' much publicized visit to Maharishi's community in India in the 60s convinced their millions of fans that TM, the so-called scientific yoga, was an even more powerful way to bliss consciousness than drugs.
What makes TM unique and different from any other practice that's going on today is that it offers enlightenment very quickly. It offered a jet ride, you might say, to self-realization.
I started experiencing being lost in this state of awareness called the absolute. In essence, Maharishi taught that we all come from that nothingness, and that is the source of all our consciousness, of all of our thinking and everything we do.
Maharishi's primary thrust is the marketing of his Siddhi Yoga, which is designed to develop psychic powers such as levitation. These courses, like most guru programs, cost thousands of dollars. Rob was able to finance his advanced training through government student loans, totaling $6,000.
During these sessions, it's a very strange environment. People speak in tongues, they yell and they scream, they talk in foreign languages. It's like a madhouse, and it's real crazy. Everyone bounces around on foam pads, flying up in the air.
Rajneesh is one of India's most controversial gurus, largely because of his endorsement of shocking sexual practices as a prerequisite for salvation. His brand of yoga, called dynamic meditation, is a new age combination of Hinduism and psychotherapies. This exercise, involving rigorous breathing and hyperventilation, is designed to arouse the serpent force called Kundalini, which the gurus believe lies coiled at the base of the spine.
I did dynamic meditation every day. We also called it Kundalini meditation. It starts off with a cathartic breathing, and the reason for it is just to move your energy and to get you out of your head and into your body, and you just breathe.
This is getting too much now, man. Come on, man. This is judgment. You know what I'm saying? These guys are just like, well, look at this, man. This craziness. This is back in the day. These are your politicians now and whatever, you know what I mean? Leaders of your countries and all of that. Back in the day when they were young, this is what they were doing, man. Going to India to do madness. Crazy.
The next phase, the screaming phase of dynamic meditation, feels like when you finally had an opportunity.
What the hell?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Hell on earth.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, look, man, you be in that room, it'd be like, yo,
No,
it'd be
I'm
like you
done.
was in hell, and everyone was screaming to get out.
Uh-uh.
Mad, mad. I'm not involved. Told you, judge is
Mm-mm.
judge, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
demonology is demonology, and this is it. It's just done in a subtle way that doesn't seem like it is, but it's something
Yeah,
strange
but it feels
about it.
like this is acceptable, yeah,
Yeah, of
for the
course, it's
Western.
standardly acceptable, but it's something
Mm.
strange about it. Even watching it, you know, there's something not quite right.
No, 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 no. This is
Yeah, it's
goofy stuff. No,
not
no.
on the path of what we're supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? But it's there. It's like yin to the yang. So yeah, you're gonna
Mm.
see some people partake in it. As I said, if you don't know even know where the doctrine and the information came from, yeah,
Yeah.
this is very strange. Very strange. You know what I mean? It's thousands and thousands, thousands of years old. You know what I mean? But it's multifaceted. As I said, there's many parts of it, and there what you can, you know, be into. But some of this stuff is fundamental, crazy.
No, this is a proper judge. I'm not involved.
To throw a tantrum when you were a little kid.
Listen, this look like they're catching spirits and
Nah.
uh,
Hmm?
uh,
Well, you never seen none of this in Sweden, huh, Martin?
no,
Mm.
Maku, come on.
Yeah, it's everywhere, man.
Yeah,
It's
probably,
what
but I
it's
haven't
what.
seen it. Nah. Catching
Mm.
spirits like this and some jinns in them or whatever, demons.
But this is gonna be the new age stuff. This is gonna progress further into what we have today in different, you know,
Yeah, I'm
Scientology.
interested in seeing the new age.
Hmm?
Huh?
So I'm interested in seeing what they say about the new age thing still.
Yeah, it's all new age thing is gonna come out of this
I
thingy.
got caught up in that for a little piece.
Exactly, and that was riddled with Hinduism. You got
Everything in it. They basically took everything from everywhere, man. Just
right,
took a piece of
exactly.
this, piece of that.
Make it to tap into things and not giving you the proper guidance on how that's gonna affect you, or you know what I mean? It's wrong, but it's what people was out here doing from the longest time. Look, rolling around on the ground, mud.
But I was thinking, like, seeing them doing this,
Mm.
like, there must be some kind of like positive psychological benefits to this, because like, say like
Nah,
some, no, but
What
like,
is
say some people
positive?
that never like shout or like move and that, and to be able to like just scream at the top of your lungs and just move your ears, like,
Come on,
No,
bro. Come
but
on, bro.
radar. Just get out in the woods and scream, yeah. Don't
Right.
dig
Like,
in
what we doing,
and
no,
man?
I'm not even saying about like what. I'm not even saying about like the religion thing. I'm just
All of
saying
it is
doing
off
that in
key.
general, just to
All of
scream.
it. All of it is off key. You should not be partaking in none of it. What we saying
Mm-hmm.
here, man?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm
There
not
must
trying
be
to say
good
like
benefits.
do.
What's good
I'm
benefits?
not trying to say do the end. I'm saying like surely like after they've done that when they're doing their class, whatever they're doing, like they'll
Mm.
probably be like, oh, I feel really fresh. I feel really clear. And I was thinking
Nah,
that's probably like
nah.
psychologically
Feel
because they're like
possessed.
screaming and letting out their emotion and
Yeah, feel possessed. Someone else jumped out of your body, or some jumped into your
Yeah, some
body.
other
Come on, man.
entities. They are welcoming
Right, man.
entities into
You're
the
gonna feel
system.
drained. That's the most they feel afterwards. Drained.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh, what happened? What happened? Oh, mate, I'm not involved.
shit.
You got what I'm saying? So it's yeah. I told you there's things that even us Africans know about, but that we don't mess with, man.
Mm-hmm.
But it's out there. We know it's out there, but it's just that we don't mess with it. That's why a lot of us are so religious in that sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they know there's another side to existence of what's out there. There are shit
Y'all
that
keep scaring me about Africa, man.
find you in the dark. Mm.
What did you say,
Right,
Rita?
one girl keeps trying to scare me about Africa, man. Always tells me like little stories and shit about Africa. And
Mm-hmm.
you know, she just says like, oh, there's like Africa's like the birthplace of everything. There's everything in Africa, and they're saying there's like true evil in Africa and stuff like that.
There's demons. There's also mate, monsters. Yeah, we got that. Mermaids.
Yeah, that's
You
what she
know.
was saying, isn't it? That she's proper like convinced and trying not to sound crazy and shit. And I was
Mm.
like,
It's not crazy. It's old school, isn't it?
saying they pull people under the water and that and like kill them
Yeah.
and shit.
Well, not kill them, but take them away. People gone missing. Yeah, until the advent of slavery. Then it was different people, different reasons why people was going down to the lakeside and going missing.
I'd be really interested to look into that at some point if we could, because I've never looked into that before. So I would like to learn a little bit more about that.
Into what?
About the mermaid thing.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously not now, innit, but just at some point.
Yeah, everyone has something different or something similar. You know what I'm saying? In their story, like certain things are just universal, witches. You know what I'm saying? Fairies, all of this, all these certain things are just Black cat. All of this is just it's universal. It doesn't seem no matter where you go on the planet, everybody got some witches and got some. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Certain things that are Come on, man. We can't endorse this, man. What is this? Come on, Ray. Who's gonna feel good after that? Be honest.
No, I'm just saying, just imagine like some quiet person, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You won't even they don't really speak, they never raise their voice, but imagine how clear in their mind they must feel just to be able to like Axel was saying, just to go in the woods and just scream at the top of their voice and just to be able to express themselves. That
Yeah,
sounds
go to the
like
woods. What? And why are you not expressing yourself? You're socially awkward. That's your business. You
I'm
used to
just
go to family parties, school reunion, something. Do something. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, don't start screaming at the top of your voice and shaking up and down and thinking that's okay. It's not
Yeah.
okay.
I'm just saying from a mind control kind of perspective, maybe that's
Yeah.
why they would tell them to do something like that and then it would give them a certain effect or whatever.
They're
Yeah,
doing
it will
some
mind
mantra,
control
yeah,
you.
and then
It
they're
will.
inviting
Thank you.
spirits.
Thank you.
See, this is nothing good. Yeah, that nah.
Thank you. Thank you, Axel. Because it's just clear to see. It's like we're not invested. I know some people have been invested, but I'm just telling you the reality of what it's always been. You know what I'm saying? If you indulge in demonology, this is what's going to happen. You know what I mean? You're going to be doing all weird practices like this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's not, I don't know if this is good for the soul. As I said, we only worship self and kind. This is not us. What beings are this that do this? You know what I mean? It's what you need to ask yourself. And they're quite clearly named and labeled. So, it's not a joke. And then when you find out the root, they say, oh, the peacock demon and this one demon and that one demon. And I'm saying, but this is the good guys. How are they still got demon origin? Oh, it's all demon. Okay, good demons and bad demons. All right. But all still demons.
Demons.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I'm out. Not involved. You know what I mean? No, it's true.
Yeah, I hear
Benevolent,
you. Hear you.
benevolent.
No, all
Yeah,
demons.
we use word like benevolent, malevolent. Yeah,
Mm.
for them, they're malevolent beings because they're one physical, two. They got a little mercy, but they'll still they still come here to dominate and be worshipped.
What would you not define a demon as?
I just think it's an entity that you know little about. I don't think it's like invisible and all of that. I just think it's another physical being that moves a different way. The yin to your yang.
Yeah.
You know
I
what I
know
mean?
some people when they think demon, they just think like a red being with pointy horns or something like that.
No, you
I know
mean
there's
like
a lot of
devil
different.
Devil,
himself,
no,
yeah?
that's the devil.
Satan.
The devil might be a demon, but I'm just saying he's yeah, demons are whatever form. I remember we got beasts and monsters and that. So don't get it misconstrued that maybe it might be the soul of a demon is a monster and that type of thing. So there's lots of angles and parameters, but I try not to get involved. Organized monsters or organized demons are what we're talking about, the Hindu pantheon, the fallen angels, the you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In the biblical, there's or in the book of Enoch and all of that. These are the beings they're talking about. They're already wearing gold. They're already wearing,
Yeah.
they got machinery, they got technology, they got thing, and they're being worshipped.
Oh,
Devis and deities and all of this type of talk, and avatars,
okay,
things
okay.
that can transmutate into human form. So whatever they are, they could be jinns, demons, spirits, whatever. You know, the world of that is sometimes, yeah, it's good to investigate, but yeah, at the same time, you know, don't get drawn in.
Yeah.
And these are clear signs in this thing here that you could get drawn into something that you don't even know, you know little about, or they're telling you, but you're not putting two and two together. That the history of this ancient being, yeah, and then later on you end up worshiping it.
Yeah, just by doing some yoga or something, like
Right.
not inviting them in. No, no,
Yeah.
we don't do that. Yeah, no. It's good
We
to
have
know
to. Mm,
things about them,
yeah.
but don't get involved. Really, like
As I said,
just
to
I
see
wonder
the
if
side.
people get and I wonder if people get attacked like when they leave these kind of places. Like say like if you've been like doing these practices for a certain amount of time and putting in so much energy towards like a certain entity,
Mhm.
like do you reckon like by leaving they might like attack you in some kind of way?
Right. Oh, these people.
Yeah.
No, man.
No, like say like that
I
woman
mean,
in
some were, yeah. I mean, earlier in the video, yeah, there was people, because remember that some of these gurus ain't authentic gurus. They're just in it for the money and in it for whatever. Do you get what I'm saying?
I mean like the end like a spiritual attack like by the entities that you stop worshiping.
Yeah, but that's happening right now in front of your eyes, bro. I don't know what else you think is going on.
No, I mean like if they leave, if they stop doing that.
What do you mean? Like, I mean, if they leave the camp or they leave the place.
Yeah, so
There's,
say if like let's say that woman in right at the front, say if she says, "Oh, I don't, I'm not feeling this anymore. It's bad." Blah blah blah. Goes to like religion. But do you think like during her like leaving, like she might get like attacked or something by like the like a spiritual attack by like the spirits from like taking the energy away?
well, it depends what she's done. I mean, if she hasn't done any harm to anyone, I don't think so. I mean, it's about control, isn't it? So these entities want to control the physical human body or you. The problem with that is you've already got enough entities inside you to make you up as a person. This is why the constant fight and the battle when it's not a a holy entity. You know what I'm saying? Because in all the biblical scripts, when you got endowed with the Holy Spirit or this or that, you were still normal. Only when you was possessed by something else was you possessed, or you was, you know what I mean? You needed an exorcism to get this individual or this demon or whatever out of your body. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's different processes going on, even in how you get enlightenment and how you would react to that. But this is not it. None of this physical, you know, shaking up and down, all of that screaming at the top of your voice. What are you invoking? Bad dreams? You know what I'm saying? This is why some people take trips and they see a whole heap of nonsense. Or the worst thing, because they've always been imagining it. They've always imagined hell. They've always imagined devil with a pitchfork. They thought they always imagined it, but it was planted there by society, you know?
Yeah.
Or whatever you've been into. So, like, yeah, it's not helping, man. It's not helping. But as I said, it's a link religion. Everything you can go, it can attach to any faith. This is how it got to so many people. You know what I mean? People could just join it because they were doing something similar before. But now you just got a few rituals and practices that are different, mantras, all of these type of things. As we said, continuously saying the same thing, same thing, same thing is not a good thing.
yeah,
You
exactly.
know what I
You
mean? In
open
anyone's
up
spectrum.
your spirit,
Right.
yeah, or your mind really for
Mad. But look at
other
this
spirits
screaming.
to come in. Yeah.
Like,
Are you
where's
really
the screaming? Where's the screaming going, man? Let's see where the screaming's going, because
Yeah, yeah.
I'm still baffed, confused. With this, well, I'm not, but yeah. Anyway.
By the time you get to the third phase of jumping up and down and yelling "who," you're hardly there at all. And so it's pretty hard to remember what happens when you're there. I guess the closest thing I can associate it with is mindlessness. You get to a place where your mind actually leaves your body.
And there you go.
And there you have the portal to get in.
Thank
See?
you.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Emptiness, you know, it's emptying the body, because so you become an empty vessel for these entities to jump inside your body.
Exactly.
Yeah. While you jumping, it's jumping. Trying to get in. You know what I'm saying? Crazy.
Body's just jumping up and down, and your voice from your gut is yelling, "Who?" And you're not doing it anymore. You become one with this whole energy.
Yeah, so
Like a dog barking.
radio. Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying. Where's the benefits, cuz? There's no benefits here. This is a mess. Complete and utter mess. Yeah. Someone's making loads of money from this. For unsuspecting people to, you know what I mean? To give their all to in something that they think is, you know, innocent and gonna do them better. But yeah.
Imagine how many demons is in them now, yeah?
Right.
Like, and see the power the
Right.
demons are getting
Mm-hmm.
when you're evoking so many of it. I don't know, man. This is.
But you generating that energy.
But I don't get like what would the demons get from like going into their body?
What do you think?
Don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't get it.
There's benefits to everything, man. Come on, man.
Like,
Otherwise,
they
it wouldn't happen.
like, their energy, like.
If it didn't happen, then we could say that, but we know it happens, right?
I know. I'm just saying, like, what would like from looking at like the demons' like intentions, like, why would they want to like go inside all these people's vessels? Like, what would they
I'm
get?
not asking no demon no questions, bro. Or no entity no question. Yeah, if it's an exorcism, it's an exorcism, isn't it? Let's get him out. You know what I mean? We could talk about that little more dangles later. You know what I mean? But right at this present moment, I wouldn't really be concerned with that. You know what I mean? What's the concern of an entity that can jump into people's bodies? I don't know. What's the modus operandi? But I know that if you make the conditions easier
For them to jump in, yeah?
Yeah, you can't even argue or you can't even ask no questions why then it happens, you know? And I already told you in clubbing, going raving and all of that, you know, the circumstances are correct. You're gonna drink spirits, you know, get high or whatever, you know what I mean? Do balloons or whatever you're doing, you know what I mean? Fuck it. Leaving room for these entities to come and jump into your body. So like, you know what I mean? This is an older example of what we were trying to explain to you. You know what I mean? You could do it to yourself. Or they can guide you in how to, mind control yourself or empty out your mind or empty out your soul so that entity can jump into your body. Mad.
The next phase in dynamic is the quiet space. Someone yells, "Stop!" And you've just been doing 30 minutes of intense catharsis. And what happens after being in such incredibly intense movement for so long is just a feeling of peacefulness and stillness. My mind actually stops, and I feel a oneness with the whole universe.
There have been glowing reports published giving credit to the gurus and their pseudo-psychological techniques, but neglecting to mention the thousands of cases of emotional and mental breakdowns, insanity, suicide, beatings, murder, rapes going on in guru centers, various guru centers worldwide.
Bam.
This is what we're talking about, Radar. See?
Bam. That's the results.
Yeah.
That's the
From
results.
I didn't hear what she said. I was just reading the last few comments.
Mad. Yeah, was that on purpose? All right, let's go.
And their pseudo-psychological techniques, but neglecting to mention the thousands of cases of emotional and mental breakdowns, insanity, suicide, beatings, murder, rapes going on in guru centers, various guru centers worldwide. It is a lot.
Mad. You hear it that time, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what's going on. Well, that's the after effects of this kind of madness. Yeah, about inner peace. You fully, you get me? You fully mind controlled them, jumping up and down, and then they tell you to stop. Let the thing jump in your body. Yeah, and then that's it, man.
And you
Enjoy.
turn local afterwards and do shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'm not denying this, innit? But I'm just saying like it just don't make sense, innit? 'Cause, like, say like you got like the instructor, innit? Like the yogi, whatever you call that.
Mm-hmm.
Like what is he working with the demons? Like why is he trying to like put these thousands of people into this state so like he can then say, "Yo, go on, demon, jump in them," and then like, what do they get? I'm just
Of course,
trying to
they get whatever they want, man. I don't know, man. You have to ask them that. But yeah, they are definitely in league with them because they understand the principles. They understand what is being said and what's going on and why these movements are here. And of course, they understand that.
But I know it's a deep subject,
Like
isn't it?
when I
This
ask
balance
them,
good and
no,
evil.
it's not. When I ask them, they tell me and they say yes. Say, is this demonology? Yes, yes, my friend, and rah, 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 in a subtle way. As I said, subtle.
Right. Like,
No
so I know
one's
that,
gonna openly
that
admit.
between good and evil
Hold
is
on.
good, like, you
No
know?
one's gonna openly admit their thing is demonology. I like.
Yeah.
No one's gonna do that. You know what I mean? But it is what it is when you go into the information and you look into it and the history and everything, the theology and all of that. It is what it is.
Like, so I
So
do recognize that, like, people that,
listen,
some
you can
people
get
that believe
benefit
in
from it.
demons.
Let me tell you what a benefit from it is. Yeah, war. Yeah, the benefit to winning a war, for example. That's the difference in it. Yeah, that you be ready, you be prepared mentally, physically, metaphysically, and all of that to fight and to be a warrior and all of that. This ain't no pussy shit. Hindu shit ain't pussy shit. It ain't. It's warrior shit. It's, you know what I mean? People get their heads chopped off and all sorts in these stories and that. Like, it's not no game. You know what I mean? These are warriors. These are, you know what I mean? Warriors for who? Now that's the question. But they're still warriors or, you know, entities that been here longer than us.
Yeah.
And said where they come from. They come from somewhere different. They come from somewhere and they're here. Some of them is blue. Some of them is indigo. Some of them is black. Some of them is, you know what I mean? White. All of that. So, but they definitely weren't us. Whether some people mix with them or not, that's another story. But they're not us. So I don't know what we're doing. If someone comes to chat to you with 6 arms, are you worshipping that? Right. No, like 6'8", more than much taller than you. You know what I mean? Like almost 7 foot tall, like female, 6 arms. You know what I mean? 4 legs. You know what I mean? You're gonna say rough. But for some people, it was a thing of worship. They just took that, wrote it down, thing, listened to it. You know, the wise words or whatever it was saying, and that's how we have some of these devis or deities and all of that.
I know this sounds crazy and it might be a bit off topic. You know, like Mortal Kombat?
Mm-hmm.
Because like it's mad like how like a lot of like the new characters that they brought out like over like the years and like they like a lot of them like represent these kind of beings and there's all
Definitely.
different like, underworlds and stuff like that.
The Chinese thing, the Chinese thing came out of the Indian thing, so you know
And
what I
that's
mean?
all about demons too.
Yeah,
Look at Pokemon.
yeah, everything. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all about the same thing.
Pokemon.
You know what I mean? Man are dragons, man are thing, the good
Yeah,
dragon, the white
smashing
dragon, and
spirits.
this dragon, and all of that. Yeah, the spirit of the wolf or whatever. You know what I mean? Demon wolf, demon this, demon that, bro.
Yeah.
Demon monkey. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Yeah, ain't nothing like, yeah. If it's your thing or you picked it up, that's your thing. Yeah, like you grew with that and did it, but you couldn't just take it coming from a Christian or whatever background in the what do you call it, in Europe, and you're taking a Far Eastern thing that some of them don't even know what's going on. They're just there to worship. They're followers of the thing. The guys who know what it is ain't gonna tell you what it is. they're gonna make you think that what you think in all the good aspects, in a sense, like what Radar's saying, but that those good aspects is supposedly the yoga, certain practices, and all of that.
I do know, like with the Hindu thing, like this is one thing that put me off about.
Go on.
Is that like a lot of the people then they just like there's like loads of different deities and they just like pick a deity that will provide them with something and they just kind of worship them and give them offerings to get something. And it's like that's kind of something that put me off the thing, you know.
Okay. No, I got you. Yeah. Like the story of Kali and that. I mean, Kali demands that her followers were cannibals at first.
Man.
It's not the cannibalism now, but yeah, they used to be cannibals, man. Eat flesh and all of that.
Have you seen those Hindu people that eat like flesh and that?
What, cannibalism?
Yeah, there's videos on
outlawed.
YouTube.
Yeah. I definitely think it was outlawed. But yeah, in some parts of Asia and that they were doing it. And Europe as well. Mad cannibalism. So wonder where they got that from.
Alarming to realize these dangerous techniques for enlightenment are being incorporated in psychotherapies, self-help seminars, and are even being accepted in mainstream Protestant and Catholic churches and seminaries.
What?
Huh? Did she really say that?
She did.
Wow.
All right, gods of the new age, yeah. Let's see.
Mhm.
We're going in. Hinduism is just, we know what it is, yeah. Let's move on.
One of the fastest growing yogas in the West today is Tantra. Seductively offered as an exotic means for enhancing one's sexual experiences. Like all yoga, it is designed to provoke possession by Hindu spirits in order to break the chain of reincarnation.
Boom.
In Tantra, advanced
Boom.
disciples indulge in the most...
Is that enough, yeah?
Yeah, but yo, Radar, you got your answer now.
Did I triply prove my point? Yeah.
Well, what have I got to do with Tantra?
It's got, well, I'm just saying is all of it is to invoke yoga.
Spirits.
All of it is to invoke Hindu demons. Right? Done. Finish. Game over. Throw in the towel. Let me rewind it just in case you didn't get it.
Advanced disciples indulge in the most degenerate behavior.
Uh-oh. Degenerate.
From human sex.
I went too far. Let's go. Listen, Radar. Listen.
One of the fastest growing yogas in the West today is Tantra. Seductively offered as an exotic means for enhancing one's sexual experiences. Like all yoga, it is designed to provoke possession by Hindu spirits in order to break the chain of reincarnation. In Tantra, advanced disciples indulge in the most degenerate behavior, from human sacrifices to sexual perversion and sorcery.
Tantra yoga is the extreme expression of Hinduism. If you will, it's the black and so-called white magic in which the Shakti, the Kundalini force, is aroused, the psychic powers that accompany it are in full bloom, and the individual, depending on his personal preference, can channel this force either into the black magic, which includes rites of meditating upon severed heads, human heads in India, and eating bits of flesh and the unconsumed parts of the cremation rites and other practices, horrifying practices. Or they can take it into what they call the white magic part of it, in which they are using this power, this force, for healing, for the benefit of mankind, if you will. Yet Anton LaVey, the Pope of the First Church of Satan, has said it very explicitly. He said that to believe there's any such thing as white magic is mythology. There is no such thing as white magic. All of it has its source in occult psychic power, and it has nothing whatever to do with God.
Toby is a yoga teacher at the Scandinavian Yoga and Meditation School in Aarhus, Denmark, which promotes Tantra yoga.
Tantra means
It's your end.
to
Man.
the mind through expanding the awareness. That means to be able to meet more and more of the reality in everyday life.
Although yoga is sold to the West through various gimmicks and techniques, its basic occultism remains the same. The hope of immortality is at its heart, and the dream of realizing one's own inherent divinity is its ultimate purpose. Becoming a Christ, they call it. Despite the claims that yoga is only physical and non-religious, it is the very essence of Hinduism's spirituality.
It eventually leads to the realm of the spiritual, to meditation, where the person looks into himself to find the true self, and in finding the true self, he believes he's finding God.
This new yoga in the West went into a sort of amalgamation with occult and Gnostic groups. And the Hindu mythology was put forward in a sort of demythologized way, which we now recognize in such terminology as New Age. The age of the enlightened man, the age of Superman, the man with super consciousness has begun. God is losing all importance. Man is the only thing which matters. Man is saving himself by his knowledge, by the development of his mind faculties.
You know, the frightening thing to me now, as I look back, is I started having the experience that I was God. And as God, I could completely structure my life and my universe exactly the way I wanted it.
Dave Hunt, noted author and lecturer, is one of America's leading experts on the New Age. His books include the bestseller Peace, Prosperity, and the Coming Holocaust. He explains that Hinduism is based upon the same ideas that the Bible says the serpent introduced to Eve in the Garden of Eden.
The yogis teach the same lies that the serpent in Genesis 3 deceived Eve with, that death is merely the doorway to reincarnation, and that humans can become gods. This is either an unbelievable coincidence or an unmistakable identification of the mastermind behind Eastern mysticism.
This mastermind is called Satan in the Bible and is also known as the serpent, the ultimate power of Hinduism, symbolized by the serpent, is glorified and worshipped in Hinduism.
We see God as the form of light, and
Oh
the name
boy.
Shiva is used by our group, but meaning incorporeal being, radiating peace, radiating light, love to the whole world.
In India, Shiva is known as the god of destruction. He haunts the cremation grounds and wears a necklace of human skulls and wears serpents in his hair. His power is worshipped. Hindu texts describe the power as the fiery serpent within, called Kundalini.
This Kundalini yoga is now at the heart of nearly all yoga. Even yoga schools, which pretend to be purely technical hatha yogic schools, in their heart are Kundalini yogi. They are arousing the Kundalini, but they don't speak about the Kundalini. They speak about the energy, getting the energy up, raising the energy, and indicating that this simply means that they get more healthy and sound.
Many people are talking about Kundalini, and really it does mean energy. That means whatever you call it, it is about energy. To take away blocks in your energy system so you're able to function in a more effective level.
The serpent has been known as energy or the force and worshipped as the symbol of wisdom and immortality in every religion and culture. Only in the Judeo-Christian Bible is the serpent identified as deceiver, destroyer, arch-enemy of God and man.
The old dread and fear of the serpent is being subtly removed from our culture. Even children in schools are being taught to accept the snake through yoga positions like the cobra.
Michelle, could you show us how we do the cobra? That's
Oh,
good.
mate.
That's good. Look forward.
See the fuckery.
Good. You
Yeah.
hold it for a second.
You know what the cobra
Grounding
means in
this
Egypt?
serpent power and forcing it into the spine, driving it upwards through a number of chakras, which are centers. You are expected to go divine, to become superhuman, to get supernatural powers.
The breathing exercises are designed to teach you to absorb the prana, the energy life force in the cosmos, to channel it into the chakras, the psychic channels, thus awakening the Shakti force, the Kundalini force, and bringing about those psychic powers, which are such an integral and prevalent part in yoga.
So very slowly, let's breathe in through our nose. Very slowly. Breathe in.
Yeah, man. You shouldn't even be doing this.
There are many
What the hell?
dangers with breathing
It's kids, you
techniques.
know.
No, it's
Even
wrong,
the
man.
writers
Yeah.
and the proponents of these exercises are quick to warn that not only do these things trigger
Do you want your pitney
emotional
doing
and
this?
mental diseases,
Mad.
which have been known to place
Look.
people even in insane asylums for the rest of their lives,
Insane
but they
asylum.
also recognize that these exercises can open your soul and your mind and your entire being
Go on.
to a takeover by demonic forces.
Thank
See?
you.
See?
Boom.
See?
Game
See?
over.
That's what we're
Game
talking
over.
about.
Done.
Madness.
Done. A takeover by demonic forces. What am I saying? What?
Yeah, yeah.
You hearing us now, Radar?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm saying
And
I'm not.
anyway, through your personal experience, it was the negative side of the force. You get it?
Obviously, the one thing I keep trying to say is like,
Mm.
what you think all energy is bad?
They were trying to snatch your soul, bro. Trying to snatch it. You know
No,
what I'm
but
saying?
why do you want to even invite other
Exactly.
entities in you? Like,
But
why?
you
No, I
wouldn't
said
know.
entity. I said energy. I mean, like, do you believe your own body has its own individual energy?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
obviously. We all have it.
And do you think that's bad?
No, I'm saying you're more powerful than the being you're trying to put into your body, or these guys are trying to put into your body.
You have to allow
Obviously.
yourself to let the other
Mm.
entities enter you,
Mhm.
yeah? So why doing this, you're allowing it?
Yeah, some could be possessed easily
Mm.
because they're like empty vessels anyway. But others, nah, man, we have to invoke or
Mm.
make the conditions right for these things to. And even then, it's going to be a struggle, right?
Exactly. And
Yeah,
imagine taking it out from your body, it's going to take you ages.
yeah.
So, yeah.
You know what I mean, your body's going to react or resist. This is not a good entity. No. Your ancestors are in there fighting for you. You get me? Everyone's in there fighting for you. Mad.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
The followers of the gurus themselves have been forced to form an emergency spiritual network of 4,500 MDs and psychiatrists to treat those who are freaking out on Eastern mysticism.
But the real yoga means gradually cut the relationship between your soul and the bodily world. You stop your life processes. You stop your thinking. No thoughts are allowed in the mind.
Many people don't realize this, but it's terribly dangerous to go into a meditative state in which the mind is simply left blank. And that ultimately is the purpose of the meditations in yoga. It's like opening the door to a room. Whatever comes through, you have no control over.
See?
It is simply not true that yoga
Madness.
teaches you
Madness.
to breathe in the best possible way. Yoga teaches you to reduce the breathing down to a minimum and finally to stop it. You also have to stop all the movements of the body, all the movements of the muscles, the nerves, and bring your body to a complete standstill. In fact, there are some of the hatha yogic exercises which can be used as a sort of gymnastics. But fundamentally, it isn't gymnastics. It's in the same way as serving in the army has certain healthy aspects and perspectives. You get stronger, you get more vigorous. But the aim of the army is certainly not healthcare. The aim of it is to
Mind control.
learn how to kill. The same
Yep.
with yoga. The aim of yoga is to learn how to kill yourself off, to get rid of life and death.
I thought
Mad.
I was being strengthened, but what I was really doing is flipping into an altered state of consciousness, a form of self-hypnosis, which is very weakening to the mind and to the body. But this weakness made me afraid to give it up.
The biggest danger I found in practicing transcendental meditation was the dependency on the technique itself. It's kind of like drugs. A drug addict doesn't want to give up his drugs, and because the experience is so pleasing, and he feels his life will crumble around him if he doesn't have it.
It is, in fact, a sort of psychotic withdrawal. Being afraid of contact with the external world, you create your totally alternative inner world.
I thought I'd have the experience of like leaving Shangri-La and all of a sudden turning old and weak and disintegrating. I was afraid that I would lose my clarity and my energy. But little did I know, when I did give it up, I gained all these things that I never had when I meditated.
Boom. There you go. You already had the power.
Once a religion for Indians alone, Hinduism has become radically evangelistic through adopting the principles of Christian missionaries who introduced cultural and social reforms in India. In 1966, at an international Hindu conference, leading Hindus planned a strategy to convert the world. The gurus were chosen as the first crusaders, and their tens of millions of converts are now the first Western Hindus. At the World Congress of Hinduism in 1979, a spokesman declared that our mission in the West has been crowned with fantastic success. Hinduism is becoming the dominant world religion, and the end of Christianity has come near. At the 1981 TM conference in India, a spokesman stated that the entire mission of TM is to counter the ever-spreading demon of Christianity.
Therefore, Hinduism is by nature anti-Christian. It's not just that Hindus don't like Christianity, but the whole Hindu understanding is the absolute opposite, the real alternative to Christianity.
The religion that is out to destroy Christianity is being embraced by millions, including many in the church today who are naively succumbing to spiritual propaganda and unwittingly becoming disciples of the gods of the New Age.
Behind today's aggressive campaign for world Hindu domination is a secretive organization called the Vishwa Hindu Parishad. It is the world missionary organization of Hinduism.
Reading from its constitution, paragraph 4, to establish an order of missionaries, both lay and initiate, the purpose of propagating dynamic Hinduism. And going on, the purpose being to open, manage, and assist seminaries or centers for training such missionaries. The word missionary returns in the Constitution several times, and it's clearly indicated that this is a world organization for Hinduism. The Hindu Vishwa Parishad, in its magazine, very clearly states that the yoga teachers in various parts of the world are the front missionaries of Hinduism. Obviously, they don't know it, but they are looked upon like that by these people who are running the central organization.
The teachers themselves are being duped, hypnotized, brainwashed, whatever you want to call it, but not seeing what is really happening there.
While a guru disciple, Prema Nayak was an accomplished yoga teacher for 10 years.
Yoga teachers are blind leading the blind. They themselves do not understand what they're into. They don't have any idea what they're teaching. This is really being used to reach the souls of students and innocent people in this country and other countries who come for an exercise class.
As I look back on it, I see it was a subtle infiltrating of my beliefs and ideas. It totally changed my worldview. It gave me little or no moral standards by which to guide my life.
I was becoming a Hindu, and it was a very big deception.
The Vishwa Hindu Parishad's plot to convert the world to Hinduism has created thousands of New Age worldwide networks with tens of millions of converts, all working for a new one-world government.
Through the repackaging of yoga, the Western mind is being systematically conditioned to accept a neo-pagan worldview. Combined with New Age thinking, it claims to offer more integrity, selflessness, goodwill, freedom, and says it is the very alternative to Christianity's narrow way.
Yoga is really part of our society now. It's being sold everywhere as technique for relaxation, for becoming unstressed, brighter, more beautiful.
The self-centered world of glamour promotes yoga, meditation, and visualization techniques as a means to a healthier and more beautiful body, mind, and spirit.
The real Decepticons, Marco.
Spirituality is in, but with an anti-biblical meaning. Even relaxation has become a spiritual quest for one's so-called full potential through holistic massage, isolation tanks, and hundreds of other New Age techniques. Most of the 2,000 YMCAs across America offer yoga classes. And nearly 2/3 of all universities and colleges make yoga available as part of the curriculum.
Many of the people practicing yoga that I have met say to me that they only practice it because of the physical benefits. Any Hindu would tell you, however, that there is no yoga that is purely physical.
One of the first things I learned in my teacher's training class was that I must talk to the students about the philosophy behind yoga. That this
You
was
see,
just as important.
man was saying, sorry, Jedi was saying that one time.
Relaxation.
Yeah, it's the
at the end of
philosophy, it's
yoga
the
class
idea, what you're
is
calling
really
on.
hypnosis.
Oh, just say this
Where
chant.
each part of the
It's not a
body
big
is
deal.
relaxed.
If you're not into it, that you
while
don't
they
have to
were in
worry.
this state,
You know what I mean?
I read to them about the Hindu philosophy or something from one of my guru's books. So they got it whether they wanted it or not.
Yoga exercises were not designed for physical fitness, but to realign the serpent force within the body. To achieve godhood, that yoking, which is what yoga means, with Brahman. Anyone interested in physical fitness ought to do exercises designed for that, not yoga.
Many hospitals have set up their own yoga and meditation classes to provide stress reduction for patients, doctors, and nurses. Doctors and dentists who wouldn't think of promoting Christianity or Judaism on the grounds that it is religious are unwittingly involving their patients in Hindu practices.
The last 2 years I've been working with some German doctors that was in research of breathing exercises. In our Danish school, we get patients from the doctors, typical with backache, with nervous symptoms, with high blood pressure, with stress, and so on.
In addition to promoting yoga, fitness and health magazines advocate various schools of vegetarianism, a practice essential to Hinduism. An extreme example is macrobiotics, which attempts to manipulate spirituality through diet.
Maharishi once said that vegetarianism was the highest form of diet.
This is
See,
essential in order to
vegetarianism,
have
and
deep
then
experiences in meditation.
now we've got
because
veganism.
the
So
vibrations
yeah,
in animal products are innately of the nature to pull the soul down into the lower levels.
I find it intriguing that so many of the people in India and those in advanced yoga in the West who feel that the consumption of meat lowers their vibration level think nothing about drinking their own urine, or better still, cow's urine, which the holiest of men in India recognize as having special redemptive qualities.
mad.
We only eat food that's prepared by yogis who are in remembrance of the Supreme Being, so that those vibrations are filled in the food, and these affect the mind very much.
They also teach that
Drink
anyone
beef.
outside the movement is more or less evil. He's a meat eater. He's a karmi.
You're not able to have as much endurance, not as much strength, because I was a vegetarian for many years, lost a lot of my strength.
I'm just old typical American cracker, and the changes that have taken place in my life are tremendous. I've quit my so-called wicked ways, in other words, killing game and eating the flesh of animals. I'm strict vegetarian, as this diet so ordains.
God did not ordain vegetarianism. Jesus was not a vegetarian. He fed the multitude with fish on more than one occasion. He himself ate fish and the Passover lamb. While the Bible would not condemn vegetarianism as a means for health, it would condemn it as a means for spiritual enlightenment.
Health food stores are among the main fronts for guru organizations and recruiting, and are major distributors of New Age literature. Thousands of MDs, PhDs, chiropractors, and dentists are enthusiastic proponents of New Age holistic medicine. These New Age practitioners operate from the premise that treatment of the body must begin with treatment of the mind and spirit. These therapies involve countless techniques, most of which incorporate altering one's consciousness or hypnosis.
Always part of the occult, hypnosis has become the main bridge between Hinduism and modern science. Hypnosis creates the same states of consciousness that you experience under drugs and in yoga. Accepted in medicine and psychiatry, hypnosis is the heart of self-improvement and positive mental attitude courses. And hundreds of misinformed Christian psychologists use hypnosis in their daily counseling.
Even in the church today, faith in God is being replaced by faith in our faith, in our positive thinking, in the idea that somehow if I can make myself believe that something will happen, then it really will. This is a counterfeit of the true faith. Many believe that hypnosis is okay if used by qualified counselors. Somehow used by the right people makes it scientific and not occultic. So Christians naively use it, as do many of the new consciousness movements like EST, Scientology, mind dynamics, silver mind control, and alpha brainwave training.
In pursuit of Freudian myths, psychiatrists use hypnosis to regress patients back into their childhood and into the womb where they relive the traumas of their birth, despite the scientific fact that the prenatal, natal, and early postnatal brain is not sufficiently developed to carry memories.
I did indeed experience my original birth thought, but I felt it wasn't enough. I went back and I experienced my thought during my conception, and then I went back from there to a previous lifetime to experience why I had structured my conception the way I did. I mean, it's never ending. You can just keep going.
Moreover, they take them right back into prior lives where they come out with factual recountings of lives they've lived all over this earth. Obviously, the memory is not coming from the brain. It's coming from a deceptive source.
The field of medicine is embracing numerous New Age beliefs that cannot be explained scientifically, such as acupuncture, which claims to manipulate the Kundalini force with needles, and biofeedback, which uses a monitoring device to train a person to control ordinarily involuntary functions, such as blood pressure.
The Menninger Clinic's documentary on biofeedback calls it the yoga of the West. Elmer and Alice Green, pioneer biofeedback researchers, admit that it creates the same state of consciousness and results as yoga.
This electronic yoga has now been introduced by psychologists into the world of sports, including the Olympics.
Businessmen are coming to yoga today because they want to be relaxed in the middle of their day. They want to train their ability to concentrate.
Self-help therapies are a motivational tool used by hundreds of competitive businesses across America. Weekend success and positive mental attitude seminars and mail-order subliminal persuasion cassettes promise to improve personal and business performance through a blend of humanistic psychology and Eastern mysticism. One such course, called New Age Thinking for Developing Your Full Potential, has changed thousands of lives for such prestigious clients as the IRS, CIA, U.S. Army, Navy, and Air Force, NASA, General Motors, IBM, Xerox, Rockwell International, Bell Telephone System, Bank of America, and scores of police and fire departments.
The human potential movement, with its emphasis upon self, self-esteem, self-love, self-acceptance, a positive self-image, is simply a westernized version of the yogi's self-realization, the guru's concept of the divine within, that we're all God. Rolling Thunder, the Shoshone Indian medicine man, has said, Scientists will eventually discover what pagans have always known. That's exactly what's happening through the invasion of Eastern mysticism into the West.
Many leading scientists have enthusiastically embraced Eastern mysticism in recent years. Hinduism, which claims to be the oldest religion, is being deceptively packaged as the new science.
And a lot of the East is very seductively packaged. It's put over very carefully so that they don't stress the religious side, they'll put the scientific. They don't stress the spiritual side, they'll put the physical fitness or whatever.
The yoga we teach has nothing to do with religion. It is scientific methods in the way that you do something and then you get results.
Maharishi found out that in the United States that people would not buy the religion package. So offered the scientific package, started getting scientists involved, started to do experiments on meditators such as the breath rate, the brainwave patterns, etc. And when they found out that the metabolic rates lowered during meditation, they found they could present it scientifically and people would buy it better that way.
Even as teachers, we were taught the puja ceremony, we were bowing down to Hindu gods, and yet we didn't really feel we were teaching a religion.
I think that's extremely deceptive and dishonest. Because the deeper you get into it, for instance, as people are initiated and so on, what they're taught is the pujas and the basic words and the rituals that are Hindu worship. Of course, many Englishmen and Americans don't realize what the words mean, but if they just asked what the Sanskrit meant, they'd realize that's fundamentally religious, and the whole thing is basically, in that sense, dishonest.
Children practice it. It is used for teaching languages. It is used for the businessmen, for all levels of society. It's taught in the schools.
In schools across the Western world, from kindergarten through university, Hindu occultism is being openly taught in spite of the otherwise enforced separation between church and state.
Guru Thakar Singh was invited to speak at a high school in Southern California. Kurt, a student there, became so overwhelmed that he actually moved to India, where he is now a devoted follower of Thakar.
It's only half an hour talk and 20 minutes meditation. And the experience I had while there was like nothing I'd ever experienced before. And just the air, the energy in the chapel where he was speaking was just electrified with feelings of love and just a peace, a hushed quiet that was just bewildering to me.
It seems outrageous that in public schools across America, where Christian prayer has been outlawed, yoga, Eastern meditation, and visualization techniques, which are simply forms of Hindu prayer, are not only allowed, they're being actively promoted.
Here in some of the schools in the West, in the PE classes, after having started with the physical aspects of yoga, the teacher eventually has the kids chanting words like Om, Rama, or Krishna, names of the gods.
Starting right down from the teacher to the student, we learned that the yoga could really help the kids reduce tension and center themselves.
Many teachers are not where he is now a devoted follower of Thakar.
It's only half an
Eva, we saying? Talk to me, cuz.
Is he here?
No, he's in the chat. He was saying something.
an hour talk and 20 minutes meditation. And the experience I had while there was like nothing I'd ever experienced before.
Mud.
And just the air, the energy in the chapel where he was speaking was just electrified with feelings of love and just a peace, a hushed quiet that was just bewildering to me.
It seems outrageous that in public schools across America, where Christian prayer has been outlawed, yoga, Eastern meditation, and visualization techniques, which are simply forms of Hindu prayer, are not only allowed, they're being actively promoted.
Here in some of the schools in the West, in the PE classes, after having started with the physical aspects of yoga, the teacher eventually has the kids chanting words like
This
Om,
is crazy, Maku, you
Rama,
know?
Krishna,
Mad.
names of the gods.
So right down from the teacher to the student, we learned that
Madness,
the yoga
Beefy.
could really help the kids reduce tension and center themselves.
Many
Oh,
teachers are
Bia
now
at its
being
highest.
encouraged to develop a mass consciousness among the
Judge.
students.
Let's relax. We're going to very slowly lift our hands up.
Children are taught to let go of their critical faculties and center in on their intuitive feelings and experiences.
Just really, really relax.
No, the
Imagine
teacher
that
itself
you're on
is
top
a
of
demon, man.
really soft and fluffy cloud. When you're just really relaxed, comfortable. Just see that blue sky in your mind.
One of the ways that the consciousness of the masses can most powerfully be influenced is through the mass media, which is increasingly being used for promoting Indian consciousness.
The film Gandhi was probably the most effective piece of Indian propaganda to invade the West. It was a political advertisement controlled and heavily financed by the Indian government and promoted by the peace movement. It propagates a false message of Hindu religious tolerance and non-violence. Historical accuracy was discarded.
Racist.
Gandhi was no different from most gurus today in that he was a sexual pervert and was certainly not the non-violent, peace-loving man as demonstrated
Say
in
what?
his racial killings
Nah.
in
We're
the
shocking people now, guys.
What? What?
They don't know about this.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. You ain't no mate. Still, oh mate. Oh mate. What can we say, eh? Mad.
Everyone is bigging up Gandhi, the peacemaker. Gandhi was so peaceful, loving. La la la.
No, he wasn't. We know this. He was a so crazy shit.
What if I told you Gandhi was born in South Africa?
Probably was, yeah.
I'm not surprised.
He's part of the Nazi party and that. Mad.
and was certainly not the non-violent, peace-loving man as demonstrated in his racial killings of blacks in the Kafir Wars in South Africa. The most important message of the film was that Gandhi was one of the first gurus to link Christianity and Hinduism to form one package, a new religion. I consider him to be one of the fathers of the New Age movement.
So many of the most popular films today, like Close Encounters, Poltergeist, E.T., Return of the Jedi, Star Wars, are all based upon Hinduism. For example, the Force has a dark and a light side. That's black magic and white magic. The doorway into the occult is an altered state of consciousness. This is the way that Obi-Wan initiates Luke into the Force. He has him working a laser sword. He says, Luke, your problem is you're trying to think.
Too much, innit?
Yeah. Mad.
Too much, isn't it? What the hell?
Let the force be with you. Yeah.
Let the force be with you.
Yeah.
Wow, I like that. I like the way he was gonna do his breakdown, though. I rate that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. And let me break it down for you. Like, okay. This guy's not playing.
Let's go back a bit again. It was good. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Popular films today, like Close Encounters, Poltergeist, E.T., Return of the Jedi, Star Wars, are all based upon Hinduism. For example, the Force has a dark and a light side. That's black magic and white magic. The doorway into the occult is an altered state of consciousness. This is the way that Obi-Wan initiates Luke into the Force. He has him working a laser sword. He says, Luke, your problem is you're trying to think. He puts a visor over his face so he can't see. And he says, Luke, you got to tune it out and let the Force take over. That's an altered state of consciousness. In The Empire Strikes Back, Yoda is a yogi. He's got Luke standing on his head going through various contortions to develop the mind power to raise his spaceship out of the swamp. And when Luke can't do it, Yoda does. And Luke looks on and says, I don't believe it. And Yoda says, that's your problem. In other words, it's all in the mind. If you would only believe it would happen. And when Luke goes into the cave to confront Darth Vader, Yoda says, don't take your laser sword, Luke. You don't need it. All you need is within you. That's the divine within. And when he cuts off Darth Vader's head and it rolls to the ground and he opens the visor and sees his own head, that's the most powerful presentation of Eastern mysticism you could ask for. The Beatles sang it, I am you and you are me and he is she and all is one.
We are raising an entire generation of children under the bombardment of cartoons and television shows and fantasy role-playing games and movies that are telling them that the occult and Eastern philosophy is a wonderful thing, not something to be afraid of, not something ugly and fearful, but something beautiful with the darling reptilian creatures with the great psychic powers that are drawing these children into an acceptance of things that are dangerous beyond anyone's comprehension.
The minds of children are being trained in the use of the supernatural and taught the principle of creating what seems like reality through Hindu psycho-spiritual techniques of mind power. Dungeons and Dragons, for example, requires participants to mentally murder, rape, torture, and otherwise commit mayhem with the aid of occultic powers. In at least one popular game, Hindu deities like the goddess Kali are invoked. Hindu religious techniques, including repeated chants, visualization, and casting spells, are used to overcome enemies.
For you students who are new to our fantasy games class today, we're going to be playing Dungeons and Dragons, and I'd like to talk about a few of the advantages of using Dungeons and Dragons in a classroom. You may be wondering why you get to play games in school time.
These games are used in gifted children's programs throughout the United States. A clear majority of state-supported schools and colleges incorporate them into their curriculum.
And we call this an integrated curriculum. You guys are kind of familiar with that. You may encounter some violent creatures on the way, but the object is to be able to dispose of this ring that is the symbol of evil in the kingdom of Middle Earth.
A child can understand.
Middle Earth, very Lord of the Rings.
What in the Hobbit is going on here? It's all the same thing, man.
George Lucas, creator of the Star Wars series, is in real life a devout believer in the Force, which he says can enable anyone to read minds, see past and future events, levitate, and plug into another world of psychic energy.
What's that?
The Eastern gurus, the occultists, cultists of every description have taken the terms of the Bible and felt every liberty to redefine them according to their basic presuppositions. God becomes not a personal individual, a spirit with whom we have a personal relationship. Through his son, Jesus Christ, he becomes an impersonal force.
God is something, an energy that permeates every one of us, each and every one of us. And it's both personal and non-personal.
Jesus becomes not the way, the truth, and the life, but an avatar, a way shower, one of many paths to God.
Look, hey, pause, Michael, pause, go back, pause.
One second.
Another Buddha.
Yeah.
Many paths, life.
Pause right there. That little.
Jesus becomes not the way, the truth.
Wait 1
and the
second.
life.
Yeah.
After the guy with the flute, pause it with the guy.
Oh, then this is Jesus, right?
Yeah. But go carry on.
Buddha.
After the guy with the flute.
Okay, the guy with the flute.
A way shower.
Okay. Next guy. Pause it on the next guy.
One of many paths.
That pause. Every picture you see of Jesus, what hand sign is he pulling?
He's pulling the same hand sign, man. Everyone's doing.
Mad.
Yeah, I know.
And look at the sash as well. You see the sash thing.
Yeah.
See when mad.
Crazy. We try to tell them, but they don't want to listen. People saying, no, it's not the same. It's not. Okay, cool. Safe.
To God.
Jesus Christ, of course, was an enlightened master.
Bhagwan is another Jesus, another Buddha.
Enlightened master, you see, look, this man, they've had this thing patterned down for a long time. Yeah?
All religions are Hinduism repackaged for people.
That's why it's so easy to remix it. You got to attach it to any other faith and religion and make it blend evenly. I told you it's
They're
a
all
link
extensions of
religion.
Hinduism.
So that's why it's so easy to do that.
Jesus Christ was a great master, like our master is today. The Word made flesh, as the Bible puts it.
Jesus himself warned us that in the last days, many would come claiming to be Christ and Messiah. Our landscape today is literally crawling with individuals claiming to be Christ, and the Eastern gurus are right on the top of the list.
There are two things the gurus have done. On the one hand, they've used Eastern type words that are floating about in the West, words like energy, vibrations, and so on. And they've also used words, phrases, ideas from the Bible, from the teaching of Jesus, misused them, twisted them around to draw people to themselves, to suggest that the things that Jesus was talking about are actually the things they are talking about.
Man's dressed like Jesus, rude boy. What are we doing?
In Holy Bible, it has been explained very explicitly that be ye perfect, even as your Father who is.
So, one second. Is a turban a Sikh thing or Hindu thing?
So basically,
Boy, I'm out, man. It's a
Boy,
guru thing.
When
it's a guru
you
thing.
know you're a perfect man, then you can go upward and you can become divine.
Each human being is naturally peaceful, naturally pure, naturally good, and the quality of evil
That doesn't
is
even
our
make sense.
unnatural state. So in meditation, we're practicing that, focusing on the original, pure, divine self, which is our true state.
If humans are inherently good, then why do they lie, cheat, steal, make war?
Exactly.
Whatever good there is.
let the white man tell you. Yeah. He's like, yo, man. This
F.T.K.
woman's been
bomb
mind
right
control.
there in your
Yeah.
face. In your face.
She's been mind control. I don't know what the hell she was looking about. Yeah, she could quit with that nonsense.
True state.
If humans are inherently good, then why do they lie, cheat, steal, make war? Whatever good there is within us apparently isn't enough to keep us from doing evil. Therefore, to seek salvation from within is to seek it from the wrong source. We're not separated from our higher self. We're separated from God by sin.
Ernst Winter has a PhD in international law. He was a diplomat in the Austrian Foreign Service for 10 years, and from 1968 through 78 was a director with the United Nations.
My greatest concern really is the growing interest and dedication and application of Eastern mystical thought and practices within traditional Christian groups and churches. There's a vacuum, there's a longing. They want to be filled with, quote, religious experience.
Today's New Age teachings falsely claim that Hindu spiritual experiences are compatible with Christianity. And the incredible thing is that so many
Baha'i
Christian
faith.
leaders, through their books, magazines, sermons, radio and TV programs, encourage millions of Christians to seek Christianized Hindu experiences.
Many people who are in the Christian church have come to us and have had deeper experiences of spirituality and of God as a result of this meditation.
As a society, we've become geared to basing our beliefs on our experiences. If our experience and our feelings tell us that something is valid and genuine and good, then we automatically assume that that is the measure of absolute truth.
No distinction is made whether this is a spiritual experience coming from God the Father or from the rule of this world. The appreciation of Satan or the devil or demons has diminished enormously because rationality says there cannot be a Satan, cannot be demons. These are psychological phenomena, maybe even have to be treated by a psychiatrist. Opening, therefore, to spiritual experiences one's soul opens many people to the occult.
The Jesus who came to me in times of deep meditation gave me visions and experiences that were beautiful beyond description. I was convinced that because I was witnessing miracles of healing, because these things are so filled with love, they must be good and from God. And yet one day it occurred to me that I had
The
no
Jesus that came to her. What do you know was
truth
Jesus?
against which to test my experiences, that my feelings, my emotions, perhaps were
Exactly.
open subject to some form of subtle
Could have been some
manipulation
form of.
which I didn't understand. At that point, I decided to look into the Old and New Testament.
Hindu ascended
I knew
master.
that I'd fallen then for the Jesus of the counterfeits.
Lucifer, the light of the morning.
Based on feelings, ecstasy, or experiences is like building a house on sand. Our relationship with God should be built on a solid foundation of biblical knowledge.
Now, I believe that we are challenged to test the spirit, that we should read scripture, that we should study the Bible, and that we should not value experiences higher than the word of God.
Biblical meditation is thinking deeply on the person and work of God and Christ, concentrating on and knowing his word.
Most Catholic monasteries and most Protestant Bible schools have introduced one system of meditation or another, and they are based upon the practices of yoga. Many of the church people, and particularly leaders of
Christian
the
yoga,
churches
yeah.
and denominations, look with great hope to Eastern mysticism that it would bring
Just Blaze,
new
allow
life
it, bro.
into
You are
a
Hindu.
dead body.
I recently graduated from a major American theological seminary, and I've seen an alarming influence of.
So does that mean that if we use Hindu and then you turn Muslim,
you're still Hindu.
Then
you go pilgrimage.
Look what he did to Christianity, and look what, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying, look what.
It's all an extension of the thing. It's like different denominations of Hinduism, Christian religion.
What I say, the thing's so deep that like even if you leave the thing and try to go to something else, it's just different
Same thing, man.
No, it's the same thing. That's all.
Levels.
Done in a different way.
Levels.
Religion, but
relying on gin.
In terms of using meditation techniques, biofeedback, self-hypnosis, auto-suggestion as a tool in order to gain mental and physical health. The danger to the students is that these professors are using Christian terminology in order to describe Eastern techniques. One of the professors who is teaching Christian meditation told us to empty our minds.
Christian is not Western, so the different thing. Christian is Eastern mysticism as well. What are you doing?
I know.
The belief that we can create reality with our minds comes directly from the Hindu concept that everything is an illusion, or Maya. This is the new delusion in transpersonal
Maya,
psychology.
man. I always say it, man.
And it's rampant, even in the evangelical church today, where it's becoming increasingly popular to believe that we enhance worship by visualizing an image of God or of Jesus, that we create the answer to our prayers by visualizing what we're praying for. Creating a visual image of Jesus or God in our minds is no less idolatrous than if we made the same image out of wood or stone. Forcing God to participate in a situation or honor a desire that I have visualized in my imagination is simply a devious way of attempting to manipulate him into doing what I want without admitting it.
Judge.
While infiltrating the Christian
Judge, if you didn't pray, didn't obia.
Powerfully
Yoga.
influencing world politics. Under the umbrella of the United Nations, countless New Age groups spread their philosophies worldwide. Many UN leaders, UN agencies, and the World Council of Churches with its deep UN ties promote New Age beliefs and practices.
Michael, what's the official religion of the United Nations?
Sri Chinmoy. Even the United States Pentagon has meditation rooms. A graduate of Harvard School of Divinity, Leland Stewart, directs the Unity and Diversity Council, a powerful New Age promotional network that originated with a 1965 directive of the United Nations General Assembly.
Unity and Diversity Council is a worldwide coordinating body of what we call it individuals, organizations, and networks looking toward a time in which there will be one single organized energy of networking throughout the planet.
Under Stewart's leadership in 1982, this group linked arms with Graham Wilson's Mind, Body, Spirit festivals, forming a vast army dedicated to the merger of all religions into one, under a world leader.
I am very interested in the harmony of all religions. It's not just to give birth to another religion, but rather to produce, let's call it, a universal religious outlook through which there can be a new connecting of all cultures and all religions, all
Look who was on top.
This growing consciousness of sharing godliness and looking for a leader to lead everyone into this new heaven, the UN plays a very important role inasmuch as it is a support system. Any group that meets to discuss these matters would be very eager and very careful to have UN sponsorship.
Our organization has been represented in the United Nations. We have an office there, and this has been going on for approximately 5 years. We've been involved in all the sessions that are going on in the UN. We've been able to watch and participate, offering meditations and presentations.
How is this possible? I think it became possible by the thought and actions of one man in the UN, Robert Mueller, who was continuously emphasizing that the UN has to be a support system to this conditioning of man, to this sharing desire, to this looking for a one world government, for one world leader, and playing down, and I believe myself correctly, that the UN is not that world government. That is a conditioning device, that it is an aid, a support system. It gives prestige to otherwise completely outlandish groups.
The Brahma Kumara
You
school
saw
is a
Baha'i,
spiritual
you know?
university
Mad.
in India.
He
The
said it.
official
Used by the
religion,
UN and its
official
members
religion
for
of
a
United
purpose,
Nations.
focusing on world
Go
peace
figure.
and unity.
How can that come
Delegates
about?
from all over the world, VIPs, are attending to express their ideas and to experience peace in a very real way themselves. This experience will enable them also to draw up new laws for universal peace. This will be endorsed by heads of state and submitted as a practical form for the United Nations.
Many evenings, the UN building is even used for lectures, talks, meditations, enlightenments on how to make one better world. The leaders are asked to meditate and be involved because this is part of their instruction, their brainwashing, and all this is part of the conditioning for the vision of a new world or of a new age.
This guruistic system in politics is very dangerous for our democratic society. It will at least bring a loss
You see,
of freedom, a loss of
Guru thing is in is in politics, yeah. And I did tell you to be a politician or somebody who works as a UN ambassador or something, you must go to India for I forgot, was it 2 years or something like that? For training, psychic self-defense training. You know what I mean? Because you don't know what they're going to be using in the UN or in Parliament or whatever. You have to be mentally prepared to be a politician in any country. I mean, they don't openly tell you that, but it's mad. It's crazy. I did tell
Oh, they're doing
people.
a trade trip to India. Oh,
Yeah.
really? Ambassador to India. Mm.
Yeah, you go to India and you go into some metaphysical training. You know what I mean? Which will involve meditation. You know what I'm saying? Yoga, all of that.
Handyman, didn't you have to travel to India as well?
Yep. Yep. The journey, we call it the great journey or whatever. To go and get the scriptures, the holy text. Remember? The holy Hindu text, which was in India. China, you know, we are talking about. Mad.
security and a big danger for all mankind. So I believe Guruism is preparing the world for some political fascism too.
Actually, we're being prepared for this surrender to an authority in a way that perhaps we don't realize.
Guruism.
We are going through right now strange bathing in Eastern concepts of consciousness, states of consciousness, bliss, reincarnation, energies, vibrations, all of these words that have become very commonplace, really, in the Western languages, are also modifying our mind. They are
See,
changing.
when I told you that this is part of the esoterical, yeah, there's pseudoisms. There's pseudo. There's about pseudoscience and all pseudo Hinduism and all of this, man. They invented the terms, man, for their own actions and their own behavior.
Changing our way of thinking. And this changed way of thinking puts us into a mental state, if you'd like, and prepares our intellectual functionings for the surrender.
More than ever before, the human race seems willing to surrender spiritually and emotionally.
Oh no,
to
what
a
intellectual person
charismatic leader
would
who
surrender
can offer
their intellect to
peace and
something
comfort.
else?
Not an intellectual person, but someone being controlled. The person who did it was intellectual, yeah.
Yeah.
But the person who was
Good.
subservient to the trap,
Is an
yeah.
intellectual.
Huh? You just an entity. They just want your power. They want your energy.
Intellect, entity.
Mm-hmm. It's all about mind control. It's all about Hinduism. When I say Hinduism, I know what I'm talking about. Like I said, it's a broad term for many different aspects, as you can see, and ways of life and blah, blah, blah. And now in the new age, we speed it forward. As I said, it'd be Scientology, it'd be this, it'd be that, it'd be all of these new age type
They find new
religions.
ways to bring you in. Just bring you in.
Mm.
And we're held into that one world way of thinking.
What cracks me up is most of these organizations are endorsed by the Roman Catholic Church.
Come on.
Otherwise, you won't be able to function.
They're all linked. They're
Mm-hmm.
all linked. Remember when the Pope was putting power there, then
Yeah.
everyone come from every religion come kiss his ring. What are we doing out here, man?
Yeah.
Dealing with some other entities. See?
What are we doing out here? Everyone, Muslims, Hindus, all the top guys all came and kiss the ring. Kiss the ring, yeah? Drop me out, my G.
That's what happened to the Nubians. They went Hindu. When they started wearing bindis, the men started wearing bindis,
turbans,
and and saris and stuff. I said, bruh, this is a religion. They were like, no, it's a way of life, bruh. You ain't pulling the wool over no one's eyes. Man started having statues of Dr. York and stuff. I said, nah, I'm out. See you later, man.
I'm out.
Oh, they start to worship them, yeah? At him.
Yeah. I had statues of him. Like, nah, I'm out. Come on. Porcelain.
Demigod deities, isn't it? Demigods.
Mm-hmm. And then, like, we're talking and I'm watching the actions and they're saying, yeah, we used to wear them back in the day. I said, yeah, if you was Hindu, I ain't no Hindu. I'm an African. Like, what the hell is this?
Back in the day, where?
Yeah.
House way. How?
But they came with new books and all of this type of stuff as well to support their nonsense. And I could see the flaws in it because it wasn't written by Dr. York, even though they claimed it was. What is this? Nonsense. Remix nonsense. When you ever see a remix, you know a remix, boy. And I saw a couple, boy. Towards the latter days.
Do you think they were like influenced because of the movement in USA? Or this Hare Krishna thing?
No, I mean all people are influenced by the different parts. Because remember, these people are coming with religion. They're coming to this new thing in a sense.
Fire religion.
I mean, yeah, but it's like they're Christians, they're Muslims, they're this, they're that, they're Hebrew Israelite, they're all sorts already.
Yeah,
they're trying to break them out. Yeah, he was trying to break them out the mindset of all those things that they came in with. The problem with that is eventually learning new knowledge and all of this thing, people will remix and find a way to turn it into a religion. You get it? And so there were little groups, they weren't major because the whole thing's not about religion, it's about information. You know what I mean? And different and the religious groups as well. You can go into schools of the religious groups, you could go into schools of Kemet, Sumeria, Africa, you know, everything. the world, Craig, everything. So there were different schools that you had to learn in and but you're coming in with your religious values. You understand?
Yeah.
And then you want addressing on that. You want, yeah. So what does it say in Islam? Well, since you're a Muslim, go to Surah, blah, 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 in the Quran, and it explains the same thing,
Mm.
right? That's what you see Dr. York doing a lot. And it's kind of, that's why I said it became tedious for me. Because once I started learning the information, I'm like, bruh, what are these people asking silly questions when you get the opportunity to ask a really intelligent black man a decent question? You want to, you know what I mean, fall back into religion when our history is so much more than that, you know, and the root of all religion, you know what I mean? As I said, the oldest religion on the planet is Hinduism, and I ain't wrong, you know what I mean? I ain't never been wrong yet. I told man, yeah, but ways of life existed.
Before
You know
that.
what I mean? Before
Yeah.
that, yeah, but we didn't call it no religion. It's a way of life. How do you do things? We do the things by the way of the ancestors, by the way of this one, by the way of that one, by the way of someone who was actually tangible, real, or something, you know?
And also living
Or
within.
by the way of the prophet, for example. So it's not a religion. When you say your religion, that's something else.
Also
But the way
living
of
within
life,
nature.
you know,
So
yeah.
using things within your nature to live life. That's your way of
Mm.
life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just simple.
Studying
So
and the
you,
nature and everything. Yeah,
yeah,
this is
being
way
one with
before.
nature. That's way of life. So once you know your nature, you know your surroundings. You live with nature. It's your way of life.
And you live with your community,
So
your
no one
ummah, and
live
all
in a
of that.
different environment can tell you how to live your life because they don't live your way of life. It's just simple.
Because life is for living, remember. The creator created you to enjoy the experience. Yeah?
Facts.
What
Yeah.
people can try and convince you is that you have to spend 50% of that time giving thanks. But yet your mere existence is thanks. You know? Your mere existence is proof that the creator exists, you know? Like all of these things, like,
Yeah,
but
that's
you know,
true.
it's how things are done. You know what I mean? Yo, you got to pray on Most High. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Most High guides my movement. Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High. But I'll be honest, Most High is not concerned. He feels that he gave you enough tools to live, to give you the instruction to live in peace. To get it? It's not hard instructions. Yeah, be peaceful and live peacefully. How
Yeah. But
difficult
it
is
looks
that?
like it's harder than yeah, we preach right now, right?
No, but the humans, obviously, we're human beings, so we
Yeah.
add shit to it and make it more complicated and da da da. Now you got to practice this and practice that. Like I had to practice when I was a baby. No. Like I had a book when I was a baby. No. Came out the ring with the umbilical cord attached to a Quran. No, that never happened. Yeah, and these books are just guides. They're guides,
Yes,
man. That's all it is. It's not. It's not a.
Put down by another man before you.
Yeah. How are you gonna live somebody else's experience? You can't. No. You can only learn from that information, right? And hopefully that you can apply it to your life.
If we encounter the same situation.
Right. You understand? That's why people say, some people say, oh, what would the prophet do? Or what would this one do? Or what would that one do? What would Jesus do? What would, you know?
It was like in my culture, we believe that nothing is new in it. Everything, there's nothing new under the sun. So when we ask for our ancestors for guidance, it's because we know they've experienced it. So when we come to experience a thing, we got guidance through memory DNA. Simple.
All this judge, all this Hindu judge, man. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not involved.
it's so
I
scary.
don't know
Yeah,
about this.
As I said, a lot of Asians are not into it. That's why they have other faiths over there. You know what I mean?
But
Sikhi, they try to stay away from it.
it's the
Buddhism
same thing
tries to
though.
take
But
a different
but
aspect
what you
of it.
find, what you find they're doing right now is like they're flipping things around. You find now a lot of people are becoming Christians in India, and then in America, a lot of people becoming Hindus.
Yep.
Like they're flipping it around. But then they want to be told it's all one anyway, so same difference.
Yep. Even Obama, mate, was on it. Done a ceremony, a Hindu ceremony up in the White House and all of that. It's mad. It's like, okay. I agree with religious acceptance, but this is something else.
You go say
Yeah, but this
now
is the next
I'm an
level thing,
angel.
though, Michael.
Mm.
Now you're inviting entities into your body. Now, are you mad? And
Oh,
trying to pour babies, kids,
well, this is
the
a
munchers and stuff.
this is a supernatural or a psychological war that they're fighting when you're in these positions. So when you go in the White House, you innocent and blah blah blah, you're
Mm.
exposed. You could be subject to mind control,
Any entity can enter you
and they can't have
infected.
that. And they can't have that in the situations they're thinking. Even down to the secretary or whoever's working in the government or whatever. You've got to be on point because someone from
Well,
across the way in the UN can be working a spell on you. Could be doing a spell. Say something. Yeah, someone in
well,
parliament could say, "My right honourable gentleman." Boom, he's already attacking me.
Mm.
Do you get what I'm saying? Psychologically and da da da. Then I have to use some spells to retort what he's saying and deflect it back to him. This is what's going on when I watch Parliament because they're not enemies.
if, was
You know
if
what I
you
mean?
look at the Hindu pantheon, innit, it's
Yeah.
talking about this great war in these heavens, innit? All
Yes.
these deities fighting each other. So when you call upon a certain deity, you're actually calling, you're fighting a war for them, which is happening somewhere else.
Right.
You're getting involved.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And then if there was a war, are they not warriors? This is my point.
Okay,
What
all
people
these
want
big
to
swordsmen.
pretty it up like it's something else that it's not. Yeah, that they're pious beings and they just came here to teach humans. No, 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 it's no. They're warriors from the jump. Their whole existence is in war, violence, and destruction.
Mm.
Yeah.
The Marvel universe.
Mm, blatantly. You know what I mean? And it's like Transformers, Decepticons, and Autobots. You know what I mean? But imagine the Autobots were still evil as well. You know what I mean? They were just good evil. And good
It was
evil is like us. It's
the good
as
evil thing is it's all about perception, how you perceive something.
think about it. It's good evil is how we are. That's why
Hmm.
they say we're malevolent beings also. Because we have patience, we can be nice, we can be thing, we have empathy, but we can also kill, murder, terrorize, and do all the above. Do you get it?
Mhm.
That's what a malevolent being is. A benevolent being now knows better, higher, beyond that. Probably wouldn't even resist if you try to attack him. You know what I mean? Wouldn't lift a finger or to harm a fly and all of that. But how is that? You know, like it's like saying good and bad, right? But being too good would probably lead into your death. You know, and then
Balance.
being too bad would also lead to destruction, right? So you seem to be the balance in the middle, having both, you know,
Finding what's
personality of
agreeable and
yeah,
disagreeable
bro.
and
You know what I mean? Within you. So you have that balance. And then some of us don't have that balance. Some of us are polarized. Like some of these beings are polarized, where their whole entirety is negativity or their
it's in
whole
their
entirety
nature.
is positivity and over positive. You know what I mean? But over positive to your detriment. Because as the ancient texts um said that the elders and the ancestors they were so agreeable, it was to their detriment. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? They knew better than life and death and violence and they knew more than that. But it doesn't make you not subject to it if there's other beings in the universe and they're angry and aggressive and you know want to consume and destroy. It's just
But
the
one
true
thing I don't
nature.
understand, yeah, Mako
Mm.
and BK, I don't understand why people want to get involved in these type of things.
No, you
Like,
see, because
like
you know, but just
tapping
as you've
into
seen,
this unknown
have you
demonology.
seen anyone say, in a sense, anything negative from the side of the Hindus or anyone who follows Hinduism? No, you haven't. Yeah, you haven't heard anything negative.
No, no,
It's
no.
all like a dream for them. Oh yeah, the guru's this and do and we practice this and we dance and we scream in a room for
But
20
do you
minutes,
think
half
they
an
would
hour.
no? But they're not honest, yeah? Or do you think
Mm.
they just don't know?
I think they don't know. It's a need
Yeah.
to know basis.
It's a
You
need
get
to
as
know
much
basis. The
as
higher
they
up
said.
you go, the
Mm.
more you know. The more you know, the less you want to know.
It's like in Speaker's
Yeah,
Corner
that's
where
true.
we got religious zealots, yeah, which we call followers of the religion, and then we've
Mm.
got laymen who can actually make a decent argument and pull verses and and all of that, right? And then you've got scholars, right, who are obviously professionals in their job because that's what they specialize in. Yeah.
Then
So there's
above them, you
three.
got gatekeepers.
Well, I'm just saying this is within religion in Speaker's Corner. Like, for example, so
Mm.
you know when you're talking to someone, a heckler is a follower of that whatever various, you get me, religion or ideology is. Right? That's what a heckler is.
Hmm.
He ain't gonna say nothing. He ain't gonna defend it. He ain't gonna come with verses. Yeah, and he gonna get
Does no shit, just
emotional
follows it.
about. Thank you. He's gonna get emotional about the religion he doesn't really know much about. His
Mm.
thing though, but he just doesn't know much about it. So he gets angry instead of getting angry with himself and then going and reading Ikra or something. Yeah, he wants to take it out on someone who's a
With
little bit
information.
older. Yeah, crazy. So there's
You see what
followers of religions and there's laymen and there's scholars and there's all sorts. But
the information is just information. It's what you do with the information that counts.
of course,
So dangerous can be dangerous, can be good information. But information
correct.
is just information.
But
When
as I
someone
said,
gives someone information, someone can
Mm.
run with it and do something good with it. Someone can run with the same information and do something bad with it.
See, the funny thing is, again, like we're gonna say all this about Hinduism, but I've studied so much. I've learned that. Listen, when you get to Africa and you start to get to the east side of Africa, there's a lot more Hindu stuff going on.
That's where it
Hindu
came from.
culture is there even now, aside
Permeates from there.
from Kemet or sorry, the Taino Christians, the Muslims, the whatever that's there, and the Waka, yeah, the
The
old
go-to
stuff,
place.
older way of life and religion in that region, traditional they call it, is Hinduism. So it's all part and entwined. When you go Egypt, you're gonna see the cobra, aren't you? You're gonna
Yeah,
see
yeah.
the snake. You're gonna see the Kundalini thing, all of that.
Chakras and that.
Kundi-
Even like they say, it's not like they say the Horn of Africa is not land of the god, it's land of the gods.
It is land of the gods.
Yeah, the
Oh,
Punt
but the concepts, as I said,
is
mental
the
concepts.
main. The
Yin,
name of the Punt. Punt means the land of the gods.
Yeah, but
So
no, but see the
yin and yang.
plural part of it,
Sorry,
the plural
yin
part of
and
it,
yang. Yin and yang.
yeah, yeah, yeah. The
That's what
gods,
it is.
exactly. Yeah.
not God, but the
No,
gods.
gods. No, it was called the Puntland. Yeah, the whole of
Yeah.
yeah. So the land of the gods. So before Christianity and Judaism, them.
Before, yeah, and even the oldest depiction of Shiva is where
Isn't it in Somali?
Somali.
Yeah. I think I heard that. Mm.
Well, the Rift Valley, as I said, India was right there on your on your
Well, even the problem with
eastern
Kemet as
side.
well.
Sorry.
The problem with Kemet, it burst a lot of most of these religious things because people were coming from all over the place, the world, coming to Kemet. When they go back to their own places now, they start their religions.
Well, as I said, it's integral in the Kemet thing.
Mm.
It's twisted in there, especially in the southern part, because the southern part is attached to the Middle East and Mesopotamia and all the way to India. So, as we said, when you get to Mesopotamia alone, you see a lot of the Hindu influences and thing in the stories, or where they got some of the stories from in the Hindu pantheon. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're one and the same. As I said, cuneiform is 2 steps to the left, yeah, of the language groups, yeah. On this left group, which has Hindi and Uruk, yeah, Urdu, and yeah, all of these type of languages, which they call pre-flood languages. But yeah, from the Sanskrit being the oldest, I mean the cuneiform, yeah, you get tree writing, and then you get Sanskrit, and then from
But even
you get
go on, sorry.
all of the other ones that are down to Malaysia and they might all look different in the styles of the actual writing, but the sounds and everything are very similar. Do you get it?
But
Because they have all one root. They have
now,
one singular root. Yeah.
now even the Hindu scripts, yeah,
Mhm.
or the original one, they say the Chinese Sanskrit are actually are plagiarized. The original ones, what is it? What's the language in Sri Lanka? They speak in Sri Lanka. but they got language of their own. Dharmic, because something.
Oh, yeah, Thai
Yeah,
or something.
so that is the original language the Hindu script was in. The original Hindus are Sri Lankans.
Well, I would
Because
say
remember,
that
remember the Sanskrit came into the region. It started in the
I
region.
mean,
It came into the region with
it might be the
the Vedas.
original.
Because
Sorry.
remember, Sanskrit is a mixture of Vedas. So it was something coming in and mixing in, beginning Sanskrit. But there was something there before. What was it?
No. The Vedas, when the invaders came, yeah, they changed the concept. They didn't change the religion or change the thing, but they just changed how the structure works, especially things like the caste system. They're the ones who changed the caste system and made it more based on actual physical appearance. That Brahma now is depicted as almost a old white man with a white beard, long hair, and all of this type of stuff. And at the foot of the caste system is black feet of Kali or anyone untouchable and all of that. That system, because the caste system was there, right? But it wasn't in the same way. But then when the Vedas came in, they changed that and made the gods' stories one of killing and murder. To get it, so you kind of tweaked the stories where it wouldn't have been killed. There might have been disagreeable and agreeable and all of this type of stuff, but it made it now that this one was a destroyer and blah blah blah. That came from the invaders or the Rig Vedas, should I say, text. But that's later text. That's baby text. That's not the original Hindu text that they found. It's always going to be copies of that afterwards in Chinese, in Thing, in Mandarin, and all of that. You know what I mean? These are later events and later languages, even because modern day Chinese comes from the older Chinese of Mandarin and the other one, Manding, and no, Mandarin is from Mandingo and Mongolia.
Yeah.
So we know the people went out there as well and created new sets of people and what you're calling Chinese and Ming dynasties and all of that. So, I mean, we don't want to hurt no one's soul. But yeah, this Hindu thing is way older, thousands as you're obviously recognizing. If it's in the Kemet thing, then what are we saying here? Do you get it?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying it existed way back, as the Kemet.
It was the Sumerians.
Theology thing. But no, Sumerians are babies in this. Remember?
I know, but they were dealing with it as well.
Their story,
Anunnakis and
the Anunnaki story is what is amazing. Yeah, that's like 450,000 years. When theirs is only like 4,000 years, 4,500 years ago, Sumeria. That's baby, man, in Kemet, even in Kemet terms.
No, I'm just saying they deal with the thing about the gods fighting and all the people. I mean, interdimensional travels and all this, just like the Hindus.
But as I said, that Far East thing is from Africa too. And once, as we come out as Egyptians or whatever, Syrians and thing and go up, yeah, and then coming back the other way, we already got it. Do you get what I'm saying? Because they've got it in India. Because we've traveled to India from those regions and all over, you know what I mean? So when we settle again, then we continue, or sometimes you get an update, and then an update will become part of the story. You know what I mean? Like the Naga, and they'll say, these serpent people or blah blah blah, but it could be just us.
Even what I found out last week that the Ganges was actually an Ethiopian king. Like, wow.
Yeah. I always maintain that.
We're talking about the Hindu Kush thing, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All that Ganges, yeah. Is an Ethiopian king of
yeah.
And then there's many Ethiopians, Oromo thing. We done Prince, was it Bandars or whatever his name? What was his name? Amber. Say Prince Amber.
Amber.
Yeah, the Ethiopian who went there and became a king.
Yeah.
I
I
found,
think we covered that once in your show,
yeah,
Marco.
right.
Long time ago, though.
Yeah,
But
we might have to bring it back again. Just
And
to
and
refresh
and we know
people's memory.
we know Selassie was Gandhi's little nephew. What are we doing out here?
Wow.
oh boy. Do you wanna?
Gandhi, you know.
You want that beef with the Rastas, yeah, beefy?
I can see the
Bruv,
resemblance. I can see the resemblance.
pull up a picture and let's pull up a picture side by side. Let someone
Mad.
talk to me, innit?
Uh,
Mad.
Wow.
Reincarnation, yeah? Reincarnation, yeah?
Mad.
I get you.
Mad.
I hear you. I hear
Mm-mm.
you, G. I hear you.
Yeah, and
Ja,
Leonard P.
Rastafari.
Sorry, Leonard P. Howe, the father of Rastafarianism, was heavily influenced by this Hindu,
Heavily.
these Hindu New Age thinking, because it's 1960s. He's coming with this.
Yeah.
You know what I
It
mean?
is.
So it's around about the same kind of time.
Done.
No,
And
it's the
what,
same time. It was.
And it's about
Axum, you said Ja,
having
yeah?
locks and all of this, and then this is exactly what the gurus look like, as we saw earlier in the last episode. Yeah, they had locks and all of that. Some of them butt naked with white ting, smoking ganja. Come on, man, what are we doing here? We know where a certain man got it from. Do you get it?
And when
And
you say
then
Ja, who's Ja? Axum?
Well,
Jabulon?
oh, you know what? I am not involved, Beefy. You are your own on this one. I don't want that smoke, Beefy.
What?
But
Who's
Jabulon
Ja?
is not even real.
Jabberwock,
What is
yeah.
Jabulon? Jabulon is not real. Jabulon is just a combination of different gods put together.
Yeah, but I was saying when
Yeah,
people say Ja,
yeah. Jah is Yah. Yeah, let's get that right, because there's no J again. Like, yeah, if we're gonna take it back to its original tongue and Amharic or whatever, you know what I mean? It's not gonna be no Jah. You know what I
exactly.
mean?
Well,
It's
I
just
think it's
modern.
like apart from Jadahoy, you know.
I
Yeah,
don't
this
know.
from Jadahoy, Ja.
Man, that's a Hindu thing called Jabulon, but I don't know. Let's carry on.
Oh man, there's many names there for real.
Even Thundercats by the power of what?
Great skull, man.
When a man pulls out the sword, Thundercats. If you know, you know, innit? But let's keep it.
Bad.
To a world trembling on the brink of ecological and social collapse, international financial chaos, and a nuclear holocaust. Well-known New Ager Benjamin Krem claims to be the coming world leader's advanced public relations man. In 1982, full-page advertisements around the world announced the coming of Krem's New Age Christ, which gave fresh hope to millions. At this press conference in Los Angeles, he described how this Christ would make himself known.
It is a truism today to say that we are at the dawn of a new age, the age of Aquarius. And it is important to remember that all of the great religions await the coming of a teacher. The Christians await the return of the Christ. The Muslims await the Imam Mahdi. At the same time, the Buddhists await the coming of another Buddha.
Oh boy.
The Hindus await the return of Krishna, and the Jews, as always, await the coming of the Messiah.
Mad.
I'm speaking today about the return of such a teacher.
Christians are awaiting the return of the resurrected Jesus with the nail prints in his hands and feet. But the followers of the gurus are awaiting a coming world ruler who won't even claim to be Jesus, but the latest reincarnation of the Christ Spirit. And he will have the psychic powers to prove it.
Simultaneously, throughout the world will take place hundreds of thousands of spontaneous healings and cures, which will reinforce, if that were even necessary, the fact that it is the Christ himself. The day of declaration will be the outstanding event of this or any other century. On that day, the radio and the television networks of the world will be linked together. We shall see this extraordinary face on our television screens. But he will not speak. His words will drop silently into our minds in our own language.
This is the significance of
Television. Why,
in yoga and other forms of Eastern meditation. A Nobel Prize winner has described the brain as, quote, a machine that a ghost can operate, unquote. What that means is In an altered state of consciousness, the connection between my spirit that normally operates my brain and my brain is loosened, and that allows another spirit being to interpose itself, begin to tick off the neurons in the brain, create an entire universe of illusion, astral travel, give psychic powers. In this way, the world is being prepared for some ultimate delusion.
He will indeed inaugurate a great new world religion, and at the very most sacred core of that new world religion will be the process which is called the esoteric initiations, which take us out of the strictly human kingdom into the kingdom of God.
Told you, esoteric.
David Spangler, board member of the Planetary Initiative for the World We Choose, which comes out of the United Nations, declares that Lucifer is the same force as Christ, that Lucifer prepares us for our own Christhood, that this is the final Luciferic initiation into the New Age.
Benjamin Krem's Christ may not
Lucifer,
be the world's
the
teacher
light
and
of the
ruler of world
morning.
peace as he forecasted, but without question, the stage is being set today
This
for
is
what
mad.
the Bible
Let me show you a
calls
mad
the
connection here.
apostasy, or man's abandonment of God. This climate is
Some of the ancient books I read, yeah, they talk about Shaitan being sent down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the same type of story, like with these angels or whatever, fallen angels or whatever, and falling into sin, and sin is Singi, and Singi is Shiva. Do you get it?
Mm-hmm.
So these beings were here before Satan came here or was cast down here, but he
And
went into the order.
where did Moses go? Mount Sinai.
Yeah, Shinar.
Mount Sinai, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mount Sinai, yeah, to go collect the holy tablets, the Ten Commandments.
Mm-hmm.
Strange that. Strange that.
So this Shaitan or this Nakash or whatever character, him and his people fell into this place they called Saturn. Yeah. Later to be called Nud or Nod, the land of Nod, right? In the Bible. So it's like this city where all these beings just landed down, started mixing up and creating all these funny looking beings, half man, half goat, half thing, half da. That's where these beings are coming from.
Neanderthals, I suppose.
Right. These men are out there. Yeah, but people are calling them Pleiadians because they are. You understand? These Hindu demons are from Pleiades, that star constellation, the 7 sisters of Pleiades, right? Especially from one place they call Proteon, which is Nirvana. You get me? And as a Hindu, you're meant to reach the state of Nirvana or the state of enlightenment. Do you get what I'm saying? But it's not a state; it's an actual place in the universe that's dotted, and you can look at it and blah blah blah. And it's funny how the queen's shaft in the pyramid is aimed and directed towards that direction. To get it, and then the men's one, the king's chamber, is directed towards Orion. You know what I'm saying? So these 2 star constellations have influence on our ancient people because maybe that's where they said they came from. You know what I'm saying? So we can never run away from the fact that these connections with this Hindu thing, when you actually look into it, is very interwoven or kundalini with some African principles. That's why it's Upper and Lower Egypt, because in the lower part of Egypt, they were more influenced by that. And then in Upper Egypt, they had the old ancient other stuffs, pygmy stuff, whatever, tar, you know what I mean? All of that. So when you come together later on in history, when it's joining the Upper and Lower Egypt, first Menes or Nama, who was doing it, had to take back some of his region, right? Make sure that's all secure before you can join with the people in Upper Egypt who probably didn't have no problem. Do you get what I'm saying? And then connect the two, because once you go before that, they're talking about pre-dynastic Egypt.
Prehistory.
Meaning shit they didn't know. Yeah. But that's only just before the connection when Menes comes and said, let's join Upper and Lower Egypt. I'm going to be the first ruler of both.
Amen Ra.
You get what I'm saying? But just know that the South is definitely got more different kind of
Thinking.
spiritual, thank you, influences and da. There's some Asiatic, influences in that lower part of Egypt, down by what we're calling modern day Egypt and that region, the Middle East. You know what I mean? Heavily influenced by all of this Hindu stuff and blah blah blah. Because all of their statues and things and theologies and pantheons up there, whether it be Arcadian and this one and that one or Babylonian, you can see it's got bare East
influence.
India in there. Yeah. So yeah, let's go on. Soon done now.
Ushering in the final actor, the counterfeit, who the Bible predicts must come before the return of Jesus, the true Prince of Peace, who will then reign for 1,000 years.
The merger of science and mysticism is now in full blossom, and its evil fruit will be the new universal religion of the coming world dictator that the Bible identifies as the Antichrist.
The consequence of Hindu religion in the form of Guruism in our part of the world will be extraordinary. Everything will be changed, not just our religiosity, but also our concept of man, our democracy, our tradition of humanitarianism and caring for one another. Our
That
social
word,
systems.
humanitarianism.
All that will become meaningless because it's all based on the Christian precept.
Them Illuminati's always use that word, man. When they're trying to send you a letter or something to join or whatever, that I used to get in my bloody inbox in bloody Instagram. Yeah. They always used to use that humanitarianism. Yeah. Charity is another word.
So all
You know
the
what I mean?
charity are involved in bare fuckeries.
Well, it's a way to give back when you're about to do some fuckery too. Or when you're doing fuckery, you gotta have a way to give back in a sense. But it's fake because you made it up yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you and your cronies made a fake organization to filter some money through to seem like you're giving back to society or whoever or blah blah blah. You know what I mean? It's crazy. But definitely, yeah, they say these words regular.
Suppositions, which will then eventually be lost.
And we know what supposition means. We don't know. Guesswork. Yeah, we don't know.
We'll get a man-centered, individualistic, egocentric sort of religiosity, where salvation means escape from the world, everything which binds us to other human beings, everything which makes us caring and loving creatures.
Today's revival of paganism and Hindu practices, which form the heart of the New Age movement, was ironically the same kind of foundation that prepared the way for Hitler's rise to power.
Didn't I say this? I've always said this Hitler thing. Yeah. He wanted that. He wanted that. He was into the esoterical. I lie?
Yes.
You're with Madame Blavatsky, and she's a mystic, and she uses crystal ball, and she's got depicted like a gypsy. She's done prophecies. She's wrote books. She's done all sorts of stuff. Come on,
They were
man.
all into it. Like even Alexander the Great, the gay, he was into it.
But
So he went to
remember that I've always said and maintained that look up the 1,000 or 10,000 Hindu demons or whatever, and you'll see that one of the names is Hitler. So was he Hitler or was Hitler
a title
inhabiting him? Do you get what I'm saying? Because something was in his body. He wasn't the original guy that he was way back when he was just a minor or
a
working
little Jewish boy growing up in Austria.
Yeah, working in the factories and that. Yeah. But now all of a sudden, as I said, the connections with the Far East is unpronounced. The swastika, the fact that they went there to try and find technology, they read their ancient texts, obviously, because they're talking about the crafts and lasers and
The swastika. Where'd you find it? Ask them.
man, talking about death
Ask
ray
them.
in them texts, beefy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Axel, you would know about the swastika in your region.
Mad.
Yeah, baby. Sorry, I'm cleaning. But yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I've
It's,
seen it
it's
around. I've seen
everywhere.
it around.
It's all around here.
Saying swastika accent. Mad.
Nah, come on.
Nazi accent.
Nah.
But yeah,
Imagine
but
that being
The only
African
one,
and
the
being
only one on the
tattooed and
march.
swastika.
The only one
Mad.
on the march doing
no, but the thing is, the one in Africa is inverted. What Hitler done, he inverted it.
Yeah, it's different.
If you know what I mean, it's
Yeah.
inverted. Yeah.
Even the one in Asia is different. He took the
Yeah,
one
it's
from
also
Asia
yeah,
and
exactly.
changed it, but it has many meanings.
Like a
It's
cross,
also
and it's
linked
like symbol of a cross, simpler.
It's also linked to the technology that they had of the engines and the UFO that they found and all of that. Remember, they were far ahead in certain things than other man. You know what I'm saying? In Europe, they were struggling, man. Telling you, it has to take the end of this war here for them to get some Russian man and get some German man and then do their NASA thing. You know what I'm saying? That only happened after. It's like it's dead food. And then you're saying that's during the Cold War. You know what I'm saying? The Cold War that's not even cold. It's just fake.
Yeah, just
Talk about you beefing
saying
with
some
Russia.
power movements trying to have power. I guess.
I just
That's
thinking
about
if
it.
it's not open beef, what are we talking about? What's Cold War? Espionage, all of this type of stuff. It sounds so dumb.
Lies upon lies, just lies
Yeah,
upon
man.
lies.
Like, what are we doing?
Mm.
Espionage. What's that? Cold
They're,
War.
they're one people anyway. Russia and America is just
That's what I'm saying.
Russia and America is like right wing and left wing politics. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Same people.
Yeah. USSR, United States, and Soviet Russia, man. Keep saying it. Before they had the disagreement and went their separate ways, there was one. Mad.
The Germany of the 20s and 30s was in social and economic despair and looked for a leader who would free them from the Great Depression. The man with a promise of hope was Adolf Hitler, who claimed he was ordained of God to usher in 1,000 years of peace and prosperity. His hypnotic powers manipulated.
See? 1,000 years, 1,000 Hindu demons. Do you
That's
get what
an
I'm saying?
age, isn't it? 1,000 years, no, 2,000 years is an
Right.
age.
There's 1,000 demons. Or just over 1,000 demons.
1,000,000,1,000,000. Hey.
Mad.
You
So
saw like 1,000
Yeah,
demons.
but we all know he went to India, did something, come back.
Yeah, but
They all go there. They all go there.
he's been messing with the esoterical. The moment he joined the Thule Society and the Theosophical Society, they are esoterical groups, and we already understand what esoterical means. It means they're doing this Hindu shit, New Age. Yeah, whether it's science of it or but it's definitely involved psychic abilities, sociology or psychology. You understand? They're all part of the same esoterical sciences and stuff. Shit they was doing in secret to try and work out shit. Crazy.
Manipulated an entire nation to surrender its collective mind to him. Obsessed with the occult, Hitler drew many of his bizarre ideas from Hinduism.
Within Guruism, it's therefore not surprising that we find very positive sentences, very positive stances in relation to Nazism. A number of the gurus have praised Hitler for what he has done, included his killing of 6 million Jews.
Guru Nanak. No, so I pause. My bad.
Mad.
He took the symbol of the swastika as his own, a Hindu symbol of power seen in many of today's temples in India. Millions of Germans who submitted to Hitler as though he were God died for him and his cause. much like the followers of Jim Jones.
The current worldwide revival of Hinduism blended with psychology and disguised as self-improvement, self-hypnosis.
See? You see? What did I just say? Am I a mystic or what? Yeah? Psychology, again. We're at the ologies, man. Yeah? And who's doing this? Sick man Freud, all of these Bolsheviks thing, these people who invented fascism, communism, and all of these type of things. It's all part, one part.
Marxisms and other
Yeah.
isms.
While they were sitting down plotting how to take over their country, they had to come with new ideas, and this is what they were doing. But since
New
they
way
were
of thinking.
Ashkenazi at root, this is why it's this. Yeah, Kabbalah business. Kabbalah again, another form of Hinduism. Mad.
Positive mental attitude seminars, visualization techniques, and mind dynamics courses has made today's world far more susceptible to spiritual deception than the Germany that embraced Adolf Hitler.
Today, a desperate world is looking for another spiritual leader. Has the human race learned nothing from its own mistakes?
Is it people not possessed? What are we doing? Is that no possession?
I think this is a F.T.K and a half, man.
Is that not possession? What are we doing?
This is a menu F.T.K, man. You know what I mean?
Sasha Fierce, what's going on here? Beyonce dancing, like what's going on here? Like, what are we doing?
Mad. Told you, man. Yeah. So I really got to listen, man. Yeah? If you had only met us earlier, before the fuckery, we would have told him straight. No, man, don't do that shit. I could mash you up and that. Mad. Crazy.
Oh, my single ladies. Oh, my.
Jesus says, see to it that no one misleads you.
What?
For many will come in my name saying, I am the Christ. Behold, here is the Christ.
I am the guru.
There he is. Do not believe them. For false Christs and false prophets will arise and will show great signs and wonders so as to mislead, if possible, even the elect. Let no one deceive you. The apostasy comes first, then the man of lawlessness is revealed, the son of destruction who takes his seat in the temple of God, proclaiming himself to be God. Jesus said, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except
through me. Conduit. Whoa.
Bare Hindi statements, man.
Whoa.
That was fantastic, man. That was a nice little video still.
Fantasticulous. Radar MC.
Jeez.
Fantaculous. That was fantaculous. F.T.K-less.
Yeah.
And I hope everyone must jump on and just try to debunk the F.T.K. What happened there?
Well, it was a mess. Yeah. Everything I said, been saying, was just proven to be factual. You know what I mean? And showing you an old video like that that's telling you what I've been telling you. It ain't nothing new. We keep saying
Under the
ain't
sun.
nothing new
Not
under the
sun. How do
saying.
people know this? We know this. We just know when it. We know, but we know when it. Sometimes people catch up in it.
But I'm just saying, you man, who are Hindu by name and nature, yeah, just relax, man. Just because you take on other faiths and that, it's like, bro, you don't have exclusivity to that. What you have exclusivity to, you don't even want.
You don't. You're not about the life. You're not about that life.
Yeah. Or you ain't Hindu like that.
No, 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 no. You just want to be Hindu.
And they don't need to be, because exactly they can just become Christians. They can just, you know what I mean, join Hare Krishna. They can just join the New World Order. They can do there's so many things that is Hinduism disguised out here, and mostly under the guise of religion. Let's get it right.
It goes back to the old days of the House of Wisdom. That was heavily Hindu influence in that.
Exactly.
And we know where all these books come from.
Exactly. Yeah, we knew if we're the first people writing, and then we're the first people going to these other places like India and all of this stuff as well. What, we're not going to continue writing over there? Of course we are.
Mm-hmm.
Seems out here, of all the civilizations, us Africans are the best at keeping records and writing books. The audacity of somebody to think that a book was brought to Africa, where the invention of paper is African. You hear me?
Writing.
Using a ostrich feather as a
quill.
fountain pen, as a quill, is African. Ostrich, get it? Ostrich feather, right? You're done out here. No one ain't gonna argue with these facts.
That same feather will be used to wear your heart.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? They know what they're doing. They know what they were doing.
Jesus.
There's puzzle stealing all over the place. Yeah. Want to be African, want
Jahuti.
to be this, want to be what, want to be part of the story. As I say, the biblical text, Quranic text, or whatever, is not about you. It's about us.
So what did we learn from the video? Don't do yoga, people.
Don't do
Bruv,
yoga.
listen, it's not on prayer, yoga. It's all obia. It's all judge.
It's judge, man.
Yeah.
It's all judge. When you're doing prayers, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing when you're doing your prayers? All those positions and all those chants and all those things. What do you think you're doing? Yoga. You're doing yoga.
A lot of people must have been scared when the word repetition comes out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that's a mantra.
You actually see practicing obia, judge.
Judge. Religion is judge. Worship is judge.
Judge.
Or Hinduism. Let's get it right.
Mm-hmm.
It's all
Calling
Hinduism.
upon an entity, calling upon things,
yeah,
come and change you.
That's the first time in history that us as humans decided we wanted to worship something else. Yeah, everywhere else it's not that. You know what I mean? You can go to Egypt, it's not that. We never worship no animal man. You know what I'm saying? We was the first man and first woman and all of that.
I keep saying this. I keep saying this.
Right? There's a six-armed Kemetan. Let me know. You know what I mean? On the walls or something. All I'm seeing is pygmies or Tutsis, all sorts. You get it? Different types of African Nubians. I don't know. What going for you, man? And then the ones that they're calling Netaru, they're just exactly like the people themselves. Talking about that's your ancestors. You know what I mean?
It's a Hindu thing.
How many men have gone to the pyramid and stood next to and turned sideways at the depictions? Even Obama thinks he looks like Akhenaten. You know what I mean?
Mad.
He says he's from the Horn.
Well, he's from Kenya, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Kenya is the mother of the Horn. Let's not get it twisted.
Kenya or Kenya.
All you East African, they're all Kenyans. Let's not get it twisted out here. Let's not get it twisted.
Be free from them.
You're all Kenyans out here. That dark Kenyan you see out there with a big forehead, you know where you all come from. Let's not get it twisted.
Oh man. Yeah, can you jump on, sis?
Michael, you see, Michael, this man, yeah, Somali, they see the ancestors right in their face and they deny them. That dark Kenyan, you've seen Kenyans, the black ones.
Yeah.
The black Somalians, like forehead like no tomorrow. Like that's like It's like their kids,
Mm.
their progeny, it's like their progeny. Genes carry on, you know what I mean? Where I wonder where that look came from. Like
Watch
wow.
out, yeah. Stop doing it's gonna eat you up soon. Pause.
Let it, with that forehead, I don't think so. You may be polishing it, but it's banana. I hate banana skin is good for the.
What?
No, I'm on smoke today. Hey, I won't get banned from this YouTube thing. Uh, no, but seriously, like with Kenya is a home of like East Africa, the Maasai people and all them people. We know where
Yeah.
people get East Africans get their height from and their phenotype from. There's no
It's
look at the
a
oldest people in the
combination
region.
with the Nilotic people, yeah. So.
Mm.
Hmm.
I mean, you guys go back to triple. When they say triple darkness, so people go back to triple darkness. I say I'm more black. Carry on.
Yeah, the beautiful black. It's like
Exactly.
shiny,
Why do you
almost.
think? Why do you think the place is called Ethiopia? Burnt face. Like I'm on burnt
Yeah,
face.
burnt face. Yeah, but it's more.
When you say burnt, we're
reddish.
talking black, yeah. We're talking bleak, yeah.
Yeah, when we're talking about black, yeah.
We know where the
Sudan,
people are around. Sudan,
Sudan,
Uganda,
Uganda.
Ethiopia, Kenya,
Mm.
all that area. We know.
We even have some tribes from there, so yeah.
No, they're the original. No, we know from there. No, they were there first. You
Yeah,
guys
okay.
came
So
there.
we came later. Yeah. I've been hearing this too many times.
It's just facts. Are you guys burnt first? Are you guys? Ethiopia means burnt. No, when something is burnt, it's charcoal. What color is charcoal?
No, I think it's from the burnt face, like more reddish.
No, no. What are we talking of? Oh, you mean when the white guy goes in the sun and gets burnt? Is that what you're trying to say?
Some claim, yeah. I mean, some people claim that we are white, so I don't know.
So burnt first means when something is burnt, it's charcoal, black.
I don't think it's about the. Well,
What means about burnt
no, but I'm
face?
thinking. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy!
Let's go.
Let's go there. Shit.
Somali represent, yeah.
I told you, man, but you didn't want to believe me. But it's cool. Let someone else say.
No. Let's do this.
Hi, and welcome to another video shedding light on the various tribes of Africa. In this video, we look at the top 6 tallest African tribes. Welcome and remember to like this video and subscribe to Afrotista Films.
Wow. Just by looking at them, people are tall.
6. Somali. The Somalis are an East Cushitic ethnic group native to the Horn of Africa who share a common ancestry, culture, and history. They form one of the largest ethnic groups on the African continent and cover one of the most expansive land masses, inhabited by a single ethnic group on the continent. They occupy the countries of Somalia, Ethiopia, Kenya, and Djibouti. They are among the tallest African people, with the average Somali standing at 5 feet 9 inches feet. A big chunk of them are over 6 feet tall, with slender bodies and narrow features. There is speculation that their height comes from their protein-rich foods, since most are nomadic cattle herders,
Banana.
as well as the hot climate that characterizes their ancestral
High in
lands.
protein. High in protein.
What else?
Lord mercy.
Well, no.
Hey.
Dab. When is dabbing, yeah?
5. Anuak. The Anuak are a Luo-Nilotic ethnic group inhabiting parts of Ethiopia and South Sudan. The Anuak belong to the larger Luo
Originals.
family group. It is the third tallest ethnic group.
Okay, so the Ethiopian, yeah.
Yeah, this is what I keep telling Zulu. Yeah, we have every ethnicity in Abyssinia, but he doesn't believe me. So
Yeah.
yeah, the only ones you've been seeing is the Highlanders, right? But no, we have everyone. Mm.
Okay. Right, we've seen them other ones with the sticks.
Mm.
Yeah,
See?
and Yeah, they're super dark, and they yeah,
Exactly.
they were the original Lili.
In Africa, with the average male height being 5 feet 10 inches. Individuals have been recorded from this tribe with towering heights of above 7 feet.
Wow.
Four, Tutsi.
Yeah, beautiful people.
I told you
Going back to the roots, the older the number goes down, the older we get back in Africa. It looks like. I don't know.
You always talking about what you see, Michael. Zulu be like, yeah. I'll be like, yeah. Well, they're real people, unfortunately. You think you can track their age or when the existence of their tribe came about? I don't think so. There is all your Nilotics people, mother and father, this tribe. Mad. Yeah. And then their parents.
Hey, Michael, look at the foreheads.
Sorry, their parents are the Twa, the pygmy. That's who their parents are. You know what I mean? Little people created big people.
These people.
And you heard that before?
Maza.
And you heard that in a biblical story? Many a biblical story, no? That the sons of God came down and with the daughters of men, and then they created giants or men of renown and all of this type of stuff. Well, this looks kind of similar to me. When the average is like over 7 foot and all of that, like, bro, that's a giant in anyone's perspective. Giant is classed as anyone above 6'6" which is Michael Jordan's height. So even as a basketball player, Michael Jordan wasn't that tall. You know what I'm saying? Steph Curry's like 6'2", and he looks tiny, fam. You know what I'm saying? Compared to everybody else. But all the tall ones are African. That's what I noticed. Yeah, there's one named Bo, there's one named Thing, there's, you know what I mean? There's Giannis Adetokumbo. You know what I'm saying? That nigga nearly 7'2", 6'11" and that. Like, allow it, man. Nigerian. Please, is that what we're doing now? But let's go.
The Tutsi are an ethnic group from the African Great Lakes region. They are Bantu-speaking and the second largest of the three main ethnic groups in Rwanda and Burundi.
They're what?
I'm just seeing a lot of my Eastern people in these people. I'm seeing.
What did they say? They're Bantu speaking.
Yeah. Umbantu.
Of course. Yeah. Remember they're Batutsi, or whatever you want to call it now.
Watutsi, Batuti.
When they were in Rwanda and them type of places, but yo.
The Great Lakes what? Region. I keep saying this place all the time about Kemet. Forget about Kemet, man. Talk about the Great Lakes region.
Rwanda, Uganda and that. Lake Victoria, where it all started. Like, what's going on?
Their average height is 5 feet 11 inches, although individuals have been recorded as being taller than 7 feet. So why are they so tall? The ancestors of the Tutsi were mainly cattle herders, which means that their diet contained lots of protein and calcium. Also, many Tutsi carry large amounts of Nilotic DNA, and this fact is true for many Nilotic tribes. They are taller than average.
We're calling people Nilotic because they live by the Nile, but because you live by the Nile is fertile, so there's plenty of vegetation. That means there's pure agriculture. That's why these people are farmers, and hence why they're so tall. Mad.
Michael, look, that look very, very Hebrewish. the tassels, the
I
blue, the
know.
white.
Mm-hmm.
Stolen legacies. But let's carry on.
Yeah.
Let's carry on.
Ours is the original. As I said, everything
That looks very
religious
original to
wise
me.
came out of the horn.
Fringes. Yeah.
Mm.
I wonder where they
Everything
got
that,
those ideas from.
everything that we're talking about modern day religion came out of the horn. So what can we do? There's nothing we can do about that. But we can see the connections when they're thrown up in our faces. I like beefs.
Yeah.
Mm. Sashes, yeah. Got tassels, yeah.
Tassel. Whoa.
Say nothing, cuz.
Say nothing, cause.
Say nothing, cuz.
Who was the original, cause?
Who's first, cuz?
Who's first, cause?
Told you.
I keep
Yeah.
saying this, but no one believes me.
Nilotic. Before they were Nilotic, they were Tigris and Euphrates Otic. All the way up there. Oh, the Kushite looking Kushite. Bruv, this is what you're talking about.
Come on. Yesterday we were told that haplogroup is not is not a phenotype or a people. Anyone can be any haplogroup. It can be white and black people in the haplogroup. So go figure.
I know. And since they want to go there, when it comes to the original Israelite and Hebrew um and Levitical priest DNA, they're lacking. They're lacking. We winning. You know what I'm saying? And if certain tribes in Africa's got it at like 60-70%, imagine what you got and I got. Mad thing.
Man,
They don't want to do no Cohen tests on man them. Yeah?
not on me.
It's not
Definitely
going
not
to
on
turn out
me.
well. It's not going to turn out. You know what I mean?
It won't turn out
Yeah,
good.
just leave it alone, man. We know what the truth is. That's why I said I rate Dr. York for saying like, yo, listen, if you want any proof of what I'm saying I am, yeah, just take my blood in it. Take my blood in it. See if I haven't got Kohen. So I can't call myself an Israelite or whatever. Go on, try it. Yeah?
I
Take
bet. I
my blood
beg.
and also see if I can't call myself an ancient Israelite. Take my blood
I,
and see if I
I
can't call
beg.
myself an ancient Sumerian. Take my blood. You know what I'm saying? You see where I'm going with this? Yeah, I saw where he
I,
was going with it, and it made kind of some sense. Even before haplogroups. This is before haplogroups. Nonsense. You know what I mean? Well, take my blood and DNA, and we'll see what I want.
I'm everywhere, bro.
We
Are you
all these
dumb?
people.
If I'm everywhere in Africa, my DNA says I'm everywhere. I'm everyone in Africa. I'm here. I keep telling you, I am the primary source. If you
We're
don't get it,
everywhere. We're everywhere. It's our planet, bro. America's is ours. You know what I mean? It's a great disrespect to try and separate us from our people them and say, yeah.
remember when Terry Mack went to Brazil and he came
Mm-hmm.
on the line. He goes, Beefy, you won't believe what I found. He said I
Mm-hmm.
found the oldest people in
Mm-hmm.
Brazil. They're black and they're Bantus.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
I was
But man,
boy, you don't say. Like I've been saying this for time. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing here, bruh?
and you think at any time in history, when any man bucked into these men, you think it was some easy pushover thing? I don't think so. I think they dominate. I think man bow down and worship them.
Until
Yeah, man.
gunpowder changed things in history.
Yeah,
Gunpowder changed history. We know this.
yeah. But prior to that, I'm saying,
Yeah, a
yeah.
man was bowing down. I'm getting broke up, bro. What are we doing
Bowing
out here?
down, man. See a man on chariot with long skirt on. You couldn't call man no sissy. Not when you only stand like 5'4" or 5'5" or 5'7" as a European or whatever. Like, shut up, man. Man will lift you up, dash you, swing you, and throw you. You know what
Throw you like a
I mean?
spear.
No.
Spear training. What are you doing out here?
And just the mere presence alone would have certain man shook. You know what I mean? Have certain man shook. Yeah, but yet the depictions are very similar when you start looking on walls and that. You know what I mean? When you start talking about Israelites or this one or that one or Assyrians or when you look at that and you put it up against these, you see what going all up and down the Nile. You can find any of the looks. have been carved into the wall. So we know our ground from our point of view. Anyway, let's move forward. Shalom, shalom, shalom.
Shalom Shabbat.
3. Newer. The Newer people are a Nilotic ethnic group concentrated in the greater Upper Nile region of South Sudan. They also live in the Ethiopian region of Gambela. Alongside their neighbors, the Dinka, they are one of the tallest tribes in Africa and the world. The average height for the tribe stands at an impressive 6 feet.
Running Man, not a sister. Come on.
It sounds very, very Bollywood.
Hold on, you know that stick would have been a spear back in the day, man. Let's not play this game. This is for studio. This is for indoor
Aesthetics.
version. Yeah, indoor
even though,
version.
Marco, even though.
Yeah, I know. That's because you see a couple of your cousins in the room. Let's stop getting gas tax on, man.
This is my family, man. Leave me alone.
See you saw your cousin in the front row, like that one here, right here, right here.
Yeah.
Update. Can't hear you. Only half of her is from Ethiopia anyway, so let's leave it alone. Huh? No, they're in Ethiopia as well, isn't it? There's certain countries they're in, but Ethiopia is one of them. They're newer.
Sudan and that upper Egypt. Burnt face. Oh no, the burnt face there, like I don't know.
You clocking, yeah? You clocking, Axum. Say nothing, yeah?
Say nada.
Huh?
We burn faces, yeah.
What's the name of the tribe? Say nothing.
Newer.
But the people who's calling us the burn faces was the Romans and the Greeks, so.
Yeah, exactly. But that's but why were they doing it? Was they seeing some people who?
No, because they were passing through the Red Sea, and they saw the people in our coast. They called us Erythros, and by that thing, we got our name. By the way.
When was that, Axum? When was that? When was that?
I don't even know. Long time ago.
No, but I'm talking way before you, Axum. I'm talking way before.
Axum, what you saying? This name they have is not familiar to you?
Obviously.
Oh yeah. Sorry, you got it. Okay, cool. Say no. Yeah.
Come on.
Right. Connections run deep in these things. You know what I mean? Let's go. Yeah.
Sister.
2. Maasai tribe.
Lassie.
According to some reports, the Maasai tribe from Kenya is considered one of the tallest people in the world, with an average height of 6 feet 2 inches feet. Traditionally, the Maasai diet consists of raw beef and milk from the many cattle they keep. Scientists have suggested a link between their impressive height and their protein-rich diet. They also seem taller because of their world-famous high jumps.
Slow Eskista. Slow. Original.
Original.
I said slow Eskista. I'm done with you, man.
This is how it should be done. This style is identical to none.
1. Dinka.
Come on.
The actor was excited. Come on.
The Dinka tribe of South Sudan is Africa's tallest tribe. They are also the tallest ethnicity in the whole world. According to research, the average height of Dinka people is 6.3 feet. The Dinka produced Manudo.
Yeah, you done that, everybody. Just in case you was thinking, no, there's probably some Europeans who are tall as a tribe.
Yeah,
No,
some
no,
Dutch
World.
people. Yeah,
no, no.
exactly. A lot of people think it's
World.
Dutch. Yeah.
They said African
Anytime
first, but that's qualified with world.
is probably just one-offs. Yeah, there's not whole races of Europeans that are extremely tall. They all come in different varieties and sizes and all of that, right? But
Someone
I'm
had more
saying,
in their family. That's what I say. Someone ate a little more in their family, maybe.
so when I say there was giants in the earth in those days, yeah,
You're
and then
thinking
after
about
that
these
or
people,
whatever,
yeah?
well, that's the only reality that
There
makes sense.
is.
You get it? It's the only reality that makes sense that the ancient texts are saying it was these people, and then we're looking at these people and we're saying, yeah, well, that could make sense. Yeah, physically in the modern times because they still exist. Yeah,
Mm.
but they're from way back. Do you know what I'm saying? In
Especially if
biblical
it's
times.
Qatar standing next to
That's
them, you'd be like,
Mm.
wow, you guys are tall.
Yeah, you guys are tall, man. I'm sorry I'm a pygmy, but it's just the way it is, man. But I got all the brains. Unfortunately,
Mm.
I can build pyramids and stuff, and you can put the bricks for me, right? When we're
Harmony.
working in tandem. And since I'm your parent, which again is another example of what the Egyptians were saying, they said the big tall Enneads came from the Og dogs, especially Bess, who is a pygmy, depicted as a pygmy with his tongue sticking out. So what are we saying? Who's wrong? Who's right? The thing with the Egyptian stories is when did this take place? Because this is not in any acceptable time that we can put our finger on. We've got a king's list, yeah, and if it starts with them, bruh, I don't know.
We got here.
Because as I said, it's pre-dynastic. They can't
Yeah.
go all the way back to the beginning, basically.
Before, yeah.
Yeah, they can go back another 3,000 something, 800 years or 600 years, I think it was. Yeah, but it's
But
still,
that's
yeah,
when
it goes
world
on.
history starts. That's when
Mm.
world history starts with our
But
history.
obviously, that could have been transpiring and again for another couple millennia prior, and we wouldn't necessarily know. Do you get what I'm
No.
saying? So yeah, they can't pinpoint the origins of and how long these people have been in existence. And if it's the time they're saying, bruh, it only makes sense that these were the people doing some of these constructions only 4,000 years ago, but yet their marker, DNA marker, is like 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 years, meaning they were wandering around for that amount of time. You get what I'm saying? Prior to 4,000 years ago, that's baby food. You know what I mean? So here's what it is, man. Giant
The
life.
Bull, a former NBA player who was listed as one of the tallest in the history of the NBA with a height listed as 7 feet 7, with his son, also a basketball player, Bull, standing at a height of 7 feet 2 inches. Though there has been a lot of speculation about the cause of the tall height of the Dinka people, the most common explanation is their nutrition, which is said to consist of milk and organic food.
Esther K.
Man,
Original.
man.
Thank you guys for watching, and here is the question for the day: how tall are you?
I got some family members who definitely got DNA remnants from that part of the tribe. You know
You
what I'm
don't
saying?
know.
Bear in the family, man. And a lot of them come from some little people. You know what I mean? My mom's tiny.
Some of them are quite small as well.
My grandma's
Like
tall,
this.
though. She's tall.
And my dad as well. Both of them quite short, actually. Just
Mm.
think about it.
Yeah, my dad's short, man. He's kind of, yeah, he's not short. He's like 5'9" or something. I don't even know. I mean, but yeah, there's no way. Like my brother's like younger brother is like 6'2" or 6'3" or something. Yeah, and then the one tiny one, the youngest one, he's like 6'1". So it's like these parents, the children seem to supersede the parents. I mean, and this pygmy stuff doesn't really matter. When you look
Michael,
one generation back.
sorry to disturb you. I want to read Kemo's last comment there. It
Go.
says haplogroup AL085, also known as haplogroup AT something. So how come haplogroup have two haplogroup names? First of all, it's a human white DNA haplogroup. Haplogroup A something something South Sudan Dinka Nua. This is the part is the killer part. 33 to 61.5 possible place of origin. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Possible.
31 to 65% possible place of origin. Can someone break that down for me?
Yeah, so it's quite difficult to pin down with DNA where people originate from, but yeah, where they are now, I think that's more explaining. You know what I mean? But place of origin, possible. Once you use that word, it's game over. Still, as I said, no one knows, and we're not saying these are the oldest people. We're just saying that
the links are greater.
Man, they have many descendants already, even from them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That are modern day Africans, right? And then there's people older than them, easy. They are not classed as any of the oldest people on the planet. No.
There's many tribes which we don't know about in Africa. Many tribes which
But
are
we
not
have
even
to go
spoken
to the
about.
source. We have to go to the source, which is as we said, the Twa or the Pygmies, for the origin of their origin. To get that's where we need to go back, because we can pinpoint these tall people's origin back to the Pygmies. You know what I mean? That's the original
Mad.
forefather ancestor thing, whether they be Huntu, uh, Batutsi, or Hutu. So the Hutus, Watutsis, and Batutsis, or whatever you want to call them, came out of the Pygmies, and everyone knows that. And the Huntus, yeah, as well.
Huntus,
They're like the
Tutsis.
in between ones. They're the ones who are medium height. Do you know what I'm saying? They're the ones that like are in between the pygmy,
Yeah.
and Watutsis and um the other ones. But
Yeah.
yeah, because
Hutsis and Tutsis.
But all that coming out of the pygmy, man, little man syndrome. You know what I mean? And little woman syndrome, and it's all depicted on the walls. They told you. No matter what we're showing, the tar is there, self-created. No one created him. You get me? None of that. He's not part of the pantheon. He's just him.
Come on, jump on, man. Jump on, man. It's friendly out here. Education is good, man. Information is good. Come teach us. I want to learn today. I ain't got much time, but I want to learn.
Watutsi. Yeah, Watutsi, Batutsis, as I explained before, and Huntus or Hutus are all of the same ethnic group. I mean, I could show you another video on that. They'll just let you know that it's saying the same thing, basically. I'm saying, you know what I mean? That's not an issue. But yeah, yeah, those three are one. You know what I mean? But yet there's more ethnic groups in Africa than just the pygmies as well. But the pygmies, I would say, are the oldest. You know what I mean? Original man and woman. Yeah. And all this tall stuff came in later. And with some interactions with some other tall ones, or, mad, crazy.
Kemo, have you taken your DNA test?
Should he? I don't even know, man. I don't even.
Well. I don't want to go there, but it'd be good to know, innit?
No video can show bloodline. What?
You're saying videos, but you said you can show a video talking about the pygmies, and you're saying, well, that don't equal bloodline DNA. Like, oh.
No, I mean, there was another video going more into the tribes of the Hutus, the Tutsis, and their origin, and showing that even though they think they're different, ethnically they're related to each other. Do you know what I'm saying? One that kills that rumor that that what do you call it? that massacre in Rwanda, yeah, between the Hutus and the Tutsis, Watutsis, Batutsis, whatever you want to call it, yeah, they're ethnically the same. DNA, not much difference. You know what I'm saying? So somewhere not far back, yeah, they're quite obviously related. And then the pygmies, yeah, man, they're carrying everybody's DNA anyway, man. You know what I'm saying? The look, the thing, the everything, it's yeah. You're not gonna get no older in on the continent than those little pygmies, those little people, who are everywhere, mind you, not just in Congo and blah blah blah. So yeah, wherever the pygmies are, they are. But even the Watutsis moved to the Great Lakes region, or from north to the Great Lakes region 1,000 years ago, man. When I watched that first video. And if you say the pygmies aren't everywhere, then we got a problem. You know what I mean? If they're not all over that region,
You find the
can be.
pygmy statues all over the world, mate. All over the place, all over the gaff, bro.
What's man? Grimaldi statues. Come on, man. What are we doing?
All over the place. Even when Christ said, "Oh, Peter, Peter's a rock, innit? That he built his church on." Jesus said, "Peter is a rock that he built his church on." Yeah.
Oh, Saint Peter. Peter.
But Pata, yeah, the foundation. Oh, Pata. Oh, makes sense
Peter.
now. Makes sense now when we break it down. Who Peter was, or Pata meant to represent.
But
you
yeah.
know what I mean? The pygmy himself.
Well,
the
I
foundation. The pygmy is a foundation. Wow. 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 That sounds prophetic.
No one's promoting E1B1 or nothing like that. As I said,
No,
we only learned about it the other day, man, so we could
don't
at
worry,
least talk
Kemo.
clever when we was having conversations.
Michael, don't worry. You know Hitler was E haplogroup, so good luck with that.
Yeah. When I found out that, come on, Kemo. That's when I knew there was a problem. Napoleon and Hitler in the same haplogroup as E1B1B. I said, bro.
Good luck with that, Kemo. Stick with that. Run with that.
Get the hell out of it, man.
Run with that. Good luck with you with that. Hey, your EB1, good luck with you. Take it all day long. I'm
Tried
proud
to
of
ask
you.
the young Somali brothers. He was like, yeah, man, yeah, that's it. Facts.
When the class Caucasians, the class is Caucasian in America, Kemo. But that's neither here or there. But keep on promoting it, Kemo. Good luck to you, man. Good luck with that.
Okay, I get you, Kemo. Yeah, but the argument of haplogroups and all of that, I don't think anyone's standing on it. Not around here. See what I'm saying? But it's a good
Gotta follow it.
example.
There's a
to
laugh at
show
it.
that-
Let's go along with the joke.
Yeah, because that's what they're gonna try and prove things with haplogroups. No, what you're gonna prove is that we're here now, because it seems all the haplogroups are based on people who are here, right now. But I'm just saying to them is like, are those original haplogroups that you lot are talking about A1, A2, A3, and whatever, B2, B3, B3, those are still in Africa, yeah? Cool. Say nothing. Yeah. But we've mixed over time with each other and to create what E1, B1, A and B only like 25, 30,000 years ago. Bruh.
I mean, we were all here yesterday when we were allowed to talk about the haplogroups. Everyone seemed confused on the panel. Even Khan ran away. We got too much.
No, because we went in, so it's like it's jokes now. It's the J2 thing. You know what I mean? Even J2, like he was claiming, is not him. He knows it's Africans. Still. So all the way down to J, all the way down to R before it turns to them man there. To get it. So like he knows we know that now. So why would you lie in and saying that you were J2 when you majority of your DNA is not that? It's R1. You get me? Your European blood. Straight up. No chaser. Yeah. Not a twinger African. You see, I lied, tried to say he's that Sudanese as well.
It's a 2%.
2%.
Or is it 0.2%? Must be Sudanese apple ate when it's colonizing. When they're colonizing, you must have ate some fruit. They made him a bit Sudanese.
I don't know how that got there, bro. You know what I mean? That's like asking how Neanderthal got in there.
And ask questions.
And I gotta be real, like, are we even believing about this Neanderthal thing? I'm not convinced
Mm.
still. Like, I go with the stories, I laugh, I've cracked so much
Yeah,
jokes.
you try to go around the narrative, but it's funny.
Yeah, it's just like what?
You only believe in bullshit for so long, you just go along with
Yeah,
it for so
show me
long.
something
But
tangible, man. There must be like if something lived back then, like you can't fully wipe something out. You know what I'm
well, the
saying?
funny thing, yeah, Michael,
Mm,
the funny thing, yeah, I saw it today. Yeah, I
mm.
was flicking through TikTok. They got a new filter called the Neanderthal, which turns your face into a Neanderthal, innit? So they're saying it. But then everyone who does it goes black.
No, you right, Kimo. Yeah, but I mean, it's a small percentage, bro. Such small percentages, like you know what I mean? Because the man are saying they are what their father is and all of this type of stuff. Okay, cool, but it's not really about fathers. It's about women. We know this for a fact. The better
Is the
quality
chain is
of women
broken?
is the thing, innit? No matter
Okay,
where you're
okay.
from, if you're out Scandinavia, anywhere
So
other than Africa, yeah, you're struggling for pum pum. Yeah, if you're not in
Kemo,
Americas, where we were, and all of that, like, brothers, you're struggling. So a lot of these men were struggling for gal. So yeah, they're gonna be a couple of them in our DNA, like you said, because you know it's the other way around. They were trying to grab our women and take them away and breed them up, and they worship them as gods, even as cavemen. That's why we said them Grimaldi statues of them little buff pygmy African women. Yeah, gal got Chef's bottom on there. Like, well, who carved that, man? That's great. That's great craftsmanship. But you know, they're saying this caveman who was dumb wasn't that dumb. He was managed to able to concentrate on one thing all day. That sounds like focus. You get it? To create marble statue of the thing they want the most, the black woman from the earliest outset, because it was scarce. It's sparse. You can see it in some Europeans where they ain't got much gal around and it's bare like Mongolians. The Mongolian women look like the Mongolian men. Why? Because the gene pool ain't that. You get me? They're not an
mm.
overflowing of Mongolian women. They couldn't have been. You know what I mean? There was just enough to sustain their society and keep producing them. But the genes weakening out, and how many men are sharing the same woman, I don't even know. Yeah, you have to rape and pillage and go other places and increase your population that way. Hmm.
What I'm saying, if all the haplogroups belong to
Mhm.
one genetic Eve, so they say, Kemo, how is that possible?
No, they don't all belong to one. No, the
Yeah, how they
one,
do. So we
the
broke
one
down
out,
yesterday.
yeah, the one out of Africa carries
But that
everybody,
but Michael, in the
all of
haplogroup,
them
they
markers,
say,
right?
yeah. But Michael, listen what I'm saying.
Mm,
Because the EB1 comes back into Africa, out of
mm,
Africa. You
right.
see? So it's part of the genetic Eve movement.
According to them, but
Yeah.
we're not saying. No one
So
can really tell us about the constant Africans expansions out of Africa. They can only tell us certain ones or what ones they think that concern them. You know what I'm saying? But it's still us. Still us. No matter what migration out of Africa was coming, it was still us coming out. Yeah. But they gotta make some excuse on how it we went out and we stayed out, we mixed with some Neanderthals or something, and then created them, and somehow managed not to get Neanderthal in our genes or DNA. Mad thing. Type of foolishness this. Really? Yeah, man. Forget. Yeah. We said so.
let's talk about genetic Eve. That's who genetic Eve is. See who genetic Eve is. Let's see. Well, man, bullshit. I don't read what they're following, little boy.
Who?
Genetic Eve.
Yeah, I remember. I played that.
Biffy.
Go on.
Yeah, sorry. Do you subscribe to the out of Africa theory? You too, yeah?
Okay, in human genetics, the mitochondrial Eve, also known as the genetic Eve, whatever, MCI,
Yeah.
is the most recent common ancestor of all living humans. What's that saying? What does that mean? People tell me. Break that down, please. Is the ancestor of all living humans. Please, someone break it down for me. What that means?
That wasn't what it used to be, but I
No, but
know
this way
what
we follow this business. So it's a you in it. Business. So what is?
They said everyone who was of non-African descent before that was the
Nah,
statement.
I'm reading the thing here. Mitochondrial Eve, who she is. When you do the DNA thing, when you do the DNA haplogroup thing and everything, yeah.
She's your auntie,
So
but she's not your
no,
mother.
Michael, they're saying for all humans, not
Come
just
from
one.
one woman. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm
Yeah.
saying like
Yeah. So.
Oh.
No, I'm saying that before it wasn't even that. So the fact that they're making that statement now is
I'm not saying I'm saying this.
is a
I'm just
madness.
saying what these people who make these haplogroups are saying. I'm not saying it.
Oh, the people
It's
doing
a
haplogroup.
haplogroup. Yes.
Oh, but it wasn't the people making the statement in the beginning who was saying that. They weren't saying for everybody. They were saying
This
for
is the
everyone. Sorry, everyone of non-African descent, because Africans have everybody's DNA. So like everybody who's non-African, we've got their DNA, the basis of their DNA, because one auntie that left out of Africa is the root to their existence, whether they be Chinese, Indian, this one, that one, and blah 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 blah. That's cool, but yeah, at the end of the day, it's only my auntie, a distant auntie at that. You get me? So what does that mean for me? It doesn't mean that you are me now. You out there, you know what I'm saying? You distant really related to me. Yeah, that woman might not have even have been of my tribe. Yeah, me and her connection might have gone way, 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 way back in a different time and different. You get me? Existence in that. So when we say familiar, we say family, or we say different tribes. Trust me, the distance between them is vast, but small at the same time. Do you get it? It's wide enough not to cause any inbreeding or anything like that. Do you get what I'm saying? It's so far back in the existence that you was connected, or you was a smaller group. But the size of Africa, when was that? You get what I'm saying? When was we ever one homogenous African group, and then we split off into different direct bruffs? That's
I'm
a
reading.
bullshit story.
I'm reading something here because through random drift, which I've heard something Khan was saying yesterday. One second. For selection, the female lineage would trace back to a single female, which is mitochondrial Eve.
Yeah.
Mad.
Yeah, that's why it's called Eve, though.
Do people believe this? Do people believe this? I'm saying, but do people actually believe this?
Well, I believe in
I've
Eve
only
and
just
Adam
heard
and
it.
Eve, so
I've
but
only
the
just heard it.
scientists claim like it came from 150 to 200,000 years ago. That's how far back you can trace it. But yeah.
Yeah, but genetic Eve cannot be the mother of the whole planet. It can be the mother of what we're calling modern people outside of Africa. That's why the statement being made in its correct form made more sense, right?
But Matthew, they're claiming it comes from Ethiopia or Kenya, so they're actually talking about the Homo sapiens sapien.
Who? No,
The
the
ones
woman.
who claim this mitochondrial Eve.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah.
saying. That's why we said anti. It's not far back to be a prehistoric anti. It's anti, isn't it? Right?
No, but they're saying it's for all humans, Michael. They're not saying for some humans. They're saying
I
for
know.
all humans.
They don't have the right to the statement, though. That's what I'm trying to say.
So
the statement was made way before they even came with their haplogroup thing. This was back in the 90s or something when they came with mitochondrial E. In 1980 something when the experiment by Rebecca Khan was done. So
Yeah, but all I'm saying, me, yeah, if I want to take on this haplogroup business, I'm gonna take on everything they're saying. I'm not gonna pick and choose what's good for me and say, yeah, I'll believe that, but I won't take that. But no, you have to take the whole thing as what they're saying. So
No,
if there's
not really, Beefy, because part of it is
Mm.
actually what we can see right now, and part of it is things that you think it was back in the day. It comes so
Mm.
far away, so it's a theory still, right? A lot of it's still a theory. So, yeah, you have to
No,
be
I'm saying
careful when you're reading all this.
their statement of them coming, everybody coming from one woman in the haplogroup sense. That's a baby information, and it's not the holders of the information. So the holders of genetic Eve, that concept or that ideology, is way back in the 80s and 90s and whatever, when they turned it into a documentary and whatever. And they did not say everybody on the planet. It's just no, that's not what they said. To get it. So I'm saying to Beefy, I'm hearing something new with what he's saying. Yeah, I've never heard this
Mhm.
before. I've always heard that genetic Eve is the mother of everybody who is non-African, of non-African descent.
No,
That
I've got
doesn't
them
mean the
now.
Africans. That doesn't mean the Africans outside Africa. That doesn't mean you get it, all the people who came from Africans. That means Europeans basically, and some Orientals, and this one and whatever, and Maui and all of that, and da da da. Yeah, they have one auntie.
Mm.
Yeah, that we're
Mm.
connected to. One of our aunties. That's
This
it.
is what you thought, yeah, Aku, right?
This is what I knew from the information. Because remember, I'm the one bringing mitochondrial DNA talk. Rebecca Khan, you get what I'm saying? And then I'm showing the video years later. It's not like when I started talking about Rebecca Khan, I was showing videos and DVDs and da. I'm just showing them what I knew, right? What I'd studied and that.
Mm.
Yeah. And then it was available on YouTube and all sorts. So yeah, man played the tape and it played the video. And then you hear her talking for herself, what experiment she did with so many placentas and all of this and to discover that every woman is related because of the mitochondrial DNA, the DNA of change, and all of this type of stuff. It's a Reynolds wrap for me. It's so basic. I
I hear
studied
you,
it a
Mako,
long
but
time
this,
ago, and just, you know what I mean, just threw it to the side and just laughed because I said that was the excuse of their expulsion out of Africa. People coming out of Africa 180,000 years ago. Yeah. Then they revised it because they said we were 180,000 years old, right? So they said 100,000 years ago we came out of Africa. Then they had to revise it and say it's 200 years ago we actually came out of Africa. So then that pushed us older to over 200 and something thousand years. Then they found the bone in Morocco. Now we're 300,000 years old. So do you get what I'm saying? It, now their little expulsion out of Africa only looks like one migration out of many. Do you get what I'm saying? That they're
yeah.
particularly focused on. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's cool. You're saying a
Kemo,
set
it
of
says.
Africans. Mm.
But this is like more like, mm,
Oh, that's
we're
why
going
Kemo
to
believes
No, they
it.
Darwinism
didn't say
now.
they didn't. And even when they
We're
said
going
Oh.
that,
to
yeah.
Darwinism,
Sorry,
kind of.
sorry. Even when they said
Mm-hmm.
that, yeah, they didn't say
Yeah.
it was just one woman. They said it was a tribe of thing because you need a certain amount of people
No,
to
Michael.
lead.
One
No,
woman,
no,
one
no. They're
man,
talking about one woman, Mako.
and one
Who,
man.
bruv? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what I saw and what I read and what the documentary was about, bruv. You're talking about what the haplogroup people are saying, but they've got no rights on what I'm talking about, which was the real information, fam.
Mm.
To get it, yeah. Till they got Danny Glover to do the narration for the bloody thing, yeah. I've watched it so many times, and I would say, rah, if you really watch this, and this should have been out there for time, and it would have killed certain ideas of racism. You get me? So this was old information. But it, obviously, up to the modern day now, you can throw haplogroups and all of this type of stuff. But they didn't even have that then. So they definitely weren't talking about haplogroups. You know what I mean? So now these haplogroup people are using the same rhetoric of the genetic Eve, yeah, which is fine, yeah, to explain a point or whatever. But to say it's the mother of everybody, you get me, out here is ridiculous.
You're
It
ridiculous.
wasn't said. It
Oh,
wasn't said by those original scientists or whatever when they were making their thing. You get me? This is what Beefy's saying now. Yeah, just read
Okay,
out.
Mo, you
Sorry.
see.
Mm.
Okay, Mo, you see. Now, you see, Michael is you agree. No, Michael, I can't prove to point to Kemo that you agree with me. But he was saying, yes, Michael, teach Beefy, teach Beefy. One woman, one man.
Yeah, but they're saying one woman is no. They didn't even say one woman, one man in your one, no. They said one
Yeah,
woman, like they said in
they're
they
saying
said
what they're
in the
saying.
original, but as I said, they just demonstrated and made a video of it. I mean, dramatization of it as more than one thing. There's a whole tribe of people crossing the Reed Sea, but she's the
Yeah.
one. She's the one carrying the DNA marker.
Michael,
Sorry, she's the one carrying the DNA marker of all the rest of the people around the world. So through her marker, they're saying they tracked her to this island and that round. Once they crossed over the Reed Sea through the Middle East and they could track her DNA all the way to China, all the way to Australia, all the way to blah blah blah, and that's what they're saying. Yeah, but it wasn't. She was not alone. No, because they said even in her tribe, they said what had happened is after a certain amount of time, like 100 years, everybody in the tribe, in the village, if it's a small one, will be all related. So that the last remaining two people would have to leave the village and go to another village. Do you get what I'm saying? To start whatever they're doing. Do you get what I'm saying? So they're saying even in traveling, you need no minimum less than 200 people to make this story that they're saying correct. Mad thing. You know what I mean? To leave out of Africa with less than 200 people, we wouldn't be talking about supposedly anyone else around the world. Hmm.
Let me put my mind on. Come on, listen to me. I do not believe in the out of Africa theory. It's bullshit. Yeah, I believe there were many tribes in Africa from the get go. Now I can't tell you how many there were exactly. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
hold
But
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. The out of Africa theory is not. It's a theory to them, but it might be a reality to us because, as I said, we've been doing these journeys for thousands of years. So when they say out of Africa, yeah, so what? What do you mean? Which one are you talking about? Because you telling us about the Bantu migration in. What about the Bantu migration out to get out there in the first place? What about the Watutsis? What about the Pygmies? What about that migration?
no,
The
I'm not
different
talking about migration
migrations?
patterns. I'm not talking about
Hmm?
migrations. I'm not talking about
Yeah,
migrations. I'm talking about how they say humanity spread around the world. It's out of
yeah,
Africa.
exactly. But I'm saying with that only what timeline and how many times have we done that? It's not one time.
Okay,
It can't be because of the evidence of what else is around the world, right? That's my
okay,
point. Sorry.
okay. I hear you, Michael. Okay,
Mm.
so this is when it comes to question like yesterday. It came with a question like, if everything was black, where does the white come from?
Mm. Well, we already explained that, man. We know that albinism. We know that they were around. Well, we say from 6,000 to 8,000 years ago. You know what I mean? They started popping up prominent. You know what I mean? And in bunches. But prior to that, no. Do you get it? They were in a lesser form, or I don't even know. You can look up Flugerod and you see, like, bro, what is that? It's like a cave dwelling human, like a Neanderthal kind of cave person. Bruv, I'm not interested. Yeah. But other than that, I can only say, like, boy, it's albinism, you know what I mean? And then later on, they mix back with some other family members who also left out, you know what I mean, who still got their melanin and mixed back and became civilized with it. Because when you weren't civilized with it, they were calling you lepers, saying you got leprosy and all of that in these books. So I don't know. Someone tell me. Yeah. I'm just saying that things match up with the biblical and uh, the movements, but they're only within a time frame that we can measure, and we did measure, and we did write down. If we're the first with paper and pen and writing on walls and making statues and doing all that, yeah, they keep fixating any timeline they're talking about in the period when we still exist, and they don't. This is why that argument keeps coming up, bro. You want to hear? Well,
So,
Turkey,
so
Turkey.
when we say,
Yeah.
so do we say albinism started at a certain point in history,
No.
not from the onset?
No. From the outset. Huh?
So it was either say these white people came about in existence at a certain time in history. That means
Yes.
albinism came on at a certain point in history.
No. It took conditions for some. Do you get what I'm saying? Like conditions to some. Like they were saying like how black people, if they went out into the ice cap and stayed in a cave, and the first generation might have rickets and all of this, and then next generation is albino and all sorts of things going on because they're not getting no sunlight and all of that. Mad.
Albino,
Yeah.
then you become Neanderthal, part Neanderthal. That's
I
I don't
don't even
know.
know. I don't even know.
I
But
don't
I'm
know.
just
Like
saying.
how did that happen? Like
So,
how?
well, this is what their theory is of their out of Africa theory. That's how it led. Those type of people went up into the mountains, but the only people who went out prior to us supposed humans was Homo erectus first, and then after these Neanderthals and whatever, after we've come into existence. It's crazy. Doesn't even make sense.
Madness. So this is what I'm saying. Like, well, I'm told that the white gene, the white skin is from Neanderthal like thing in it. So I'm thinking this white thing must have come about at the same time. If so, they're from original, that means there were bare white people in Africa originally, like floating about like before they left Africa.
Listen, I'm saying, listen, if there's such a thing as great apes, and we're supposed to be part of the great apes, and you got gorillas and all of these type of stuff, and you don't believe like animals or anything else is trying to be like us. I think there was a kind of monkey man. I think there was a kind of dinosaur man. I think there was a kind of, you know what I mean? These type of beings or hominids that they're talking about that were trying to be like us but could never be because the people that formed you were already looked like you.
Mm.
You didn't come from
Yeah.
anything that was.
Sorry, Mako. So you just
Mm,
said dinosaur man. So you believe?
yeah.
So you
That
believe
all
us
right. You
humans
could
been
say
around with the
you could say
dinosaurs? Yeah.
not dinosaur, but maybe lizard man or whatever, reptilian, because this is a reptilian or reptile or amphibian based planet. So they dominate the environment. And imagine if they were large still, they would probably dominate the environment, right?
They say if you're warm blooded, you're a reptile, aren't you? Or is the other way around?
Nah,
No, cold blooded.
cold
But
blooded.
What
listen,
are we?
the open visible ones that you can see are things like crocodiles and shit and a bloody chicken. This is the nonsense they're telling us. But mm, regardless, yeah, whatever. Yeah, and if you could get all these different animals in reptile form and in an amphibian form, why can't you get it kind of in human form? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, so
'Cause-
for me, you said that every other humanoid died off except for us, and we're
well,
still
put it
here.
this way. Put it this way. Let's talk about this velociraptor, for example, right? This dinosaur that stood up on two legs, had hands, yeah, had a voice box, and hunted for sport, and was very intelligent and had its eyes in front of his head. Bruh, it's not. It doesn't take a genius, yeah, to say that's kind of like a reptile, man. Only at the fact that it's got a tail or something. Yeah, if that was alive, that seems to be a bit against what animals are out here for. Why would there be an animal created, yeah, in such a way and so deadly that it could? Do you know what I'm saying? And it could communicate with a voice box. Like you got a voice box, I got a voice box. They say caveman was ugh ugh. Then they revised that and said that he had a voice box, but his voice would have sounded like Mike Tyson, like a child or something. Maybe Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying?
Michael Jackson, you know.
Yeah, rather than Mike Tyson. But yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah. So yeah, they put all these sciences and all these shit in their movies, man. As soon as they find them out. I remember watching that about the Velociraptor, and then they put it in Jurassic Park 2 or 3 or whatever, as they got more information about this supposed lizard. Yeah. that stood up on 2 feet, they were like, no. I was thinking, wow, that's like reptile man. If you could, for example, you know what I mean? Because that's a killer tail man. They would have been the dominant species on the planet if the so-called meteor never licked and wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but yeah, because there's enough evidence to say that humans have been running around with dinosaurs or giant lizards and that we were in fact giant as well. So if we were giants as well, what would a giant lizard look like to us? Not really that big either. Maybe if we was pygmies now, that might be like, yo, that's a bit much. Since whales have feet and were walking in the ancient past, that would have looked scary on land, innit?
Yeah, imagine walking around in the Sahara Desert.
Like, what's that?
Mm.
What's that? Has it got a fin? It's got a fin, big teeth, just grinning, coming towards you in black and white. Like, yo, not involved. Right. Who else is jumping on, man? Come on, man. Be fair, man. You guys. Who's gonna chat?
And they got to work in the sun. Oh.
Yeah. I think the ladies should do ladies hour.
Dublin, if someone's an albino, black albino, and the partner is black, the child will be black.
What's that?
Dublin asked a question. He said, if a black fella is an albino and the children of a black woman and the kids black, and what's the story? They're black.
Yeah, but they could be albino still.
But
you're not going to get much change or thing out of it. The features and everything are still going to remain the same. That's why we said there were two types of albinos. There were one that came from the Africans, because we carry that genetic default, and also from the Asians, because they also carry it too. You know, just like vitiligo and which is something similar. You know, something similar. It's a corruption of the melanin. So yeah.
Nah, vitiligo is a autoimmune disease still. And
Exactly.
but what's it called? The albinism is a genetic genetic problem. So
Well, so is what you saying? Think it's not genetic, or is it blood or something? What is it?
no, the albinism is a genetic mistake or mutation, right?
Yeah, recessive gene.
But the vitiligo is an autoimmune disease, so your body the antibodies in your body attacks the melanocytes, the cells who produces.
Right, it's a
melanin.
Corruption of your melanin, right?
Yeah. And so they attacked it, but nobody knows really why. That's the problem with the autoimmune system. Or immunity.
I told you, man. It's a genetic default that we have because somebody was messing with our genes, as explained by our ancestors, but we don't want to hear it to get it. So every fourth generation strain that can happen. It happened in the biblical text with Canaan. You get me? Being the fourth generation strain or fourth scene of Noah or Ham. Sorry.
Do you believe in that, Marco? Really? I mean,
that he was cursed.
Yeah, the curse and then turned white, and people claim it's leprosy, but it's not leprosy, really.
I'm just saying that he was cursed. Yeah, it was clear. The words were clear. Curse. Curse be Canaan, or curse the seed of Ham. Not curse Ham. Curse the seed. Who's the seed? Not the first one.
Yeah, some say it's
one,
the Africans. Yeah.
Listen, Axum, go listen to Farrakhan. Axum, go and type in Louis Farrakhan explaining the curse of Ham.
Lol, don't say the slavery and stuff like that, yeah.
No, he says your fat lips and your curly hair is a curse from God.
Yeah,
Liberties.
you see. Yeah,
This
some
is from
say
Louis Farrakhan's
Persian
mouth.
Africans. Yeah.
That's why.
So
That's why man puts relax in his hair and makes it look like he's got straight hair.
yes,
Mad.
you was
Mad.
fitting
Louis
well,
Farrakhan.
accent.
Yeah.
You was
Yeah.
fitting well. You was fitting well.
Message you feeling well,
Accent was fitting well in the Nation of Islam. Like, yo,
Yeah. You'd be bored out
why?
there.
Because I'm straight hair and what?
I'm too black. I'm too black, man.
Mm?
Too black, man. Juria. If
Mm?
they had the word Juria over there, oh my God, we would be in trouble.
Nah, but I'm Gillette. Remember?
Yeah. Now they would be saying it. And my
They say
brothers,
My
huh, were
brothers.
out in the depths of Africa
Uh-uh.
with Shabazz. Yeah.
Ah, the
They were
Shabazz
cursed.
thing is mad
They
stuff.
were cursed. They were cursed with with big lips and broad nose
kinky
and
hair.
skin as dark as their eyebrows.
Wow.
Kinky hair.
Mad. I could never follow that ideology.
Listen, I've ever seen a Rasta Nation of Islam guy. I'll wait.
Yeah, man's wearing suit and bow tie, man. All I rate is their discipline, yeah? That's all I rate, is their discipline. Their ideology, nah. Stop it. Don't do that. You know what I mean? Don't ever associate.
But
Can't
they are
try to do it yesterday.
remixing, mixing, and
Yeah.
doing the most. Yeah. So.
But they're still accepted in the Nation of Islam.
Yeah, but white man is the devil. Yeah.
Neanderthal, when Pepper is invited, you weren't even around, so shut up. The guy with the last comment.
Oh. Yeah, yeah, they invented paper, but who invented the Chinese? Stupid.
No,
Invented
come
paper,
on.
papyrus. Where is paper invented?
Who invented the
Papyrus.
Chinese?
Come on.
Who invented the Chinese? If it wasn't the
Mandinka.
the Mandinka and the Mongolian, mixing with them created the first Chinese dynasties, which we say is the Ming. I think Ming. Yeah, man. These all black dynasties, there's pyramids out there. There's all sorts, terracotta, all sorts, bro. Like, what are we doing here? Please, man.
Wait.
Don't be silly.
Maku, are you seeing Ibo's comment? Yeah, Nation of Islam and Iran are close friends. Why the hell would they be close friends for?
Of course. Listen, the man have been accepted into the Ummah of
They're part of the
Islam.
Ummah now.
Right. So I saw him taking his shahada in Mecca a couple years ago, and then getting the hugs and all of that. You know, once he done his thing and all of that, and they were saying, yeah, the Nation of Islam is Islam
Part
now.
of the Ummah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I was like,
all
what?
this about racism and the black supremacy thing they're going by,
They will
and all
put
of that is
that
just
down.
washed away, yeah. And
They will put that
They'll water it down a
teachings.
bit.
They will put that down to the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Yeah, Muhammad, not
But
on Muhammad.
yeah, that they call prophet too, right?
He's going to take the L.
He's
No,
going
but
to take the
listen,
L.
Matthew, don't they call him the prophet?
He's going to
Yeah,
take the
they
L.
do.
Don't worry. He's going to take the L.
No, they don't
No,
call
but
him the
I don't
prophet.
understand. I don't understand. Yeah, you
No,
cannot.
they say he's the return of Elijah, the prophet, right? The prophet Elijah is meant to return. So yeah, they do say that.
But how
And they
can you
also
be accepted?
no, they also say that fraud or fraud or fraud or fraud. Yeah,
Farid,
Farad Muhammad is Allah in the personage of Allah.
Nah, you mad, Matthew.
I'm deadly serious. You know what I'm saying? So when they
How can they be accepted though? That's this is all about money.
well, yes, exactly. It's not about
spreading the Ummah. So spreading the Ummah.
Yeah,
if
as
they
long as
went
it's
into the
spreading
actual,
rumor, it doesn't matter what they believe in. Yeah.
yeah,
It's all the numbers game.
See how shirky their thing is when they're doing their prayers and you're doing their prayers, and theirs is not having the same meaning because Allah in subhanahu wa ta'ala is not the same one they're talking about. They're talking about Allah in the personage of Farad Muhammad. Do you get what I'm saying?
Remember,
What?
Gaddafi.
Muslims, stand up, man.
Gaddafi
It's
gave the
crazy,
Nation of
man.
Islam £6 million.
What? As I said, I could never subscribe to Thing. I think Thing tried to accuse man yesterday. Khan. I was like, what? Your Nation of Islam, bro. Never in your life say such a thing, bro. Like, what is that? Nah. We know better. We respect Malcolm and all of that, but actually, when you go into that ideology, it's fuckery if you're dark skinned.
Fuckery that. Fuckery.
Fuckery that.
Fuckery that.
You get me? That is part of their Yakub story as well. So you get me? They try to squeeze their way into that story as them and how we got cursed after coming off the boats of Yakub.
Sorry, guys, I gotta go. Big up.
Big up.
Even me, I will work in half an hour. My God damn it.
Yeah, well, that's mad.
I have to get ready for work. Shit,
Bro,
I'm gonna be late.
I got more logic than you. You think Bruce Lee wasn't a black man? Blackish. Put it that way. He was definitely mixed race, right?
Where do you think you got the Kung Fu from? Where do you think Kung Fu started, my G? Neanderthal? It didn't start in no Caucasus Mountains. Believe you that.
We already explained about Qigong and all of these and Tai Chi. Something that the women, African women, used to do on the banks of the Nile, follow the flow of the water. Like, bros, please, don't make an ass of yourself. Trust me. And yet the kung fu or the karate moves on the walls, like, bros, come on, man. Martial arts, if you want to call it that. Yeah.
Look at the confusion in your name. Bible, Genesis, Neanderthal. Where's the Neanderthal in Genesis?
It's a contradiction in term, but
well, you're lost in confusion, mate. Hey, Michael, I gotta get ready for work, my G.
Yeah, man. Big up, man.
Big up, my G. Big up everyone in the building. Big up man like Camo. Fuck Bible, Genesis, Neanderthal. Big up everyone else in the building.
Yeah. So, Mr. Neanderthal, where do you think Neanderthals came from? Why would you even think?
Tell us, please. Where do you come from?
Because we still struggling on that one. We're saying we're hearing all the information, but we don't know. We don't know about Neanderthal stuff, bro. But that's probably Caleb or someone.
Yeah. Big up, Max. Catching the big, my G. Tomorrow Sunday service, man, be there.
Yes, bro. Come on, man. Big up, man.
Big up.
Yeah. Yeah. So, what's this you saying? Okay. Yeah, man. Man ain't no Neanderthal, man. Don't care about Neanderthal business, man. Let them have it, bruv. Yeah, only one having sex with fucking Neanderthals seems to be those descendants of that genetic Eve, mate. You know what I mean? Carrying RH or rhesus monkey, all of these type of weird stuff in man's DNA, bruv. Like, allow it, man. Just be O, man. Blood group O and shit. O positive, O negative, and E1B1A or B1B1B. We're cool with that one. Safe. There's no issue. You get me? It's so minor on the scale of things. You know what I mean? In the African sense, it's just normal stuff. We do this every blood clot day. Because as I said, we're millions of years old, so you know. Later. You know what I mean? Euros love Neanderthal, man. Obviously. You don't get it in your DNA from just looking at a Neanderthal. You hear me? Someone's namming the pumps, man. And doggying it. Allow it. Hench Neanderthal gal. Come on, family. What are we doing here? It better be in the other way around that you lot had early blonde things, skinny, flat bottom, and all of that, and then them Neanderthal man was taking your women. That would make more sense. But yeah, for a set of man them to go out and grind Neanderthal girl on purpose, that don't sound African. That don't even sound human. You get me? That sound like subhuman stuff, like certain species of man like doing that. Let me see something. Bring something else up. What? Alright, we got back. Where is it's another video. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Property.
King Solomon and Queen Sheba. Their history is nothing short of fascinating. They are one of the oldest and magnificent civilizations known to man. And they are the Tigray people of northern Ethiopia. Please remember to subscribe, comment, and like Afro or Tisa Films for more African-themed content. Number 1. The origins. The Tigray people are related to the Amhara and Tigray people of Ethiopia and Eritrea, who together make up the Habesha people. These people can trace their origins back to Shem, eldest son of Noah. They left present-day Yemen and settled on the African side of the Red Sea, inhabiting the Nile Delta and all land east of the valley down to the Ethiopian highlands, where they mixed with the native black populations. This explains their mixed look. Number 2. Their land. Tigray is the northernmost region of the second most populous country of Africa, Ethiopia. Tigray is known for its mountainous terrains that have often helped the people protect their territory from invaders, such as the Greeks, the Turkish, and the Italians. Number 3. Their beliefs. They are mainly Christian and members of the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church. This said they were the first African converts to Islam after sheltering Muhammad's followers in the holy city of Negesh, located in the Tigray region, from their enemies in Mecca. The converted Haitians, especially Tigray Muslims, became known as the Djibouti. Number 4. Their demographics. Tigrayans constitute approximately 6% of the population of Ethiopia and are largely small-holding farmers inhabiting small communal villages. The Tigrayans constitute the 4th largest ethnic group in the country, after the Oromo, Amhara, and Somali. Number 5. The famine. The decline of the Tigrayan population in Ethiopia was caused by the 1958 famine in Tigray, when over 100,000 people died. Later on during the famine years of 1983 to 85, the Mengistu Haile Mariam-led brutal military dictatorship organized government policies that deliberately multiplied the effects of the famine. Around 1.2 million people died in Ethiopia from this famine. The majority were from Tigray province. Number 6. They were the Axum Kingdom. Before incorporation into Ethiopia, Tigray was formerly a separate kingdom. At its apogee between the 3rd and 6th century after Christ, Axum became the greatest market of northeastern Africa. Its merchants traded as far as Alexandria and beyond the Nile River. Menelik, the founder of the Axum Kingdom and also the son of King Solomon of Israel, and Queen Sheba, captured the Ark of the Covenant from the Israelites and brought it to Axum in what is now the Tigray region in Ethiopia, where it remains to this day. Number 7. Recent political history. Since the ouster of the socialist government of Mengistu Haile Mariam in 1991, Tigray have indeed dominated the government of Ethiopia. This went on till 2018 when Ahmed Abiy, a mixed Oromo and Amhara prime minister, took office. This saw the radical weakening of the TPLF through a purge that removed its key figures from powerful positions in government. Abiy's peace deal with Eritrea, which won him the Nobel Peace Prize, further isolated the TPLF. Escalations of warfare ensued, and to date the Ethiopian government and the TPLF is in serious conflict, which has resulted in widespread human loss on both sides, more so the Tigray civilian population. Number 8. The culture. When a Tigray man or woman arrives at someone's house, he or she does not knock on the door to signify he or she has arrived at someone's house. Rather, he clears his throat. Guests are usually offered coffee. Traditional Tigray clothing is white, which is regarded as Christian, with little adornment. Using the left hand to touch food that will come into contact with others is frowned upon in Tigray. The same relationship between left and right can be seen in many settings. For example, sitting on the right side of someone important is better than having to sit on the left. The right side of the church as viewed from the altar is holier than the left. Number 9. Food customs. Some foods like pork are believed to be unfit for Christian Tigray to eat. Tigrayans' food characteristically consists of vegetable and often very spicy meat dishes, usually in the form of sebi, a thick stew served atop injera, a large sort of flatbread. Number 10. Tigray economy. Until recently, most rural Tigray considered farming to be the most honorable work. Today's food shortages have made many parents rethink this proposition. The Tigray practice plow cultivation of primarily cereal crops, wheat, barley, and sorghum. A second crop per year is risky or impossible in most areas. Nearly all parts of Tigray are subject to drought. Better prospects are perceived to exist in trade and government work. Individuals also make money by buying livestock and small animals in the lowlands and selling them in the highlands. For those living near the eastern escarpment, transportation of salt from the Danakil Depression for sale in the highland markets is an important source of income. Thank you guys for watching to the end. Please show your appreciation by liking and sharing this video, and I will see you very soon.
How to SEO. Go on Fiverr. Choose a freelancer.
Ethiopia, home to more than 100 million people, the original home of the coffee bean, seat of the African Union, and a nation whose roots stretch back into ancient times. Ethiopia has been heavily settled, going far back into prehistory. Da'amet is the earliest known kingdom in this region, and was a contemporary of ancient Egypt and Nubia to the north. On the opposite side of the Red Sea, facing Da'amet, was the kingdom of Saba in modern-day Yemen. These kingdoms appear to have had close ties, and some even theorize that they may have formed a single kingdom. According to Ethiopian tradition, this was the home of the legendary Queen of Sheba. She converted to the faith of Solomon of Israel, and bore his child, who returned to Ethiopia to rule as king, beginning a long line of Ethiopian kings who claim direct descent from King Solomon. The Ethiopian Church today maintains the Ark of the Covenant was brought to this ancient kingdom during this period, and is being kept safely there under guard for more than 2,500 years. For unknown reasons, Da'amat gradually eroded into several city-states and successor kingdoms around 400 BC. One of these, Aksum, would evolve into the first well-documented great power to rise in Ethiopia, and was able to unite the northern Ethiopian highlands beginning around the 1st century BC, where they established bases on the Ethiopian plateau and from there expanded. By the 1st century AD, they became a major player on the commercial route between the Roman Empire and ancient India. A notable Persian religious figure and scholar of the time regarded Aksum as one of the 4 great powers of his day, alongside Persia, Rome, and China. To facilitate this booming trade, the Aksumite kings minted large amounts of gold currency that became widely used and have been found throughout the Mediterranean to India. Around 325 AD, the king Ezana converted to Christianity, making it the state religion, and was also the first state to ever use the image of the cross on its coins. Ezana campaigned against the kingdom of Kush to the north, as far as the borders of the Roman province of Egypt, and is believed to have been the reason for that 1,000-year-old kingdom's collapse. Included in his many titles were King of Kings, King of Saba, King of Salhen, and King of Himyar, which are all in modern-day Yemen, indicating that he either controlled or annexed these kingdoms, or perhaps they were merely tributaries. The kingdom of Aksum would reach its apogee during the reign of King Caleb, who invaded the Arabian Peninsula in 520 with a vast army against the Jewish king Yusuf of Himyar, who had been persecuting the kingdom's Christian population. 5 years after installing a native Christian viceroy, one of his own Aksumite generals killed the viceroy and declared himself king of Himyar. This general turned king, Abraha of Himyar, is mentioned in the Quran for his failed invasion of Mecca in the year 570. The rise of the Arab Empire would signal the decline and eventual demise of both of these kingdoms. Axum was completely cut off from any contact with the Christian Roman Empire and the vast revenues generated from Roman trade. The kingdom of Axum had a slow decline and began to contract back into the highlands. The kingdom of Alodia formed on its northern border and converted to Coptic Christianity and spoke a Nubian dialect, in contrast to Ascum's Semitic dialect and script, used since the days of Da'amat in the 9th century BC. According to Ethiopian tradition, around the year 1000, a female pagan warlord overthrew the kingdom of Axum, laying waste to the land, burning ancient churches to the ground, and hunting down all members of the royal family of Axum. The last of her dynasty, which ruled over a much diminished kingdom, was overthrown by Maratakla Haymanot in 1137, establishing the Zegwe dynasty, although some scholars believe this dynasty was established earlier. The most famous ruler of Zegwe dynasty was Gebre Lalibela, who constructed 11 churches, carved straight from a single piece of stone, and attempted to construct a new Jerusalem as his new capital, in response to the capture of the Old Jerusalem by the Muslims in 1187. Despite the piousness of the Zegwe, they had one thing working against them in the eyes of many of their subjects. They did not claim direct descent from the biblical King Solomon, and around the year 1270 they were overthrown by a dynasty that did claim Solomonic descent. This Solomonic line of kings ruled Ethiopia for more than 700 years, with a brief interruption during the 14-year Abyssinian Adal War, in which the Adal Sultanate was able to annex Ethiopian Abyssinia with Ottoman help, only to be beaten back to their original borders by the Ethiopians with Portuguese assistance. The Age of Princes was a period in Ethiopian history from 1769 till 1855, when the country was de facto divided within itself into several regions, with no effective central authority. It was a period which the emperors from the Solomonic dynasty were reduced to little more than figureheads, confined to the capital city of Gondar, and local warlords fought each other for supremacy. This came to an end with the reign of Tewodros II, who re-established his dynasty's authority over the nation. However, this respite was short-lived, and he would commit suicide instead of being taken prisoner by a British expedition. The British would sack the Ethiopian capital and carry the Solomonic dynasty's crowns and treasure they had accumulated over the centuries back to Britain. Ethiopia's troubles were not over, and in 1874, the Ottoman-backed Ismail Pasha of Egypt invaded Ethiopia with the goal of creating an empire that would include the entire length of the Nile River. His sizable army included a large number of recruited American and European officers. The Ethiopians had been working hard on organizing and modernizing their military since their experience against the British, and were able to utterly defeat the Egyptians in 2 decisive battles. The Ethiopian Emperor Yohannes would die in battle against a Sudanese raiding force 13 years after defeating the Egyptians. His successor, Menelik II, would expand the Ethiopian Empire and defeat a full-scale Italian invasion. The technologically superior Italians were decisively defeated in a bloody war that they expected to be a casual affair. 40 years later, masterminded by the Italian journalist turned dictator Benito Mussolini, the Italians invaded again, this time sending an overwhelming force of approximately 500,000 men, 600 aircraft, and 800 tanks. Despite this, the war was still a long and bloody affair. The Italians gained little from the annexation and committed widespread atrocities against the Ethiopian population, which they never fully managed to control. Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie returned to Ethiopia from exile in England to help rally the resistance. The British began their own invasion in January 1941 with the help of Ethiopian freedom fighters. The last of the organized Italian resistance in Italian East Africa surrendered in 1941, ending the Italian rule. The Solomonic monarchy was fully restored after the war. In the decades that followed, Haile Selassie would begin to slowly implement democratic reforms in the nation. However, many blamed his grasp on power for the slow pace of modernization. During the Cold War, Selassie received the backing from the United States, and when widespread drought and famine hit the nation in 1974, the aged monarch was overthrown by a socialist faction in the military. They viewed Selassie as an agent of the corrupt capitalist West, and united with Eritrea, forming a larger chaotic state that was plagued by infighting and disastrously planned and implemented socialist policies. Eventually, Mengistu Haile Mariam brought an end to the more than decade-long power struggle and attempted the creation of a state following the Soviet model, famines and genocide included. In 1991, as rebels closed in on the capital of Addis Ababa, he fled and was granted asylum in Zimbabwe as an official guest of Zimbabwean President Robert Mugabe, where he still resides today at the age of 80, despite calls for his extradition. This was followed by a transitional government in Ethiopia, which drafted a new constitution allowing any of the nation's ethnic regions to secede if they ever wanted to. Eritrea did so right away, and the remainder is the modern nation-state of Ethiopia. This has been Epimetheus. Huge thanks to all my awesome patrons over on Patreon who help me with this channel's expenses, and my fantastic subscribers. If you're new to this channel, don't forget to sub, hit the bell icon to get notifications every time I make a new video, and smash that like button. One more interesting bonus fact for you if you made it to the end of the video. The Rastafari religion, originating in Jamaica in the 1930s, regards Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie as the second coming of Christ and the embodiment of Jah on earth.
Europe is a very divided continent. Despite having one of the smaller land areas of any region, Europe has only a slightly smaller number of countries than a far larger continent like Asia or Africa, and all these cultures, borders, and languages are jammed into a peninsula that is in essence made out of peninsulas. For the most part, ethnic divisions in Europe today are fairly rigid as opposed to the United States, where the line between race and ethnicity becomes rather blurred at times. But one thing that nearly all European people have in common is their common heritage as a part of the Indo-European language family. But who were the people that inhabited the continent of Europe before the eponymous people group were established in the Old World? Although it is strange to think about, before there were the French, Italians, Germans, Russian, Irish, or any of the other Indo-European groups we see today, there were a multitude of nations and tribes spread across the ancient world, and although many of the details and even entire civilizations may have been lost to history, many of these groups have left their cultural imprint on these subsequent nations, and some are even still around to this very day. For some perspective, it's actually estimated that modern humans have inhabited the continent of Europe for over 40,000 years now. However, the modern Indo-European groups that we see in the continent have only been around for some 3,500 years, or less than 10% of that time. So it is strange to think that in all that time, none of the pre-Indo-Europeans had built any lasting powers or empires in the continent. Although, truth be told, even though much of the history of the pre-Indo-Europeans has been lost forever, the history of a select few old European groups had survived into the classical era of history and fought alongside and against the likes of the Gauls, Romans, Phoenicians, Goths, and Greeks. In recent years, it's been estimated that the standard European phenotype developed some 8 to 10,000 years ago, and before this point, almost nothing is known about the languages, cultures, religions, or civilizations of ancient Europe, with one of the first confirmed non-Indo-European groups known to have been established in the continent being the Finno-Ugrian peoples of the Scandinavian peninsula. The Finno-Ugric peoples, along with other members of the Uralic family, are a loosely related grouping of peoples and languages stretching along the northern part of the Eurasian landmass with some rather mysterious origins and a far from uniform genetic history. The Uralic peoples of the West, including the Finns, Sami, Estonians, and Karelians, all belong to the European gene pool, while those in the East, closer to Siberia, especially the Samoyedic group, have more of a Northeast Asian phenotype with varying degrees of Western Eurasian admixture. Most all Finno-Ugric groups, even those in Europe, belong to the paternal haplogroup N3, which is also shared by other Siberian peoples in northern Asia, and said haplogroup is actually believed to have originated in the Far East several thousand years ago and traveled west along with the Uralic languages. And even though this haplogroup is dominant among Finns, Sami, and Estonians, these groups contain relatively little East Asian admixture, despite being classified as such in the past by European anthropologists. The pseudo-East Asian appearance of many Sami and some Finns is actually a genetic trait entirely unrelated to the epicanthic fold seen in the Far East, and it's believed that the bulk of the gene pool of the Sami is derived from an ancient European source that has been mostly untouched by the subsequent spread of the Indo-Europeans in the centuries that followed, although the number of Sami in Scandinavia has been dwindling in recent years. Finns, Karelians, and Estonians still maintain their Uralic language, yet are still closely genetically related to their Indo-European neighbors, and a good proportion of these Uralic tribes were absorbed by the quickly expanding Russian Empire and became assimilated into the Slavic Russian gene pool, which is the reason that haplogroup N is far overrepresented in Russians than other Eastern Slavs, and some ethnic Russians, especially in the northwest, may have visible traces of Samoyedic admixture. Many other Finno-Ugric tribes in Scandinavia were also assimilated into the Germanic peoples of northern Europe, while those farther east in Siberia have remained mostly untouched. The Hungarians of Central Europe are indeed speakers of a Uralic language, however are much more recent arrivals in Europe when compared to the Finns and Estonians to their north. Now on to Southern Europe, where these older pre-Indo-European civilizations are better attested because of their proximity to the great historical powers of the Classical Age, such as the Romans and Greeks, although believe it or not, there still aren't very many. Although they did not predate the Indo-Europeans, the Phoenicians were also some of the first to establish colonies along the Mediterranean, with the Phoenicians belonging to the same Afro-Asiatic branch as the ancient Hebrews and Assyrians, and one of Phoenicia's strongest colonies, Carthage, actually expanded into a great power in the region with territory in modern Italy, Spain, and North Africa. For nearly 600 years, from the 8th to 2nd century BC, Carthage grew in power in Africa and Europe before vying for control of the western Mediterranean with the Romans, a conflict known today as the Punic Wars, which saw the sack of Carthage and dissolution of the last of the Phoenician and Carthaginian influence in southern Europe, although the Romans did adopt the usage of a slightly tweaked version of their written alphabet, ironically enough. It's also been hypothesized that ancient Afro-Asiatic peoples, perhaps related to the Amazigh, had inhabited parts of Iberia or Sicily in the past, although this is more speculation, and most genetic or linguistic influences would have been wiped out following the Indo-European migration. Probably one of the oldest groups in southern Europe that predate the Indo-Europeans, yet many haven't heard of, are the Pelasgians, who would have been located in prehistoric Greece, and virtually nothing is known about their language, as by the time of their extinction, the first written alphabet wasn't even invented yet. But the term Pelasgian was used by the ancient Greek historians to refer to the indigenous inhabitants of Hellas before the arrival of the Indo-European Greeks from the north, and evidence suggests that they may have been linked to ancient Anatolian or Caucasian populations, which would explain the dominance of haplogroup E3b in modern Greek people today, which is almost always associated with other groups from the Middle East to North Africa, although similar to the Finns and Estonians, Greeks are still clearly a part of the greater European gene pool today. The Pelasgians presumably never had any sort of empire, great civilization, being far from united as a people group, and it's actually possible that they didn't even speak a uniform language, although it is clear that whatever group inhabited this region was long extinct by the time of the Classical era, but they did have quite the impact on the emerging Greek identity, as seen through the indeterminate amount of modern Greek vocabulary derived from this ancient source. Another old group known to the Greeks were the Etruscans, a not quite so unified civilization in the northern Italian peninsula, stretching back at least 3,000 years from the present. The Etruscans started to rise in power around the 8th century BC, back when Rome was simply an insignificant city-state, and in fact the name Etruscan is actually an exonym applied to this group by the early Romans, while they referred to themselves in their own language as the Razna, and they were known by the Greeks as the Turanians, a name so catchy they actually had an entire sea named after them. Turanian is also the name of the greater language family that Etruscan belongs to, as the Etruscan language actually survived well past the rise of the Roman Empire, and as such, far more is known about this language and group than most other pre-Indo-Europeans, although to date Etruscan and other Turanian languages have no confirmed connection to any other language family. Other languages that possibly belong to the Turanian languages include Rhaetian further north in the Alps, not to be confused with the modern Rhaetio-Romance languages of the same area, along with the Lemnians, who are actually located a few hundred kilometers away on the Greek island of Lemnos, although Lemnian went extinct far before the former. Although the Etruscans didn't quite have a unified empire, their civilization did span much of northern Italy, including the island of Corsica and as far south as Campania, and similar to the Latin and Greek civilizations, also developed their own written language from the original Phoenician alphabet. Despite being a powerhouse in the Mediterranean region for some centuries prior, the Etruscans were conquered and assimilated by the Romans in the 3rd century BC, who were one of the first civilizations to be crushed by this growing power, and the Etruscan language is believed to have gone extinct a few centuries after their incorporation into the Roman Empire, with one of their main legacies being in the name for the Italian region of Tuscany, as the Romans often retained the original names for the regions they had conquered. Even though Italy was purged of most non-Latin culture during this period, there were still holdouts directly next to them in Europe's 3rd most famous peninsula, Iberia, with the eponymous pre-Latin Iberians undoubtedly belonging to a non-Indo-European source, and the Iberians are occasionally also grouped together with everyone's favorite separatists, the Basques, as other than the Finno-Ugric languages around the Baltic, Basque is the sole survivor of the pre-Indo-European nations and has baffled linguists and historians for centuries. The Basques and Iberians were located in the eastern half of the peninsula, as the western half of Iberia was actually inhabited by ancient Celtic groups and a few other Indo-Europeans, and the Romans started their conquest of Iberia in the 3rd century BC by conquering the Iberians proper, and likewise with the Etruscans, the Iberian language and culture was swiftly replaced by Vulgar Latin, which would evolve into the modern Iberian Romance languages, although the Basque nation was actually able to survive and still lives on to the present day, divided between France and Spain, and its origins and connections are still hotly disputed among linguists. Now, we discussed some of the archaeogenetics of these prehistoric Europeans and how they've affected modern groups such as the Finns and Greeks, but another group that is especially significant are the Sardinians, a Romance-speaking people group from the island of Sardinia in Italy, which you may simply presume to be homogeneous with other ethnic Italians. However, these Sardinians are unique for a number of reasons. Due to its location and heavily forested interior, Sardinia remained one of the most isolated areas of southern Europe before and during the Classical Age, and although little is known about the pre-Indo-European Sardinians, it is clear that their gene pool has remained mostly separated from other peoples of Europe, essentially being a snapshot of what these old Europeans would have looked like. And it's also been found by linguists that the Sardinian language is the most lexically similar to the Old Latin of the Roman Empire. So to conclude, although the vast majority of pre-Indo-European civilizations are extremely obfuscated and surrounded in mystery, it is interesting to see how these old cultures have impacted the modern European nations we see today. And go ahead and tell me which pre-Indo-European civilization you find to be the most interesting. And as always, thank you all for watching. This has been Mason, and I'll see you next time.
Glancing at her stats without a struggle? AccuView multifocal contact lenses. Go see your optician today.
Eat your way through London and experience more with the Fork app. Make the most of 50% off food at over 100 restaurants. Only for a limited time. Get the Fork out.
Before we begin, let's just make one thing clear. Indian is not an ethnicity, not a race, and definitely not a religion. India is currently the 2nd most populous country in the world behind China, but it's not going to be that way for long. It's predicted that at current population growth rates, India will become the world's most populous country for the first time in only 5 years, in 2022. For babies born on the earth today, they probably won't ever remember a time in history when India wasn't the world's most populous country, as opposed to our generation and before, who always remember China as being the world's most populous country. India's population currently sits at around 1.3 billion people. And for perspective on how astronomically large that number is, the US currently only has about 25% of that number at around 300 million. So for every US American citizen, there are over 4 Indians. Astonishingly, when the rest of both North and South America are included, India still beats them out population-wise, seeing how the combined population of the Americas is only around 1 billion people. Clearly, there's a lot of people living there, and it's very easy for us living in the Western world to forget just how much their population dwarfs our own. Now, the reason for me saying all of this is that there's an immense amount of diversity in India, let alone the Indian subcontinent. Imagine all of the ethnic, linguistic, and religious diversity of the population of all of Africa stuffed into a country the size of Argentina. India is obviously not a homogeneous country, but most people don't know just how truly diverse it is. And when you include the rest of South Asia, the situation gets even more complicated. South Asia, which is frequently referred to as the Indian subcontinent, is usually defined as the countries of Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. The western half of Pakistan is occasionally thought of as more Middle Eastern because their population has more in common with the Iranian-speaking peoples of Afghanistan and Iran, but we're going to include them with the rest of South Asia for this video. India has around 11 main ethnic groups, the largest of which being the Hindi-speaking peoples of northern India, that are very difficult to classify by ethnicity. There are, however, hundreds, maybe even thousands of smaller and much smaller ethnic groups in the entire region of South Asia, but for the most part, people of South Asia can be put into a few very large racial groups. The first peoples to have inhabited South Asia are believed to be the Dravidians. Dravidians are a racial group that live in the southern portion of India and also have ethnic groups scattered in the neighboring countries. They're believed to be related to the Melanesian people of the Pacific, such as people from Papua New Guinea, Fiji, and the Australian Aborigines. Because of this, they have features that are quite distinct from any other group of people in India. The majority of the rest of the region is inhabited by speakers of Indo-European languages known as Indo-Aryans, being unrelated to the Nazi concept of the Aryan race, of course. The Indo-Aryan people migrated into northern India around 3,000 to 4,000 years ago, most likely traveling through Iran and Afghanistan into the subcontinent. They mixed with the native Dravidians of India, but retained their distinct languages and culture, which is why the Indo-Aryan languages of India are actually more closely related to the European languages than to the much closer geographically Dravidian languages, believe it or not. Indo-Aryan people inhabit the northern portion of India, all of Bangladesh, the southern part of Nepal, eastern Pakistan, the island chain of the Maldives, and the southern part of Sri Lanka. There's also a small Indo-Aryan ethnic group called the Rohingya people that are related to the Bengalis and bleed over into neighboring Burma, but that's a topic for another day. Overall, various Dravidian groups make up around 16% of India's population and around 13% for South Asia as a whole, although this proportion is falling fast with birth rates in northern India far outpacing those in the south. Dravidian people generally are much darker in skin tone and hair color than the Indo-Aryans to the north and have different facial features of wider noses, larger lips, and a more prominent brow ridge. Indo-Aryans mostly have lighter skin, less coarse hair, and more Middle Eastern sort of features. Now, it's very important to realize that skin color and facial features are on a spectrum in South Asia, meaning that anyone from any part of the region can have any of these traits, and some Indo-Aryan people from northern India could actually be darker than some Dravidian people from southern India. This is because of the extreme mixing that has gone on in the Indian subcontinent in the past few thousand years, with pretty much all Indo-Aryans having at least some Dravidian ancestry and vice versa. It's important to note that judging what South Asian people look like by looking at celebrities from the region will definitely not give you an accurate picture as to what the average South Asian person looks like. It's actually very advantageous in the entertainment industries of India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh to have very fair skin and more European-looking features, so it's not uncommon to not find a single Indian actor or actress in Bollywood that has dark skin, despite large portions of their people having such skin color. Even Nina Davuluri, who is famously the first person of Indian descent to win Miss America in 2014, acknowledged that she would probably not have gotten very far in Indian modeling because her skin is too dark. The Indo-Aryan groups that are on the fringes of the subcontinent, such as the Assamese in the far northeast of India, or Nepalis in the far north of the region, generally have anywhere from 15 to 20% admixture from the neighboring East and Southeast Asian people, since Tibet lies directly to the north of Nepal and India, and Bangladesh and Assam are very close to the border of Southeast Asia. There are even states in northeast India that are inhabited by Tibeto-Burman people or Thai-speaking peoples who appear to be more closely related to Southeast Asians than other South Asians. Also, Western Pakistan is inhabited by the Baloch and Pashtun people, two ethnic groups that are of Iranian descent, being more closely related to the Persians of Iran. There's also a relatively small group called the Brahui people, who are the last remaining Dravidian-speaking population in all of Pakistan. The rest of the country is almost entirely inhabited by Indo-Aryans, such as the Sindhi people and Punjabi people. The largest group in the region by far would be the Hindi-speaking peoples of northern India at around 600 million people, although, as mentioned earlier, they can be divided into many smaller sub-ethnicities such as the Biharis, Rajasthanis, and Chhattisgarhi people, and they probably wouldn't really appreciate me all that much calling them all the same ethnicity, but really I'm no expert on the subject. Other distinct Indo-Aryan groups in India include the Marathis, the next largest people, who inhabit the state of Maharashtra, which contains Mumbai or Bombay, the largest city in all of South Asia, the Gujarati, who are most famous for being the main merchants and traders of India, and the Bengali people, who are divided between the Indian state of West Bengal and the independent country of Bangladesh, with most Indian Bengalis being Hindu and most Bangladeshis being Muslim. The Punjabis are tricky because nearly all of the Punjabis of Pakistan are Muslim, and they far outnumber the Punjabis of India, who are mostly of the Sikh faith, which, no, isn't a part of Islam or Hinduism, but a distinct religion of its own. The main Dravidian groups are the Tamils of southern India and northern Sri Lanka, the Malayali people of Kerala, the Telugu people of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, and the Kannada people. That's right, Kannada of Karnataka. The Tamil people in Sri Lanka have had a long and bloody conflict for independence from the Sinhalese-dominated government, who are actually the only Indo-Aryan group that is almost entirely Buddhist. There's also a large minority of mixed-race people in South Asia, known as the Anglo-Indians, getting their namesake from their paternal English ancestors. When the British troops were first stationed in India in the late 1800s, they didn't bring their families or wives, since they had a life expectancy of only around 8 months, and as such often had affairs and even sometimes married the native Indian women from many different parts of the country. Mixed-race marriages were later deemed illegal by the British government in India, but by that time, the damage had been done. Over the past couple of centuries, they created their own communities, intermarrying within their own group, creating their own ethnic identity. Today, they number up to 1 million people, which may sound like a lot, but this is only 0.1% of India's population, and are scattered throughout the country, with many more having moved abroad to other areas of significant South Asian diaspora, such as the UK, Australia, Canada, the US, and Southeast Asia. Other much smaller groups of foreign extraction in India are the Zoroastrian or Parsi people, who are of Persian Zoroastrian origin, and the Sidi people, who are of Southeast African Bantu origin and were brought to various regions of India as slaves by the Arabs and Portuguese. Although discrimination based on skin color has historically been quite high in the Indian subcontinent, in modern India, the main distinction is generally not between race or ethnicity, but religion, with many families actually being quite tolerant of marriages between Indo-Aryans and Dravidians, yet the stigma between interfaith marriages remains at around the same since the partition of India in 1947. Because of migration, intermixing, and assimilation, the people of India and South Asia are one of the most fascinating and unique populations of the planet, and one that everyone should learn about, even though I probably horribly mispronounced every name in this video. Thanks for watching, everyone. This has been Mason, and I'll see you next time.
I've got a message from everybody. Bex, Stuart, and hi Fabrice. He's the Pope.
The Pope.
Demonology is the study of demons, which are essentially evil spirits that have the ability to influence the physical world, including ourselves, animals, and observable events. Whether or not we actually believe in the existence of these beings, demonology is an occult science, meaning that there are distinct methods of classification and hierarchy, as well as identification of a demon's name and sigil, theories regarding their demonic powers and limitations, and complex rituals of summoning, command, and exorcism. Hundreds, if not thousands, of grimoires have been written on this exact subject, a handful of which you'll be learning about today. Demonology is just as important to the devoutly religious as it is to those who seek to control demons for their own nefarious purposes. This is because understanding the nature of demons can help a person protect themselves from their influence. This concept is called spiritual warfare, a battle between good and evil that we are thought to be constantly engaged in. Of course, whether or not you accept this as truth is up to you. Some people just find this stuff interesting, and I'm not surprised why. Demonology is pretty cool. Hey, fellow seekers, welcome. I'm Mr. Mythos. If you're a fan of strange and ancient mysteries with research so deep you're guaranteed to fall down the rabbit hole, you're in the right place. I humbly ask that you give this video a like and ding the notifications bell so you don't miss any of the rare info we'll be digging into every Saturday. In today's investigation, after a brief overview of the history of demons, we'll be focusing specifically on Christian demonology, as is probably the most well-developed field of demon study. And yes, we're going to get obsessively detailed with it, and I'm going to teach you some weird things. But remember, there's nothing to fear. Mr. Mythos is here, and if you love the work I do, please consider supporting me on Patreon. Without further ado, let's dive right in. The term demon is actually derived from the Greek word daemon, which simply means a supernatural entity or spirit. In ancient Greece, this term was actually not negative at all. These daemons could be either good or bad, or even completely neutral. For example, the philosopher Socrates talked about his own daemon as a spiritual muse who inspired him to seek the truth of reality. Of course, daemon or demon is simply a word, and over time, that word evolved to specifically classify malicious entities that would have been blamed for deathly diseases, mental illness, or terrible and unlikely events, such as a person's house mysteriously burning down without any signs of foul play. Perhaps the earliest record we have of malicious demons comes from the magical texts of ancient Mesopotamia, where 7 evil entities were recorded. These 7 entities were called Udug, and they were never visually represented, but simply described as dark shadows with a distinct absence of light surrounding them, as well as a poisonous air and their incredibly loud, even deafening voice. Udugs were believed to be the cause of specific diseases, and detailed instructions of how to exorcise these demons make up some of the earliest Sumerian texts, dating back to over 5,000 years ago, in the 3rd millennium BC. From a Christian perspective, though, demons can get pretty complicated. To begin, it's true that in popular culture we consider angels good and demons bad, but in the original scripture, both of these beings were morally ambiguous. For example, angels were primarily messengers and acted more as robots, programmed by God to do his bidding. Demons, as I said before, are a bit more complicated. They're directly connected to the idea of angels because, in ancient Christianity, as well as its predecessor Judaism, demons were believed to be fallen angels, which are angels who committed sin and were permanently expelled from heaven. So, if regular angels essentially operated as robots, then demons or fallen angels would have broken their programming and intended purpose, instead, going off to do their own thing, such as having sexual intercourse with human women simply because they found them beautiful. This specific instance is recorded in the 6th chapter of the book of Genesis. In fact, Satan himself was supposed to be a former high ranking angel whose original heavenly name was Lucifer. So it's important to remember that all demons, including the devil himself, are beings who have direct connection to God, and they also have powers that derive from heaven, though limited to what God will allow. So, if there's one thing we must understand, it's that Satan and all other demons are creations of the Almighty God, who essentially gives them power and permission to wreak havoc on earth and tempt humans. While it's confusing to think about, the stance of the church is that this is God's way of continually testing and proving people's faith in Him, as those who turn to Satan make their own choice to sin. For example, King James of the famous King James Version of the Bible strongly emphasized that demons act under God's permission as a rod of correction, and that's his own term, by the way. All that being said, demons are essentially angels that failed to follow God's instructions. They aren't inherently evil, but more independent actors that are not so different from a human in terms of actual morality. Some demons have their own personal agenda. Some are tempted by primal desires, such as sex, while others are directly influenced by Satan in hell and actively serve his evil agenda. However, others may actually be good, and believe it or not, there are demons who worship God. This is actually really interesting that many times in the Bible we see demons actively submitting to Jesus' authority, Jesus being the Son of God and part of the Holy Trinity. For example, every time a demon came into the presence of Jesus, they would pretty much automatically bow or even throw themselves to the ground and worship him, such as in the Gospel of Mark. If we trace the appearances of demons from the oldest books of the Bible to the final ones written, such as the book of Revelation, you'll find that at that time there still was an idea that neutral and good demons existed. However, the Bible gives most focus toward the evil ones and those who serve specifically under Satan's legion. So, this is where we get the popular idea that demons are inherently evil. Over time, and as Christianity developed and spread through Europe, there was a distinct change in the way that the term demon was used. It evolved beyond fallen angels and began to branch out to cover just about every untrustworthy pagan god, especially those in polytheistic religions such as that of ancient Greece, Rome, Scandinavia, Germany, etc. All of these gods, who were worshipped and believed to have influence on the physical world, were considered by early and medieval Christians to be demonic entities, tempting people away from the one true God. This understanding of demons was largely independent from the original Christian scripture, but became its own sort of apocrypha since it was recorded by important Christian scholars beginning around the 2nd century AD. Of course, the folklore of these regions in which Christianity spread had their own legends of demonic entities, and from this folklore, the idea of demons began to encompass much more than just fallen angels and pagan gods, but also ghosts, ghouls, goblins, and fairies. All of these are lesser spirits who don't possess a physical body, but they have the ability to interact with the physical world, sometimes in very powerful ways. And conversely, we may interact with them by conjuring their presence, speaking to them, and even controlling these entities through magic. At least that was what was believed.
She takes a picture, and in that picture is this ET. He puts the camera.
As I mentioned in the beginning, we'll be focusing on Christian demonology, so let's talk about the nature, specifically of the evil fallen angels, the ones who serve under Satan. What they look like, what powers they have, and how they carry out their mission. Their mission, of course, is to test one's faith in God through temptation and manipulation of circumstances to gradually push a person over the edge. We'll begin with the defining features of demons and what these beings are capable of. Demons pretty much share the same nature as regular angels, being that they're non physical, celestial, and immortal beings. They are not omniscient, but they typically have one specific body of knowledge they're specialized in. Sometimes this can be broad, such as natural or moral philosophy, or extremely narrow, such as the poisons and cures derived from herbs. The powers that demons have do come from heaven, but are carefully limited by God, and typically demons can only be in one place at one time, but some traditions suggest that the devil can be omnipresent, which puts Satan's power in a much higher category than any other known demon. The Gospel of Mark implies twice that multiple demons can cling to a single person, and in general, demons are known to torment their victim over long periods of time, as well as over multiple attempts until they are able to fully possess the person and gain complete control. They're also able to torment and possess animals, as seen in the Gospel of Luke. So, pretty much every living creature is vulnerable to their influence. But when they're not clinging on to people and animals, where do demons go? Well, though we usually think of demons living in hell, the Gospel of Luke describes them as wandering endlessly in arid places, which means some waterless dimension apart from our own physical world. Their only home, where they feel most comfortable, is supposedly inside people, animals, and idols, which can be statues or images associated with pagan worship. So, what do demons actually look like, especially when we know they aren't physical beings? Well, most of our typical image of demons actually comes from the book of Revelation, especially the idea that they have horns. But this idea likely originates way earlier with ancient pagan gods such as Moloch, who is portrayed as a bull. There were also other pagan gods who had the head of a bull, or wore bull horns as their crown. So, if you're like the ancient Christians who believed these gods were actually demons worshipped by those who fell victim to their temptations, then yeah, we could say that horns are a trait of some demons. However, the Bible makes it clear that demons can take on pretty much any physical appearance they desire, including ones we would associate as good or even holy. For example, 2 Corinthians states that demons can appear in the form of, quote, false apostles masquerading as apostles of Christ. And no wonder, for Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light. It is not surprising then if his servants masquerade as servants of righteousness. End quote. Speaking of the devil, in the Bible, Satan takes the form of various animals, including a serpent, a goat, and even a seven-headed red dragon. So it's pretty clear that no appearance can be accurately prescribed to demons. They pretty much take whatever form helps them accomplish their goal. For example, there are two species of demons known as incubi and succubi, whose goal is temptation through seduction. The incubus thus appears in the form of an attractive man to seduce and have sexual intercourse with women, and the succubus takes the form of an attractive woman to do the same with men. Moreover, the 15th century treatise on witchcraft, Malleus Maleficarum, states that some classes of demons prefer to take the form of children. The identifying traits are that these children are abnormally heavy and don't grow over time as a normal child would. There are supposedly more identifying traits associated with demons who take a physical form. For example, their bodies would be abnormally cold, even icy. But this icy belief evolved during the infamous witch trials, as supposed witches were tortured to give out information. So I wouldn't exactly call it reliable. What is somewhat reliable, yet extremely debated and controversial, is whether demons possess sexuality. Slight trigger warning, by the way, as we'll be talking very generally and briefly about non consensual encounters. So, sex wise, the traditional Christian demons, such as Satan and Beelzebub, are pretty much always stated to be male, and this is consistent in both religious and occult sources. And I hate to disappoint, but this includes succubi, who take the form of beautiful women in order to have intercourse with men. The succubus is, in fact, a male. On top of that, the succubus is thought to take the man's sperm, then transform itself into an incubus, who then has sexual intercourse with a woman and uses that sperm to impregnate her. Theologians generally agree that this is how the first fallen angels produced offspring with human women in the book of Genesis. By the way, this is all despite them not actually having a physical body, but instead an intentionally manifested one. So, in that sense, you could say that demons are almost definitely sexless and only conform to a perceived gender. As you may imagine, sexual attraction and lust are very important concepts in demonology because they encompass some of the most powerful temptations a person might face, being that our nature, just like any other living creature, is to reproduce. But it wasn't always a brief demonic encounter of seduction and sex. In fact, most Christian demonologists would agree that long term consensual relationships between humans and demons were entirely possible. The thought was that this relationship was one of pain and toxicity. However, many people who confess to having these relationships, such as diabolical witches and 13th century Luciferians, they were pretty insistent that it was a satisfying and pleasurable experience. To each their own. We'll go in deeper about the abilities of demons and how one might go about summoning and controlling them, but first, we need to return back to what is the core of demonology. Being that it's traditionally treated as a science, not so different from zoology, demonologists give a ton of focus to how demons are classified and placed into a hierarchy, because this is how we derive a better understanding of what specific demons are capable of, what body of knowledge they specialize in, and what superiors they answer to. And it's through this deeper understanding that the demonologist gains power over the demon.
Ready to reach the right crowd? Get influencer marketing right on Fiverr. From research to shoutouts to collaborations, stand out of the crowd with Fiverr.
There's no better place to start than getting to know the most powerful demons of them all, and these are the archdemons. So, much like archangels, who command choirs of angels, archdemons command legions of demons. Unlike in angelology, however, demonology doesn't have a concretely defined list of what specific demons are archdemons. There was and still is a lot of controversy about this in the occult world. For example, there were the ancient Canaanite gods, Baal and Astarte, who, in ancient Christianity, became seen as two of the worst enemies of God. So, early demonology considered them to be archdemons and associated them with the demons Baal and Astaroth. But as the religious worship of Baal and Astarte stopped, the perceived threat of these two supposed archdemons went away, and so did their place on the hierarchy. That being said, there is a mostly consistent hierarchy of archdemons from the Middle Ages that survives into modern day, and these are the seven princes of hell. The seven princes are based upon the infamous seven deadly sins, with each sin being associated with a specific archdemon as their primary method of temptation. This system comes from the anonymous 15th century tract known as the Lantern of Light. The first prince of hell is Lucifer, the original fallen angel, who is associated with pride. Second, we have Leviathan, who is a demonic sea serpent referenced throughout the Bible, and he is associated with envy. Third, there is Satanas, which is Latin for Satan, the fallen form of Lucifer, and he represents wrath. Fourth is Belphegor, said to be the laziest and most neglectful of all the former angels in heaven. And of course, Belphegor represents sloth. The fifth is Mammon, a fallen angel who, according to occult writings, always looked down at the gold pavement of heaven instead of up at God himself. Thus, Mammon is associated with greed. The sixth is Beelzebub. In Catholic demonology, Beelzebub is thought to be one of the first three angels to fall from heaven, alongside Lucifer and Leviathan, and his name translates literally to Lord of the Flies. Beelzebub is associated with gluttony. Finally, the seventh is Asmodeus, who is depicted as a chimera, with the chest of a man, the leg of a chicken, the tail of a dragon, and 3 heads, that of a man, a ram, and a bull. Despite this absolutely hideous appearance, Asmodeus represents lust. So, beyond the 7 archdemons, there are countless medieval grimoires that contain very long lists, some with hundreds of entries with very little consistency between them, by the way. And these lists typically set out to organize lesser demons by office, rank, and title. As for titles, these are typically derived from the titles they held as angels before their fall from heaven. For example, the demon Olivier was Prince of the Archangels, and thus he retains that title in hell, even though that's clearly no longer his position. In terms of rank, demons are traditionally organized as a sort of military hierarchy, with anything from a president who commands many legions of demons, to a general in charge of a specific group, all the way to those lesser demons who are essentially foot soldiers. For example, there is the demon Sargatanos, who the Red Dragon Grimoire states is a brigadier major, commanding only 3 lesser demons, Farai, Lorai, and Valefer, and Sargatanos reports to his superior, the higher demon Astaroth. I'm particularly fond of the 1818 Infernal Dictionary for the pretty mundane ranks assigned to some of these lesser demons. For example, we've got Malcolm, the pair treasurer, Nisroch, chief of the kitchen, Behemoth, chief cupbearer, Dagon, grand paneler, which means he's in charge of the bread in the pantry, and Nibis, the grand buffoon. Finally, in terms of office, this usually crosses over with rank, but an office can also be assigned to a demon depending on the times and locations in which they appear in the world of humans. For example, the demon Leonard is the Great Lord of the Sabbath, and the demon Belial is the ambassador of Italy. Finally, there is a hierarchy based on the cardinal directions, which are north, south, east, and west. This is found in the very famous grimoire, the Lesser Key of Solomon, and it suggests an alternative to the 7 princes of hell. Instead of 7 princes, there are 4 kings of the cardinal directions who serve directly under Satan, and beneath them, these 4 kings command 72 powerful demons, which King Solomon from the Bible allegedly summoned, but we'll get into that story a bit later. The 4 kings are as follows. King of the North is Zeminier, and King of the West is Corson. Unfortunately for both Zeminier and Corson, there's hardly any information available beyond their name, so what they look like and what they represent are largely unknown. However, for the kings of the East and South, there's quite a bit more to dig into. The king of the East is Amaimon, who is recognized as the lord of avarice, which is extreme greed and materialism. Something a bit curious about Amaimon is that when a person summons this demon, they have to stand upright with their headdress removed in order to show respect. And if they fail to do this, then Amaimon will pretend like everything is cool, but in secret, he'll set up the summoner's work for catastrophe. Moving on, the King of the South is a powerful demon known simply as Gap. There's actually quite a bit of lore to this demon. First off, when Gap takes a physical form, he presents himself as a charming human prince or some other high nobility. Gap is closely associated with love, as well as pretty strange and specific behaviors, such as providing medical care for women, and while doing so, making them more attractive to men, but at the same time rendering them infertile. Probably in line with this idea, later grimoires described Gap as having the power to make men stupid or invisible. And like we covered earlier, these demons tend to specialize in a body of knowledge, and Gap is a master of the liberal arts. So now we have an idea of how demons are generally cataloged based on hierarchy, but there can also be classification based on type, meaning the instinctual nature and desires of certain demons and what sort of powers they possess. Actually, this isn't too different from classes of animals in zoology. Most birds fly, and most fish swim, and most succubi take the form of beautiful women and seduce men, for example. Something most people don't know is that King James of the King James Bible, probably the most influential book of all time, yeah, King James was actually an extremely devoted demonologist, and he wrote a dissertation known simply as Demonology in 1597. This document classified 4 primary types of demons based on their typical method of causing trouble. First, we have the spectra, which is a spirit that haunts a house or some other solitary place, much like the modern concept of a ghost or poltergeist. Then there is the obsession type, which is a spirit that follows certain people around and causes external trouble near them throughout the day. This gets us a little closer to what we usually think of as a demon. Third is the possession type, which actually attaches itself or even enters the person in order to cause them trouble from the inside. Think violent psychotic outbreaks or sudden and extreme depression, maybe even a complete change of personality. Finally, there are fairies, which are spirits who present themselves physically and interact with humans in a direct way. That would include leading a person to danger, having sexual intercourse with them, or transporting them from one location to another. However, predating King James's 4 types of demons was a list of 6, except these were determined by where the demons reside. This classification was created by the 1st century Byzantine monk Michael Sellos and is as follows. First are the Lilirium, who are the most powerful demons of the 6, and they inhabit the ether, which is beyond the moon. Second are the Aerial, which are demons of the air and atmosphere, below the moon. Third are the Terrestrial, who reside on land. Fourth are the Marine, who live in the water. Fifth are the Subterranean, who live in a network of cave systems and hollow pockets deep beneath the earth. Shoutouts to my last video, Inner Earth Conspiracies. A sequel is coming next week, by the way. The 6th and final type are the Lucifugus, which are the lowest and weakest demons of the 6, and they reside in the lowest hell. They are completely blind and almost entirely senseless. Speaking of weak and powerful demons, the monk Michael Sellos did elaborate on the abilities of these demons, explaining that the highest and most powerful would try to attack a person's mind in order to manipulate their imagination and produce vivid illusions. On the other hand, the lowest and weakest couldn't do much more than grunt and act instinctually. They are simply attracted to the warmth of a living human and are otherwise completely mindless and rather disgusting. From all this, we can see that there are many types of demons, as well as hundreds of individual demons with a name and title. So that begs the question that nobody asked. Just how many demons are there in existence, literally speaking? Well, based on the book of Revelation, there's an idea that 1/3 of all angels turned into fallen angels. But believe it or not, there are some exact numbers we can reference, which were calculated using extremely complicated systems of data points taken from both scripture and occult writings. For example, the 16th century demonologist Johann Weyer calculated the number of demons in existence as 4,439,000 622, which was then divided into 666 legions, with each legion made up of 6,666 demons, all of them ruled by 66 dukes, princes, and kings of hell. But if you think that's a bit of a conservative number, then consider the 15th century Catholic bishop, Alfonso de Spina, who calculated the exact population of demons as 133,316,666. But then there's the problem of procreation. Think about this for a second. If demons can create offspring with human women, as we've seen in the book of Genesis, then there's no way this number would ever be constant. I suggest we leave it to the experts to figure this one out, and with that, it's finally time to move on to the meat of today's presentation. What it takes to summon and command a demon, and what that might actually look like in practice.
You want Chris to sing us up? What?
Yes, please.
What?
Are you crisp in or crisp out?
Whatever you're building, build better credit with Aqua. Search AquaCard today.
When someone talks about summoning a demon, they're referring to Solomonic magic, which is derived from a number of ancient grimoires, which are said to date all the way back to the reign of King Solomon, a biblical king and the builder of the first temple in Jerusalem. Beyond being an extremely important historical monarch who ruled from the year 970 BC to 931, according to a vast number of legends, Solomon was also one of the most powerful magicians and exorcists to ever live. Perhaps the very first text on demonology was the Testament of Solomon, which is believed by many occultists to have been written by King Solomon himself, though this is debated and the Testament of Solomon is not considered canonical scripture. Its origins, however, are at least 2,000 years old, making it older than the Book of Revelation. The Testament of Solomon supposedly documents how Solomon built his temple, and that was by means of summoning and commanding a number of powerful demons, using a magical ring engraved by God. The text is comprised mainly of interviews with these demons, in which Solomon tries to extract information about their evil deeds, their weaknesses, and how they might be defeated. But how did Solomon summon these demons in the first place? Well, the key lies in this ring gifted to him by the archangel Michael, which bears the seal of God, which is a pentagram. This ring and seal are used to stamp the chest of the demon in order to enslave them. This idea of a seal is perhaps the most important concept in the art of summoning demons, because just as God has a unique seal, so does every demon. Later Solomonic grimoires elaborated on the seals of individual demons, which could also be used to control them. Of course, demons prefer to keep their seals hidden, because if one is discovered, or possibly revealed by another demon under torture and interrogation, this is their primary vulnerability, at least according to Solomonic magic. Solomonic magic is corrupting, though, and most who practice it are said to, at some point, become overwhelmed and abandon their beliefs in favor of some great temptation, thus losing the spirit of God and also their command over the demon. In the Testament of Solomon, King Solomon himself falls victim to this and ends up worshipping the demons Remphan and Moloch in exchange for sex with a Shunammite woman. At the end of the text, he gives his grave warning to the reader not to follow in his footsteps. So, with that being said, we're about to learn what actually goes into summoning and controlling a demon, and I strongly recommend that you do not actually try these techniques, as they are from real grimoires, and I'm only relaying this information for the sake of being obsessively complete in our investigation of Christian demonology. Demon summoning is considered high magic and very powerful. Low magic can be thought of as simple witchcraft, such as hexing someone you don't like. On the other hand, high magic is extremely intensive and exhausting, and it takes a serious toll on the practitioner. But this is what summoning a demon requires, if not external sacrifices as well. To begin, there are two ways to summon a spirit, whether it be a demon, an angel, or some other supernatural entity. The first is evocation, which is when one calls upon the name of the entity. In the case of demons, though, typically they would be evoked in the name of God. The second method is conjuration, which uses magical spells to form a sort of pact with the demon. The word conjure in Latin literally translates to swear together. In either case, the summoner would be using a variety of wands, incense, and daggers to complete the ritual, and below them, they would draw magical Solomonic diagrams, either on the ground or on parchment. Finally, the seal of the demon is what's required to complete this diabolical act. Now, why would anyone want to summon a demon? Well, in King Solomon's case, he enslaved them to help build his temple. And this is true in many other instances where the summoner wants the demon to serve them in some way, whether it be for good or for evil. Others might summon a demon in order to ask it a favor, usually related to whatever power the demon is associated with, or to educate oneself in the body of knowledge that the demon specializes in. More than that, there was actually a religious order of Roman Catholic theologians and clerics in the late 1400s, known as the Carmelites, and they were involved in a massive scandal for being publicly open about their demon summoning practices, which they called non-heretical. They believed summoning demons was okay for the purpose of asking them specific questions and recording responses in order to learn about the nature of the demonic world. But just like King Solomon, it turned out that over time, many of the Carmelites ended up summoning demons no longer to ask questions, but to win sexual favors from women and to discover the locations of buried treasure. You can see how good intentions quickly get corrupted when dealing with these beings. And with that final warning, it's time for some summoning action. To begin, I'll give you an example of how one might summon a demon according to the important Solomonic grimoire, the Key of Solomon, which dates back to the 14th century. The summoner begins by drawing a magical circle around themselves on the ground, after which they must draw a magical triangle immediately outside of that circle. These are, of course, highly complex diagrams that must be drawn in exact detail, or the ritual will fail. During this process, the summoner wears the seal of the demon they intend to summon, and after drawing the magical diagrams, they must take the seal and place it into the triangle while reciting incantations, which are a very specific series of words, typically in Latin. If every detail is exactly as it should be, the demon is literally supposed to appear within that triangle in a physical form that the summoner can both see and interact with. For example, if a person wanted to summon one of the 7 kings of hell, they would need to appeal to each demon in the correct order to reach the demon they actually intend on summoning. You can see how this can quickly get complex because the summoner must not only be aware of the hierarchy of demons, but painstakingly navigate the bureaucracy of hell. Even if a person wanted to summon and control a lesser demon, they would still need to evoke the names of that demon's superiors. Moving on, it's now time to teach you in detail how to summon the devil, which, again, I really do not recommend you do. Regardless, it's likely that over the years, these steps have been altered to prevent people from actually doing it. These instructions come from the diabolical grimoire known as the Red Dragon, which is another Solomonic grimoire allegedly discovered in 1750 within the actual tomb of King Solomon. Today, the original copy is held in the Vatican archives of the Catholic Church, hence why I believe it's been altered. Many occultists consider this grimoire in particular to be one of the most potent and dangerous in existence. This is because inside of it, there are very specific instructions about how a person should go about summoning the most powerful and evil demons in existence, particularly Lucifer, the devil. The Red Dragon Grimoire also gives methods of constructing special tools and instruments to enslave the demon after it's been summoned. However, it also gives the user the option of completely forgoing these tools at the expense of forging a binding pact with the demon. That is, to sell one's soul. As for summoning Lucifer, the person conducting the ritual would first need to evoke the name of God and the Trinity, which is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and then command Lucifer to exit hell using an incantation. There are two phases of this, with two distinct incantations that must be performed perfectly. At this point, Lucifer is supposed to appear within the Solomonic triangle, but if he doesn't, the summoner needs to use an instrument known as a blasting rod and dip two ends of the rod's fork into a cursed fire pit. This will result in the horrible cries of 1,000,000 spirits from hell, which the author of the Red Dragon Grimoire advises the reader not to be frightened of. These spirits are being tortured in order to force Lucifer to act. The summoner must then proceed to a third incantation, where all the names of God are evoked, and Lucifer's demon legion are again threatened with the blasting rod. If that doesn't work, there is a fourth and final incantation, known as the Grand Invocation of the Great Kabbalah, which is by far the most esoteric and complex, and the user is instructed to say it twice, absolutely perfectly. If all of these steps are done correctly, Lucifer will definitely appear, according to the grimoire. Finally, the summoner must converse with Lucifer and convince him to submit to their control. This is done through torture, using both the blasting rod and the grand invocation of the Great Kabbalah. Of course, summoning demons, and especially the devil, comes with risk, particularly that of possession. In the case of the Red Dragon, the user is instructed to form their Solomonic triangle using a bloodstone and two blessed candles in order to protect themselves. However, the risk isn't as huge as you'd think. This is because the main purpose of Solomonic magic is to tempt demons into doing something for the summoner. So the summoner typically offers the demon something they'd want, like a bribe or some other incentive. Thus, in this context, possession is not really on the minds of these demons, as they're far more interested in what deal the summoner wants to strike. But if all else fails, the purpose of the magic triangle on the ground is to contain the demon, keeping them trapped and unable to exit the triangle. However, sometimes things do go wrong, and the demon gains an upper hand on the summoner. This leads us to the deeper discussion of demonic possession and exorcism, which is really quite an ancient concept. In fact, it's as old as the idea of demons itself.
News. I got good news. It is the best news in the world to me.
All the power of Dettol, now in a biodegradable wipe.
Any type of supernatural spirit is said to have the ability to possess a living creature, including angels, gods, and ghosts. And belief in spiritual possession exists in nearly every known culture, even remote islands such as those in Micronesia, as found in a study conducted by the National Institute of Mental Health in 1969. So, either possession is a real thing, or this idea is somehow inherent to the human race in order to explain things like mental illness. There are actually quite clear distinctions between possession and mental illness, but we'll get into that a little bit later. From the very beginnings of Christianity, it has always been thought that Satan and his legions of demons are at constant war with heaven, but this is more of an indirect war, because they carry out what are known as spiritual attacks on humans in order to lead them away from God. This includes temptation and misfortune, but the most powerful of these tactics is undoubtedly possession. early Christian writers defined 3 stages of possession. It began with a spiritual vulnerability, which serves as an entry point for the demon. In the victim, this vulnerability could be a lapse in judgment or an unethical choice. After a vulnerability is identified, the demon then attempts to invade the person, and for one reason or another, the victim voluntarily gives up all control to the invader. This leads to the final stage, which is called perfect possession, and at this point, the demon can only be driven out through an exorcism. Our understanding of possession and exorcism has evolved dramatically over the 2,000 or so years of Christianity's existence, particularly in the Catholic Church, where demonology continues to be a living field of study. But before we get into modern methods of identifying and ending a possession, let's take a look at some of the oldest documented instances of demonic possession, which are found in the Bible. Beginning in the Old Testament, there are only 2 clear cases of a demon possessing someone, and the first revolves around King Saul. The first book of Samuel describes King Saul being tormented by an evil spirit, which is only exorcised after David plays a harp for him. The second case regards the false prophets that King Ahab relied on in the first book of Kings. These false prophets are described as being empowered by a deceiving spirit. Finally, some theorize that the necromancers mentioned in the book of Leviticus are also possessed, as in some translations, chapter 20, verse 27 states that a spirit is within them. Moving on to the New Testament, there are many instances where Jesus Christ exorcised demons out of a person. In fact, this particular power of his was supposed to be evidence of him being the foretold Messiah of Israel, as prophesied by Isaiah. In these instances, it's made very clear that all demons respond and submit to the authority of Jesus. And this is a vital concept because in summoning, controlling, and exorcising demons, the practitioner is pretty much always required to evoke the name of God, Jesus, the Trinity, or all of them in sequence. As a side note, I previously mentioned that in early Christianity, it was believed that a person needed to voluntarily give up control in order to be possessed. This idea may have come from the story of Judas Iscariot in the Gospel of John. Judas, one of the original 12 apostles of Christ, intentionally set out to agree with the devil's every suggestion in order to betray Jesus, and by doing so, he became completely possessed by the end. Jumping forward in time, our most developed understanding of both possession and exorcism comes from the demonological studies conducted by the Catholic Church, which has a fleet of officially sanctioned exorcists who they send out to perform exorcisms across the world, year-round. According to the Church, there are 6 types of what they call extraordinary demonic activity. The first is obsession, where a demon causes a person to become suddenly overwhelmed with obsessive and irrational thoughts, typically resulting in violent behavior towards oneself or others. The second is oppression, where there is no involuntary action or loss of consciousness, but a person is continually tormented by demons through a series of terrible misfortunes in their health, wealth, family, business, etc. The third is suffering, where demons cause physical pain, external cuts, and other injuries. This is associated with particularly powerful demons, the ones capable of fully possessing a person if nothing is done. The fourth type is infestation, where demons attach themselves to houses, objects such as dolls or statues, and even animals. The fifth is possession, where a demon takes full control over a person's body and or mind, but unlike the ancient Christian concept, it's believed that no consent from the victim is given. As before, this usually occurs after a person does something that leaves them susceptible or vulnerable to demonic influence, such as giving in to a temptation. Remember though, this is only really something to worry about if a demon is present, and usually the person would have some indication that a demon is targeting them. For example, the demonic activities I just listed: obsession, oppression, suffering, and infestation. Finally, the sixth type of extraordinary demonic activity is subjugation, and this is when a person goes out of their way to voluntarily submit to demons or the devil himself. This is found with diabolical witches, as well as certain theistic sects of Satanism that actually worship Satan. We'll get into subjugation in the final section of this video. When it comes to the modern Catholic Church's identification of extraordinary demonic activity, Catholic exorcists are careful to always conduct an array of medical and psychological examinations before proceeding with an exorcism. And exorcism can only happen if the exorcist believes beyond any doubt that they're dealing with a genuine case of demonic activity, with absolutely no other reasonable explanation available. This practice is called moral certitude. So, what does a genuine demonic possession look like? Well, since medieval times up until modern day, certain criteria are used to identify genuine possession. These include superhuman strength, speaking in languages unknown to the victim, revealing accurate knowledge of past, present, or future events, again, unknown to the victim, and aversion or intense hatred toward holy symbols such as a cross, names such as Jesus, or places such as a church. Then there are unnatural body contortions, a cold feeling in the room that seems to follow the victim, levitation of objects, and finally a change in their voice that is strikingly guttural, ancient, and unhuman. Now, if a person is clearly possessed by a demon, an exorcism might not only be justified, it could be the only way to save them. For example, there is the famous Roland Doe case, which the novel and movie The Exorcist was based off of. Roland Doe was an anonymous 14-year-old boy who was introduced to a Ouija board by his aunt, who was a fortune teller. If you don't know, a Ouija board is a tool used to send and receive messages from the spirit world, and this is likely what made Roland Doe susceptible to possession. Not long after he used the Ouija board, the family began to hear strange noises in their house, followed by heavy furniture moving and even a vase levitating when the boy was in the room. The boy also began to speak Latin, a language he did not know, in a deep guttural voice. After a recommendation from their local pastor, the Roman Catholic priest Edward Hughes was called in to perform an exorcism on Roland Doe. It's vital to understand that an exorcism is not simply a ritual, but more of a confrontation against a demon, an actual battle. This is why the possessed person needs to be restrained, so they can't harm themselves or others, and especially the exorcist. The exorcist is trained to recite a series of ancient prayers, specifically the Lord's Prayer, the Litany of the Saints, the Hail Mary, and the Athanasian Creed. These are always spoken in Latin. Once the exorcism begins, the exorcist must proceed forward and continue the prayers no matter what occurs, or however long it takes. If he were to stop the ritual or be interrupted, this could spell grave danger for the exorcist. This process is extremely taxing, and thus the exorcist does make himself vulnerable in order to perform it. However, this doesn't necessarily mean that a failed exorcism will result in the possession of the exorcist. In the case of Roland Doe, the boy was strapped tightly against his bed during the exorcism, but somehow he managed to slip out of his restraints, rip into the bed's mattress and pull out a spring, then slash the priest with it, causing a serious injury that ended the exorcism prematurely. It's actually pretty common for an exorcism to fail, especially due to violent reactions from the victim, and exorcisms can take multiple days, even weeks of near constant prayer and ritual. In Roland Doe's case, his exorcism required 3 separate attempts and 4 priests, one of which had his nose broken during the process. After Roland Doe had been exorcised, the boy returned to his normal self and went on to live a completely ordinary life. Thankfully, this happy ending is not only common, but it's the goal of all exorcisms. When the ritual finally succeeds, there is a noticeable feeling that the demonic presence has left the room, and the previously possessed person feels such a relief that they become extremely emotional, a feeling typically described as being reborn. At least to me, being possessed by demons sounds like a pretty terrible ordeal, not something which a person might want to experience. But what if I told you that some people actually sought out this kind of relationship with demons? Would it surprise you that throughout history, demon worship and the hope of possession was totally a thing, independent of rumor and hysteria? This leads us to our final obsessively detailed dive into Christian demonology, which is the discussion of witchcraft and its relationship with demon worship. Of course, most witches perform pagan rituals, not necessarily satanic ones. Moreover, many witches throughout history were never actually witches at all, but simply accused of being one. However, it's a fact that a small minority of witches did closely associate themselves with demonic activity, and these groups are the ones we'll be discussing, along with their strange and dark rituals to invite demons into themselves.
This entrepreneur brand logo that was done by a top freelancer on Fiverr is simply wow.
Yeah.
In a very general sense, witchcraft can be defined as manipulation of supernatural forces. For example, placing a hex, curse, or blessing on someone. Even casting an enchantment spell or mixing herbs into a love potion. In a more modern sense, it could also mean a pagan practice of, for example, divination, in which the unknown is revealed or the future is told. Unfortunately, there is a subset of witchcraft that deals with causing intentional harm, misfortune, or even death through demonic means. This negative practice is known more specifically as diabolical witchcraft. When discussing this topic, a clear line deserves to be drawn between diabolical witchcraft and traditional witchcraft, whereas traditional witchcraft was essentially just following a pagan religion. However, as we covered early on, there was a lot of confusion during the early years of Christianity as to what was considered demonic. Remember that early Christian authorities believed that pagan gods were not actually gods, but demons in disguise. This is why, in the first century, the Apostle Paul wrote that, quote, "What pagans sacrifice, they sacrifice to demons and not to God. I do not want you to be partners with demons," end quote. This belief that any pagan worship was demon worship carried on into the 10th century, where canon law stated that, quote, "certain wicked women turned aside after Satan, seduced by the illusions and phantasms of demons, believe and profess that in the hours of the night they ride upon certain beasts with Diana, the goddess of the pagans," end quote. The Diana mentioned here is the goddess of the moon in Roman and Hellenistic religion, but in this case, medieval Christian authorities are interpreting her as a demon posing as a pagan deity. Depending on your beliefs, perhaps you agree or disagree with them, but for now, we'll turn our focus to what is not pagan religion, but genuine diabolical witchcraft, where witches intentionally evoke and worship what they know to be actual evil demons for the purposes of harmful magic, also known as sorcery. This is the fundamental difference between the two. Another trigger warning, by the way, probably for this whole section, as there are multiple disturbing sexual and violent acts that I'll briefly mention. I'll do my best not to be so graphic, but viewer discretion is strongly advised. To begin, the practice of diabolical witchcraft was heavily documented in Western Europe around the 15th century, and there were 4 key elements to this practice. First, the witch would make a binding pact with Satan or another powerful demon by evoking them in order to bow to them and submit to their authority. Second, there was sexual congress, which was thought to be literal sexual intercourse with the demon, or a surrogate who was possessed by that demon. And this could have been an idol, another person, or even an animal such as a goat. The purpose of sexual congress was to seal the initial pact. Third, Diabolical witches would perform acts of harmful magic, the sorcery I mentioned earlier. This was to carry out the objectives of the devil. Finally, the fourth element was the night flight, or demonic Sabbath, which definitely wasn't the Jewish or Christian Sabbath, but rather a regular gathering of witches at midnight in order to meet with Satan himself. The late 16th century French text, titled The Antichrist, provided a testimony and description of what this demonic Sabbath looked like, and I quote, "An Italian man took her to a field on St. John's Eve. The man made a large ring with a rod of holly, muttering a few words which he read from a black book. Thereupon appeared a large, horned goat, all black, accompanied by 2 women, as well as a man dressed as a priest. The goat asked the Italian who this girl was, and having replied that he had brought her to be his, the goat made him make the sign of the cross with his left hand. Then he commanded all of them to come and greet him, which they did, kissing his rear. The goat had a lighted black candle between his 2 horns, from which the others lit their own candles. The goat took the woman aside, laid her in the woods, and carnally knew her, to which he took an extreme displeasure, suffered much pain, and felt his seed as cold as ice." Beyond the demonic Sabbath, diabolical witches would also participate in a now infamous ritual known as a Black Mass. In Catholic tradition, Mass is a central ritual of worship in which a series of rites and prayers are carried out in a very specific order to connect oneself with God. On the contrary, a Black Mass is essentially a parody, where all the chants of Mass are said in reverse and everything is opposite, including an inverted crucifix on the altar. The origins of this parody practice go all the way back to the 8th century, with one of the first major groups accused of worshipping Satan, known as the Armenian Paulicians. The local church leader, John of Ogen, declared the Paulicians to be sons of Satan after witnessing them gathering at night to perform a Black Mass, and, in particular, a blasphemous version of the Eucharist. In Catholic Mass, the Eucharist is a ceremony where wine is consumed, and in the case of the Paulicians, they allegedly drank infant blood instead. Many rumors surround the Black Mass, so it's not entirely clear what's fact and what's exaggeration, or even simply made up. However, there was a real group in the 13th century known as the Luciferians, which more than half a dozen credible sources, including the Luciferians themselves, have pretty much confirmed without a doubt their rituals of devil and demon worship. The Luciferians named themselves after Lucifer, the former heavenly name of the fallen angel Satan. The Luciferians believed that Lucifer and his army of fallen angels were unfairly expelled from heaven, and that Lucifer would someday return to defeat and overthrow God and claim the throne of heaven as his own. In order to support this objective, this group did pretty much everything they could to offend God and all things Christian, believing their reward would be everlasting paradise in heaven with Lucifer. Examples of this include their initiation rite, where a newcomer would kiss a toad, a duck, or a goose and exchange saliva with it. They would also hold large feasts where a massive black cat was the centerpiece. This cat was believed to be possessed by a great demon, if not Lucifer himself, and only the most worthy would be allowed to kiss the cat's rear end. After worshipping the cat, the candles lighting the feast would be blown out, and what proceeded was a massive orgy between members, some of whom were blood-related. Though it's arguably not as disturbing as the demonic Sabbath or Black Mass, the Luciferians of the 13th century are one of the most reliable accounts of real demon worship. Today, demon worship, diabolical witchcraft, and sorcery absolutely still exist in small cults. Demonic possession still occurs, and demonology continues to be studied and expanded upon in the Catholic Church. Unlike most other occult sciences, demonology is very much alive and relevant in modern day. You can check out my video, The Curse of Led Zeppelin, for a more modern take on sealing a deal with the devil. But for now, we've covered incredible ground. We learned about the origins of Christian demonology, what demons actually are, and what kind of powers they possess, how they're categorized, how to evoke, how to exorcise, and even how to worship. By watching this video in its entirety, I hereby grant you the title of amateur demonologist. But don't go out summoning, or I might have to call a professional. By the way, I would love to cover more on demonology, especially from the perspectives of Zoroastrianism, Judaism, and Islam, as well as the religions of the East like Shinto, Buddhism, and Hinduism, so please, let me know if you want more on this subject. One love to my patrons for supporting my work, and if you want to support, there's a link in the description. I'm Mr. Mythos. You guys are awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Big. That was all right. It's all right. Now we need something else, man. Intermission, music. I'm waiting for some of you guys to jump on, because we're not having that. You get me? You leave Sniper all here on his own and that. We're not doing that, are we? Big up everyone who's still tuned in, though, man. Interesting show. We watched a few videos of interest. You get me? That's what we do on Saturday. Big Saturday stream. Don't know where the ladies are. They done run off. Talking about, yeah, let's not do it right now. Where are you there? Come back, ladies. Play a tune. What is it? Sniper, play a tune. Play a tune. Maybe I should do the herb one again. No. Yeah, let me do the herb one again first.
All night to the pressure food, you know. The camera. Yeah. You don't come right over the chair. You don't come out from underneath this after. Trust me.
Big up Jay, big up Kings of Munda, big up man like Kemo Ben Israel. You get me? Big up, brothers. Don't know.
When we come, weed up a bun, weed up a bun, weed up a bun.
When we
come, weed up a bun, weed up a bun, weed up a bun. When we come,
weed
up a bun, weed up a bun,
come on.
weed up a bun. When we come, weed up a bun, weed up a bun, weed up a bun.
Pick up a spliff and drift. I'm not a stoner, it's a lift.
What?
Real herb man know what it is. Sativa smoke, no coke in my chest. No gas, no diesel, no crack, no B, just cess. You can ask anyone that knows weed, I'm blessed. No cigarette for the eye, just commercial tie. Wrap that with the lettuce if it goes dry. Put that in the fridge, it'll stay fresh. Right next to the parsley and cress. They should sell herb next to the fruit and veg. It's good for the body and good for the meds. Gives you a good feeling, toes to the head. I'm sitting on the ceiling, smoking the head, thinking about life and it don't make sense. Like, why we gotta pay for food? And why the homeless ain't got food? The more I think, the more it's changing my mood.
What?
The more I wanna know more of the truth.
Tell
the
him.
more I gotta show that to the youth. I wanna eat something, so I peel some fruit. Give thanks for the present that grew from the root. Then I wanna drink something, so I draw for a juice. Take 2 sips, then I draw on a zoo. Wanna learn something, so I watch YouTube.
What?
Something deep with about 1,000 views. Study and breathe like the Shaolin dudes. Stay disciplined and master the moves. Master the self, cause it's harder to do. Wanna write something, so I draw for a tune. I look out the window, gaze at the moon. Man ain't gonna get there anytime soon, but it still makes me feel like I am in tune. One with the night and day, I'm alright. I'm not afraid of the dark or the light. I'm just awake, spraying bars on the mic. Gotta stay level, so I take 2 draw. And the something tastes good, so I take 2 more. Herb's not a jug, herb is a cure. Ask anyone, why do they smoke it for? My spliff cycle, my Rizzler's raw. Gotta stay natural, stick to the pure. Wanna go sit down next to the shore and look to the sea. Don't wanna feel trapped, I've gotta feel free. There's so much more that's inside of me. So much potential that I can see. Let me master my chi. Take off my trainers, tie up my gi. Bar to the sensei, step on the mat. I'm doing all this while I'm sitting down on the flat. I'm astral traveling, imagine that. All because of this green herb that's in my sack. I don't know why herbs are under attack when herb is the best of the herbs. They got it like what is the best is the worst. It's a cry and shame and a curse on itself. Staying ignorant is a burden to health. Don't be ignorant or under a spell. Study the earth, that's knowledge of self. And know that knowledge is power. Because they want to tell man sweet is sour, not knowing what's real and that. And I'm not really feeling that. That's why I gotta read and that. Food for the brain, I gotta feed on that. It's real nourishing like a vegan snack. Let me take 2 more pulls with the kush ting. Herb for the outlaw, herb for the hoodlum. In the Arabic tongue, herb is a Muslim. Can't tell me nothing about herb, it's a good thing. It grew on Solomon's grave. Moses lit up the ting in the cave. Bruce Lee used it to ease the pain. Tosh told them, let me tell them again. Legalize it, not to do it insane. Dave Chappelle linked up Mary Jane. Charlotte Green quit on live TV because she couldn't take no more, watch it and see. Rick Simpson hills people for free. What you know about me? I'm ready to die defending a tree. Chain man to the trunk. Love the forest, a little something like gump. For no reason, man, I'll get up and run. If man feel the feeling, man, I'll tell a man come. If we stand together, then we're gonna stand stronger. Free the herb and we're gonna live longer. Plant a seed, add water and sun. Pick up the herb, put down the gun. Pick up a Rizla, fill it and bun. Pick up the roots, put down the rum. Good for the back, sweet to the tongue. Good for the blood and circulation. More love, more life, more cultivation. Ain't nothing new under the sun, so I gotta connect to the old and the young.
Mud. Oh my God.
I've been trying to relax a bit, yeah. But they call you pussy if you are a pacifist. But the lyrics still pack a punch, not lacking grit. Think I didn't see shit cause I didn't grow up in the maddest bits. I'm just not down with a fake persona. Never. Smell the bullshit in the air, fuck a fake aroma. I only walk with the real as of late alone. Accentuated by the fact that I'm always sober. Some think I'm serious, moody, some think I'm weird. Some days I think it'd be better to disappear. The mountains help me to see shit a little clear. Get control of my psyche, the biggest weapon is fear. The biggest healer are tears, or so I'm told. Feel like I'm wiser but growing old. Everyone around me is settling down. Giving up on dreams in exchange for the pounds. It's confusing just finding your way. In 2 minds, Gemini, born the last week of May. The world's in need of leaders. We got Boris and May. Tried not to get political, but what can I say? Fuck them. Feeling like we're stuck in a maze.
Ramunda, you're funny.
I just wanna get up and away.
Come on. Big up Radar's cousin anyway,
I don't talk if I got nothing to say.
Lord have mercy.
If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts.
Hey.
If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace. If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence.
So at the last motive, yeah, Magical was there performing up with what C187 on the stage, and I'm standing next to Shakara, right? And I said to Shakara, what you saying? Twins and that? And he said, boy, I was thinking that myself still. I say nothing. Because he saw the resemblance between him and Magical. So yeah, let's move forward. You get me? But we all know who's more conscious. You get me? He's probably watching right now. Big up my little broski. Come on.
Will cease. If in our lifetimes we'll see peace.
Still surrounded by dreamers, sleepers, walking speakers distorting the mental views of the fallen. Evil is talking, projected through their recordings. Secret is sorcery, selling souls like they're Jordans is fuckeries cause of currencies. How many hungry humans hunting for money trees, consuming everything they see until there's none for we. I had to sit and learn a lesson from the honeybee. Float under the sun, I'm free, tending to my mother's needs. Pollinating planets, don't panic, just overstand it. A man is only a man and it's mad, he's making it manic. Order out of chaos is the order of the day, it's that way. Cause they formulate the hates, they're emphatic. They'll sell you death in a packet and then we buy it and say it tastes good, just how we like it, but we're wrongly guided to keep on siding with the system that's violent and doesn't listen to the teachings of the king, but it's lying like it's the Christian. Lions are in my vision, I'm smiling because I'm different, not blinded by my religion. Been guided back to a kingdom, experience teaching me wisdom. Victims been tricked into eating everything that they're given, that's not our decision. Rastas stay practicing idle living cause the food is killing. Salt and sugar like heroin, all of this belly filling. Cock sniffing and Henny sipping, got our medi slipping. Gotta stay woke or stay in prison, one it meant to fit in.
If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace. If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace.
Mad. Bad butch. What you know? Watch on around.
Not in my name, not in my name. Rappers wanna drive me insane, but they're not in my lane. Nah, they're not in my lane. I'm riding lions on the African plain. Niggas know what I'm saying. You need to know what I'm saying. If you don't, then you don't. It is a shame. You need to open up your brain.
Hey.
Open up your brain.
Hey.
Frig up and you won't be contained. Don't be afraid. Tell them.
Straight. I don't like fakes. Little man, what did I say? This ain't no game, and it ain't sweet like cake. See you, man, I don't rate. You hold no weight. Plus, I never hear what you say. Do yourself a favor, elevate. It's all good having fun, but stop with the dumbness. No competition, but we all know who runs this. Can't keep kicking, gotta throw some punches. Gotta draw content, gotta draw substance. Large on the track, but timid when in public. You say that you rap, but really you just chat shit. Calm down the hype tick, ease up the antics. Don't exaggerate, don't act frantic. For us it comes natural. It sounds like you plan shit. Keep doing what you're doing if you wanna stay average, but not in my lane.
Not in my name. Rappers wanna drive me insane, but they're not in my lane. Nah, they're not in my lane. I'm riding lions on the African plain. Niggas know what I'm saying.
Hey,
you need to know what I'm saying. If you don't, then you don't. It is a shame. You need to open up your brain. Open up your brain. Frig up and you won't be contained. Don't be fake, big awake. Watch out for the snake. Snakes are in the grass, hissing, listen, and it's bait. Even if you are illiterate, you can read the face. Most just looking for Elizabeth's paper in the race. It's depressing and ridiculous, taking up the waves. Music for the masses, from the masses of the maze. Mathematics, most attracted by the glamour and the glaze. It's distracting, I'm attracting the energy that I raise. Who's the captain of my ship? Is His Majesty fire blaze, man? Just trying to grow and live naturally, that's the way, fam. Not spending money on nothing dumb, I just save, man. If I had a penny for everyone, that's a waste, man. I would have $1 billion pennies and buy up wasteland and plant a garden of veggies to feed the starving. Their bellies wouldn't be empty. It's better to make a change. So many be slaves for a whip and a chain, but it's not in my name.
Not in my name.
Rappers wanna drive me insane, but they're not in my lane. Nah, they're not in my lane. I'm riding lions on the African plain. Niggas know what I'm saying. You need to know what I'm saying. If you don't, then you don't. It is a shame. You need to open up your brain. Open up your brain. Frig up and you won't be contained. Don't be fake, big awake. Straight, I lay my game flat. MCs go us to take back ASAP. They made rap an excuse to stay gas. We don't rate that. That's as fly as a plane crash. All these fake cats acting bad with the bait cracks. Nothing strange as we show you crabs with the flames at. Yo, we ain't mad. We glad to see your tape stack. Still a shame as you stay slack on change back. As you attack your own people to make cash. Your brain has been scarred like a slave's back. They have knelt down without a prayer mat. We be laid back and chilled out, but we don't take crap. I've been sighting with binoculars on, looking far and wide, thinking where the one figure's gone. What the deal? What the real soldiers dropping like rain? As long as there's blood in my vein, tell them not in my name. Not in my name. Rappers wanna drive me insane, but they're not in my lane. Nah, they're not in my lane. I'm riding lions on the African plain. Niggas know what I'm saying. You need to know what I'm saying. If you don't, then you don't. It is a shame. You need to open up your brain. Open up your brain. Frig up and you won't be contained. Don't be fake, big awake. Wait.
Mod. This next tune, my brethren, again, my brother Melanin 9, he made this tune with man like Rock Marciano. You get me? Sometimes I'll be rapping and I'll be talking about white Russians. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Mars, baby. Fuck that. Yeah. Let me get that, my nigga. Yeah. Check it. Yeah. grind and shimmer. Mind like an organized crime figure. Pie slinger, raps, George Steinbrenner, $1 million rhyme printer, white wine sipper, fly slipper, big time flipper like Guy Fisher. Silence is on the nines, whisper like a shy sister. Bang iron to the palm blister. Still the flyers for my shows, hold still the flyers. I'm too ill for you to kill a virus. Look in the killer's iris. The size of holes left in you like a silver dollar. On how to win, minds filled with knowledge. Mind filled around the cottage. Fuck how you feel about it. I'm trying to fill a wallet until it's brolic. Knob get polished by the most exotic. Hoes with promise. My Benz got leather and oak inside it. Coke measuring no consignment. Cause when you was broke, I find it hard to remain open-minded. Hoping God is the road for riders that live by the code and honor. That don't end in molten lava. I know a lot of hoes that got a gang of tricks like globetrotters to give good dome with the saliva. Dip the Prada, but who am I to try to knock her from balling like a knickerbocker? Bank deposits, phone pots, silver and copper. Proper, rock you to sleep like a toddler, boy. I'm enjoy, nuts to a full-time mama's boy. Death ritual, farm McCoy. Play with trucks like Tonka toy, the boys moist. I pop you up for a small coin. He caught 4 in the groin, 1 in the loin. He made a noise, I stayed poised. Corduroys, till every pirate on board a whore.
Tongue kiss a plutonium lip. Bell skip for ships of opium grips, a polar shift. Shutties explode discs, running from a solar eclipse. Snipe your pawn out, forces combust when planets fall out. Submerged in dirt with bowels orbit like a dusty vinyl. Lust sluts who crave fucks with holographic titles. Wheels hugging the sidewalk, nozzle as long as beef for the stubborn rival. Stuck in depressed chambers, ropes hanging from death's neighbors. Fruits are stale and unflavored. Mind frames plagued with speculations. Algebraic equations with palm sizzle. Muffler zip through a hard drizzle. Chisel bars of crystal. Charts of ritual. Shards of glass rip apart the darkest tissue. Third eyes my father's visual. Sharpened glass blades to slice pythons in the garden. Sacrifice the science sargon. Diaphragms of argon. Vatican marksman. Tear skies with solar flares. Fast as a photonic glare. A subatomic sphere. Standing ovations at Satan's arraignment. Chunky shells of uranium. Compose and aim again. Low fades, gold chains to choke veins. Boats and planes, blows comatose your brain from young. Buxed in a 20-ton slum. 11 guns, elegant sons. Blessed Ralph Ellison's tongue. Accurate aim, cram your frame in acetate. Lamp to acid rain, cock the hammer with fabulous range. Like Maximus Payne, graduate. Draw chapters with liquid potassium. Immaculate, metallic amulet. Back and piff with a fractured wrist with a camera's twist. Batman's attached to clip, better back your lip. Couple backs to split, gammas hit when we landed at 6. Balance planets and what captures the disc. Back and piff with a fractured wrist with a camera's twist. Gravel pit, savages sniff, rams to shift. Couple backs to split, gammas hit when we landed at 6. Balance planets and what captures the disc.
Martin. Alright, tune still. Back to reality. Big up my knees. Jeez.
I ain't done a freestyle in a minute, it's been a while. F.T.K got me moving like Charles. Raising my eyes, the sun's off the charts. Can't leave the house without wearing a mask. No inception, don't care about class. That's what they say and expect us to pay. Paid for a vaccine, one for straight. Melanated people, they want separate. Car we compress, I'ma try violate. Black lives taken, they can't stop the hate. Taking us out, cameras all in our face. Rest in peace to the ones that are gone. Never forgotten, cause we not stop the run. Races coming out the woodworks, coming like set them the one for shy. Cause some of them are even the nuns. Teachers, leaders, all of them are. Whoa, let me not say much, cause I need a piece. I got to scrape up last month's rent. Yeah, it's outrageous. Had us on lockdown, smoking my braids out. Karens and Kevins all in a space now, saying what they want, cause it's rage when they call up. I don't have the time to think about the small stuff, creating the time for the mind that's before us. Being on a grind, whoa, been mashing the time. See, I ain't on a long thing no more, this is all up in the mind. I need to get mine, gotta put that work in and waste my time. Cause you don't really wanna play if you don't wanna do the time. If it ain't on the schedule, Ooh, then nigga don't bell me. Cause I got shit to do, trying to get that money, trying to get that Grammy. What have you done? Where have you been? Ain't on agenda when my life ends. Ain't on a lay ting. It's about the strength is what I possess. Finding the flows and the rhymes that will shine. Making the sounds of what's called grime. Setting the trends can make a man slip. Man says he's got bars, so where are they then? It's all about the talk, yet there ain't no sense making bars. It's about commitmentship. We don't slap with this cause we built for this set relationship. Music penmanship, I got bars, so I don't need Mars. Galaxy floor, was made for the stars. Bounty your man, can't spend them move 2 sneakers. That'll be all for today. That's the end of the class. Gotta get that work. We gotta get that work. We gotta get that work. Ain't on a long thing. Gotta get that work. Gotta get that work. We gotta get that work. Gotta get that work. Ain't on a long thing. Gotta get that.
Wow. Whoa. I know. I was so black in this video, you hardly saw Sniper still. You hardly saw Sniper. All the families there in attendance. Jeez. Big up the man now. And big up Sean. Come on.
The elements of musicians fuse the stem liquidation and lyricism of Nubian mysticism, delivering the vibes through the pen with precision. Can't limit wisdom, fit to glisten with no intermission. On swift position, dropping jewels and gems is tradition. And with opinions of unruly men's criticism, and fake dominions of the news at 10 removing zen. Race and religion got me losing friends, it's true again. The what, how, who and when, be confusing then. Until the end, let anew begin. We know things won't shrink, the soul sings like the home of kings. Stranding those strange land, the roots will mend the broken wings. Close to sin, but too bright to be low and dim. Wrapped in golden skin, focusing on going in. Echoes of wind, the speaking voice is sobering. Soaking in the sea of noise, my vocal swims. I go within, for those who ask where I've been. Internal voices got external forces wearing thin. It's all or none, still everything is everything. Let me bring to the table for friend and kin. Been on the soul plane for those who haven't seen me. Create my own imagery and scenery to be free. The soul sings on the way to the home of kings. It's all or no things, though everything is everything. I explore consciously and saw poverty, perform quality, walk solidly on your odyssey. Restore sovereignty, but in all honesty, the authority belongs to tautology. That's facts of the universe. Hang on to beauty as an absol, my truest words. We stand strong and lose the nerves. Back on my deuces up, the music heard serves therapeutic purposes for the nucleus. Back from space and time eternal, where my actions shape and scribe the journal. Replenish me extensively like now flow. Watching the cycle go round, another child grow. High or low with no middle ground. An uncivil town always ready to bring you down. I bring about mad ambition while they signal down. Distancing criticisms to find it fizzle out. I go within, for those who ask where I've been. Internal voices got external forces wearing thin. It's all or none, still everything is everything. Let me bring to the table for friend and kin. Been on the soul plane for those who haven't seen me. Create my own imagery and scenery to be free. The soul sings on the way to the home of kings. It's all or no things, though everything is everything. On each account, you better love self, because you will never be able to be anyone else. Inside's infernal, fire bubbles that flow eternal. Or climbing hurdles to cycle circles with no rehearsal. Role reversal for the elite. Find the poor man experiences prestige. I release, collect peace and forget grief. Neglect sleep when each energy is critique. Criticism gains separatism like nepotism. Stepped in rhythm for mechanisms of better living. Opposition to subtle forms of terrorism. Come of storms of a clever systems, demolition. Can't give neglection to introspection where treasures hidden. Instant lessons reflected in both friend and villain. Centered vision, intuition, premonition. Awarded every mission's equilibrium.
Big up, Ari. We wake up, man. Everything we still here. Just about. Jump on, man. Tell me what's going on for wisdom, man. Send me some links. I don't mind. You know me, I'll play that shit. That nigga can't say shit to me.
Leap on your brain like quantum physics. Still feeding the flame that my conscience mimics. Speak in the name of accomplished spirit. We gon' keep that the same to the comments visit. With the speed of a train, no nonsense with it. We seem to maintain what the sponsors limit. You feeling the pain that's beyond each lyric. Though the grief and the strain could be gone in a minute. But now Have you ever seen a broken sky? That's when, right before you close your eye, you hope to die. Feeling like you're ready to tell the globe goodbye. The value can't override, self-pity's your only high. The evil in the mind that we personify. Can't handle the true self, and there you lie. Could hold them tight, but capabilities don't apply. The casualties who fell can verify. Or do you rise above the broken lights? It was only right, so you took your own advice. Growing wise, there's a beautiful soul inside. Going high, keep it moving like flowing tides. Soldier time as you slay who's antichrist. So divine on your way to paradise. Energized, holding weight like traffic lights. Many heights as you skate life's happy side. Or have you ever felt stoned? And all you feel is weak-willed and frail-boned. You wanna be strong but can't help moan. The lights show, but all you see is pale tone. In the age of fast whips and cell phones, in the place where darkness is well known, the mental health stones that the world's thrown got yourself prone to the zone, calling hell home. Oh, have you ever felt so charged that any trials and tribulations don't last? Slow, fast, a steady state, you need to go hard. That's instrumental like the beat with no bars. You got heart and a long line of soldiers. You own tasks and you gonna shine and show class. Stride and go far, the brightness goes down until you find a closure and your time is over. Still leap on your brain like quantum physics. Still feeding the flame that my conscience mimics. Speak in the name of accomplished spirit. We gon' keep that the same to the comments visit. With the speed of a train, no nonsense with it. We seem to maintain what the sponsors limit. You feeling the pain that's beyond these lyrics. Though the grief and the strain could be gone in minutes. Polarization.
I on guard, you can't pass. Create the flow, no make the team crowds. Everybody knows how we set the bar, put on with sneakers, one bar with the sun.
But
content over everything. Oh,
We used to be pharaohs in Egypt, now we're emotional paraplegics. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. Symptoms of humanity's unraveled in helix. Calamities and tragedies that happen in sequence. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb. Need a hat, glove, boots and a fur jacket. It's cold weather make you turn savage. Smoke a whole herb package for the nerve damage. Ghetto was replaced by the term ratchet. Like the queens rock a perm or they sperm addicts. They wanna twerk and the boys wanna burst matics. They want you esoterically paralyzed, king, trying to limit your ability to analyze things. So they advertise a pantomime, paradise, paradigm. Look at all the fuckeries they're glamorizing. False flag rituals and sacrificing. Mobile depravity and sodomite things. Geoengineering, the large hadron collider. They want a microchip under my skin. But when I look around, everybody's turning up. The buildings of the governments are burning up. Nobody's fighting for the rights of a black man. A couple hashtags, some cool t-shirts and a logo and a snapback. On the head of a rapper in a backpack. Then it's back to the Snapchat. Double tap IG pic of a chick with a fat cat. We used to be pharaohs in Egypt, now we're emotional paraplegics. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. Symptoms of humanity's unraveled in helix. Calamities and tragedies that happen in sequence. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb. Need a hat, gloves, boots and a fur jacket. It's cold weather make you turn savage. Smoke a whole herb package for the nerve damage. Ghetto was replaced by the term ratchet. Like the queens rock a perm or they sperm addicts. They wanna twerk and the boys wanna burst matics. Feel the pain. Feel the pain. Enjoy the stars. Just standing in the mosque in the dark. I need to heal again. 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 I can't feel my face. From Genesis to genocide. The revolution will be televised. I can't feel my face. Head full of rage and a heart full of scars. We used to be pharaohs in Egypt, now we're emotional paraplegics. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. Symptoms of humanity's unraveling helix, calamities and tragedies that happen in sequence. The whole world's numb, nobody has any feelings. The whole world's numb. Need a hat, gloves, boots and a fur jacket. It's cold, or to make you turn savage. Smoke a whole herb package for the nerve damage. Ghetto was replaced by the term ratchet. Like the queens rock a perm or they're sperm addicts. They wanna twerk and the boys wanna burst matics.
Zucchero e pepe, sono tutto zucchero, i tuoi baci sono tutto baby, i tuoi capricci, ma per amore o per...
Hey, check out this video as well, yeah, on the review page. It's called Zulu. Alright, let's go. Hold tight here on Flames, Rex TV. I know what's happening. Yo, I'm still questioning the head of the servant. To never be a servant. This I know for certain. This is not a sermon. I am not preaching. This is just conversion. I am just speaking. Tearing down the curtain. I am not cheeking. Third eye tweaking. Channeling the demons, they think you're just doing yoga. You couldn't open your 5-year with a crowbar. You need to read that fight. From the divine and actually practicing older. It's in their minds that we're too to core. That's not a lie, but a world that was too to core. You had it my whole life, I've got no use for that law. I've got a juice in the drawer. I've got that music in the straw. I've got the food in the door. I know some shooters, there's some use for distributing the raw. I have to fight dreams and the food is fraud. I ain't sure what none of them were really doing the war. So I say my eyes are wise and that's usually all.
You ask me where I'm from?
You ask me where I'm from? You ask me where I'm from? I don't really know, cause I've been everywhere. I never felt at home. My soul blows in places you don't go. I wrote shows and played it. I'm blowing smoke, watching the world moving slow-mo. Chicks working in Chinese and rappers just in that homo. Meanwhile, they stop piling underground bases to do another win with underground faces. Everything, like what that waiting microwave. What's talking about geometry? I'm talking about the sovereignty, subconscious autonomy.
The things that I'm deemed an anomaly. Stop feeling the sharpest breeze or how much I bust my heat. It's like.
Is that my shit? That's the drive. I ain't got nothing left to cry. People die young and all the crap guys are left to die. This ain't a rhyme, it's a poem for a rest of fire. Some shit. The other day I said to her, I'm up like burgers with extra fries. Keep the grass up,
do something exercise.
These are progress, 4 levels, 4 below this. I'm raising my cups and stay on my global focus. They say I'm getting in. Of course I know this. I'm brutally pushing back beats. They're forced to know this. Lyrically I'm UFC, but physically I think I'm
blade in your neck like a USB.
Born a hustler. Now you change my occupation. I play taser, see my face look up.
Hey. So what?
They want a zombie fight. I'm weak for the slaughter. That's why they're trying to give your daughter an eating disorder. They need to say this.
Fire. Eh? Nice to get that now and again, get a little live one. Freestyle shelling. Oh, let me see this freestyle shelling. What is that about
Freestyle shellings. RPT. TODZ. You know what time it's? AOD. Yeah. Salute. I'm with the crooks and the savages, jugging them packages. Weed looking like bushes of amethyst. Chicks wanna drink my ejaculate. No capping if I'm rapping it. I activated a kundalini. Now she astral projects while I'm tapping it. You could go blind for the sublime lines that I quote. When I rhyme with the goat, and I don't mean Baphomet. I don't work with them energies. Swerving the serpents and frenemies. Bad mind nurturing jealousy. Block and delete. I'm everywhere that you never be. Slurring my words from the herbs and the Hennessy. saying something dirty to Ebony and Beverly. An infinite soul, so how could you measure me? My mate punched him straight in the face. I didn't even have to say no words. Now that's perfect telepathy. The merge is cursed. We don't worship celebrities and take no counsel from the murderous entities. I could spit the verse of a century. The zombies just are hypnotized. These rhymes to get purged from their memories. I could spit the verse of a century. These zombies just are hypnotized. My rhymes to get purged from their memories.
We got this shit pattern, brother, don't panic. I flow cold like the water that sunk the Titanic. All I know is if you want something, you go grab it. By any means, we won't fold under no challenge, no manners. Just hammers and bandanas, trying to catch man lacking on route to his grandma's. We were some wild little youngins, but judge me for who I am now, not what I was then. Because I ain't who I was then. Back then, I had to dodge death way too often. I was round more reptilians than the Rothmans. Fuck, keep the grass low, I lay paving just to clock them. Empress one fling a jewel on my king piece and work the phallus till she manifest the pitney. She thought I was digging for Atlantis in that yoni. True, I love splashing and got lost in how it gripped me. Queenie one shaker, earthquaker, whispered in my ear, let me take you to your creator. She bad with that good. It's only right that I bless her with this good wood. She bad with that good. It's only right that I bless her with this good wood. Queenie one shaker, earthquaker, whispered in my ear, let me take you to your creator.
Okay.
She bad with that good. It's only right that I bless her with this good wood.
So talk to me, people. If no one's gonna jump on, I'm gonna jump off, man. I got other things I could do. Almost 9 hours. I think we done putting a little work for y'all today. You get me? So yeah, who's jumping on? Jump on. Let me send the link out first. That would help. Any. First. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. I'm tired. Mm-mm-mm. Alrighty then. Yeah. Where's Ari at? Yeah, big up Ari, man. Give me some info. Black sector. See what the turtle's doing. The turtle. See what the turtle's doing. You get me? Oh. Yeah, I'm here, Brams. Giving you a couple of minutes, man, and I'll go and find something else to do, man. Netflix and chill or something. Get me? It's Saturday, man. That sun seemed to be good out there, bro. Bare people is enjoying, bros. Not on the live stream, chilling. You get me? But yeah, man, big up everyone for tuning in anyway, man. I saw the thing set. We still got big Sunday service tomorrow. You get me? Actually, yeah, man. Just a chill out. So big up everyone for tuning in, man. And we'll catch you tomorrow on the other side. You know what I mean? Come on. Sunday service. Then you can talk your religious views. Then we'll get to it. Get to the business of religion. Some people love that. When you get your opportunity to do other things, look upon the thing. Dublin's not letting me get away from.
Big up, bro. Look, I'll just say, have a good weekend, bro.
Yeah,
bro,
man.
right?
You too, man. Yeah,
Enjoy the
brother.
rest of your evening. Look at that for a
Yeah,
for
man.
an
Look at
evening.
that. Look at that.
Go out
Look
and
at
enjoy
that.
it, bro.
You know the ones there.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Big up, family. You know what I
Go
mean?
on, love family. Enjoy the
All right.
weekend.
Take care. Yeah, man. Big up everyone else. Big up Kemo. Big up everyone. Big up Robert Saxy. Big up Ari. Big up Shaq A. My brother. Come on, man. You know how we do. You know how the thing's set. Hit the like, subscribe, PayPal, super chat, whatever. You know what we're doing. But big up, man. I'm out. Oops. No. You pressed the wrong button. It didn't really work out like that. Peace, fam.